That was what most of. Now, so I lived at my closest friend. So that's what people, young people are doing now. Oh. That guy is rich. He's making a lot of money now. Very small boy.
It's well. Thank you very much, my brother. You do well. What a man who go do? And they don't tell you to make you keep your hand straight. Keep your hand clean. And anything, any evil thing what you do for this life, it go come back to you. I know a lot of person to make a life for you. Say this one. Nah, keep your hand clean. If you do evil, evil will go look for you. This one they decide to forgive. I know they believe. Say that one they walk. If you do evil, come on. He go return and back to you.
Somebody say if we can pay the salary and promote us, I shall buy 1 carton of chicken for roasting and frying for rice. Engineer K.
Okay, I'm gonna make you leave them there because our time it don't run. Leave us. The Spencer Didi. Oh, the Spencer no vessel. We don't feel to take your message again. Time we don't come out to leave us. Make we just pursue and we come out in here. But tomorrow 5 o'clock, we don't enter here again. No miss them at all because the bonga today them who go see bring can give you. You go see the shock with you. And not forget to say you fit to meet me for Facebook. Mazi Ike God Ike Wachuki. If you get any question, anything in them, we relate to any of our program here. Maybe the one where we don't talk. You know, like if you go send me message, there say Mazi, this one. We not like how we take change them, we go fit change them so that we go fit do the program and make you enjoy them well. Now because of you, we day here. And don't forget to say you fit look for us for YouTube Today 95.1 FM. Go there live Today 95.1 FM and make you watch us live, make you get all the story and informate them what don't happen for Today 95.1 FM. Look for us for every social media handle. Onya Biarije.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening, this is the World News on your Prime Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Dave Robert. In the headline, Supreme Court found Senator Ademola Adeleke winner of Osun governorship election. Vice President commissioned AFAM 3 fast-powered 240 megawatt turbine in River State. Youth leaders in Ruipi community denounce purported election of new leadership. And on the foreign team, police arrest Pakistani's former Prime Minister outside High Court in Islamabad. Now the details. Let's begin the news report this evening with the story that the Supreme Court has set aside the appeal by Adegboyega Oyetola of the All Progressives Congress challenging the election of Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party as Osun State Governor. The Apex Court, in its judgment, read by Justice Emmanuel Ajim, also upheld the Appeal Court's judgment, which upheld the election of Adeleke as the state governor. The Apex Court held that the appellant failed to adduce enough evidence to prove his allegation of a vote buying in the July 16, 2022 governorship election. The judgment is affirmed and adopted by the entire 5 members of the panel. According to all the members of the panel, the appeal lacks merit. Meanwhile, the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, has dedicated his victory at the Supreme Court to God and the people of the state. Minutes after the verdict of the Apex Court, Adeleke, who contested under the People's Democratic Party, thanked the people for their support. The PDP also commended the judgment, saying it affirms the PDP's popularity amongst Nigerians. In the meantime, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged residents of Osun State to team up with Governor Ademola Adeleke to build up the state. In a statement by the presidential spokesman, Femi Adesina, the president recognized today's judgment of the Supreme Court on the July 16th governorship election in Osun State as a important role of the judiciary in deepening the rule of law and democracy. The Presidential Election Petition Court has ordered the All Progressives Congress and its presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu, to file their responses to all pending applications in the case instituted by the Allied People's Movement. The Independent National Electoral Commission has declared Tinubu winner of the 25th presidential election. But by the APM, among other opposition political parties with their presidential candidates, is urging the court to nullify Tinubu's victory on account of his non-qualification as a candidate of the APC. At a pre-hearing session of the court on today's hearing, after taking submissions from lawyers to the parties in the APM's petition, a 5-member panel of the court led by Haruna Tasmani ordered all parties to file their responses to all pending applications before next hearing date. Tasmani adjourned the petition until Thursday for continuation of the pre-hearing session. Meanwhile, the spokesman of the outgoing 9th House of Assembly and Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has withdrawn the ambition to run for the Speaker of the House. Kalu disclosed this in a statement today, adding that he is now vying for the office of the Deputy Speaker. The lawmaker who represents Benede Federal Constituency, Abia State, thanked his supporters throughout the period of contesting for the speakership seat. He further applauded the All Progressives Congress for nominating him for the position of Deputy Speaker. The Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, has unveiled the AFAM 3 Fast Power 2040 megawatt turbine in Oyego local government area of Rivers State. In his address, Oshibajo said the 2020 electricity subsidies reached 584 billion naira, but service-based tariffs have led to a doubling of collection in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira in 2020 to 80 billion naira in the first quarter of 2023. Professor Oshibajo also said the Nigerian electricity supply industry will be able to pay for itself, adding that the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration created programs for off-grid electrification.
The Regulatory Commission has executed all its biannual review processes without fail. Now, this is a major difference from the past. In 2019, subsidies reached a peak of 584 billion naira in an environment that became so burdensome for the Nigerian government's fiscal position. The introduction of the service-based tariff, the payment discipline initiative for the sector, which was jointly organized by NERC and the CBN, and the introduction of the National Mass Metering Program have led to a doubling of market collections in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira a month in 2020 to a record 80 billion per month in the first quarter of 2023.
The Central Bank of Nigeria has threatened to penalize shipping companies exporting undocumented cargoes from the country. The CBN Governor, Godwin Emefiele, said this today while speaking at the ARU 200 Non-Oil Export Summit 2023 in Abuja. Godwin Emefiele said the development of the non-oil export sector is crucial given that it holds vast potential for generating a significant amount of foreign exchange earnings. He said the CBN regularly monitors and appeals to exporters to document their exports and repatriate proceedings so that they can utilize optimally for the benefit of the country's economy.
Export proceeds that helps our economy. We're able to generate export proceeds that wins us away from depending on Central Bank of Nigeria as our source of foreign exchange to meet our imports. It is a dream, and I pray that it comes true very soon. I want to assure you that the bank is committed to strengthening and expanding foreign exchange supply into the market. Naturally, you are all important in this clarion call of expanding the supply of foreign exchange inflows into our economy. For exporters flying the flag of Nigeria in the international market, the Bankers Committee and the CBN stands ready to partner with you to achieve your goals. You can benefit from the many financial programs introduced by the CBN through your bank.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. The time is 12 minutes gone past the hour of 6. Moving on, fresh crises may be brewing in Rumepe clan in Emoha local government area of River State after youth leaders of Ovili, Mogo, and Ekuche communities have denounced the purported inauguration of Rumepe Youth Council by a group on Sunday, May 7th, 2023. Youth Chairman of Ovili, Mokobia, Gayo Sunday Ajuru, in an interview with Today FM, said the purported election is ill-motivated and was done without the consultation of other communities in Rumepe clan. Sunday Ajuru, while describing the process as a selection rather than an election, called on oil multinationals operating in Rumepe to discountenance the Ovunda-led youth leadership.
We are here together, youth of Rumepe, mostly Mbakwaya, to refute a purported Rumepe Youth Council election that was done on Sunday morning and was aired on Monday. The election is motivated, or it's not the election, it's election. And one section of the community cannot sit at their comfort zone and select themselves and want to come and load it over to the other section of the community. And that is how we refute it in totality. We want all the multinationals that operate in the Rumepe community to take, because this thing, they have a motive. So Imogun, Ovele, Ekuche, to be precise, we are out of it, and it shall not be burdened on us. They should have a rethink of their mind and know where we are coming from, and not to take us back to Egypt, because our wilderness experience is still fresh in our memory. We have crossed rivers, we have crossed Red Seas and Jordan, and Rumepe is in the Canaan land now. If they don't have any work to do, they should look for something else to do.
Sunday Ajuro also called on the councillor representing Ward 8 in Emoha, the Commissioner of Youth Affairs at River State, the military operating in Rumepe, and other relevant authorities to call the group to order.
I want to call on council representing Rumepe community and call them to order. The local government chairman, Dr. Chidiloy, to call them to order. The DSS, Emoha and DSS River State, the Commissioner of Youth Affairs, to call them to order. All relevant security agencies, even the army that is operating in Rumepe, to call this group to order. As what they did is not binding on Umvakoya, they should not come to come and parade themselves in our community as we do not recognize them. Umvakoya has a youth body, Ovile has a youth body, Imogo has a youth body, Ekute has a youth body, and the deep bodies are here to record their grievance, to say that they are not part of whatever that was done on a diver. As we discuss ourselves, it's supposed to be done that the whole clan is supposed to be involved and supposed to be carried along. Every person should go and build his own home youth. That home, charity they say, begins at home. It cannot be in Port Harcourt. Then we call them offshore. They're offshore youth. It cannot be in Port Harcourt and be doing youth in Port Harcourt. You want to lord yourself over the people that are saying in the community.
On their part, the youth leader of Imogo community, Uche Wodu, Ekuche community, Charles Igwe, and the Emovis commander in Rumepe, Harrison Wokoma, said an ELCO should be set up to elect the new leadership of Rumepe to avoid another crisis in the community.
It is very, very not great that somebody can just come from somewhere and form his own youth somewhere, and we don't love it like that. Let us set an ELECO committee as normal election, so that anyone God will allow to stay, you stay.
There was no election done in Rumekwe. You know, as a leader in my community, if there is anything such as election, I think I'll be aware. My chairman will be aware. The entire community will be aware. So I'm only advising the youth of Rumekwe to come together, and so we resolve whatever been the cause.
We have made such step before, and this such step we make before is what bring crisis in Rumekwe. Everybody that knows about Rumekwe know that Rumekwe is coming out from crisis. I am saying it as a security man. So I am begging our councillor, our youth chairman, our governor to come and help us and stop this.
A separate group from Rumekwe clan had carried out an election where some persons emerged as Rumekwe Youth Council. Meanwhile, a member of a civil society, Fireface Dunamani, says youth leadership tussles in communities, especially in oil-producing communities in the Niger Delta, are often caused by oil multinationals operating in the area. Dunamani, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obele Ndukwe, said the reason for the crisis is because of the financial benefit attached to the position, and it is often exploited by the oil multinationals for their divide and rule tactics. This was said as a reaction to a recent misunderstanding between the youth leaders of Rumekwe community in Emwa local government area of River State.
What has to do with community youth leadership, especially in the Niger Delta where oil is the mainstay, has the hands of even the multinational oil companies involved, because they try to pick the youth they can work with in the community, and it is part of their divide and rule tactics. There are communities in the Niger Delta that have been destroyed as a result of youth leadership. Rumekwe community is a key community where the process of selecting youth leader in 2005 led to the destruction of the community. And I'm one of those who worked in Rumekwe to try to restore peace in Rumekwe. And Rumekwe has never remained the same. So what makes this very possible is the petrodollar. Because the moment you see youth leadership in these communities where they are exploiting oil or they have oil-related issue, you see that so much money involved, so many interests are involved, because they know that who becomes a youth leader becomes millionaire overnight. It is an issue and a key problem that we need to see how we can tackle.
Dunamani, who is the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, however, called on the youth to put their interest in their community and their people.
What the youth should remember is that there was the community before them, and there will be the community after them. And they can see that before they even came on board, other people were holding that position. But today, most of them have been swallowed by the ground as a result of the crisis they got themselves involved in. They shouldn't be driven by the fights to hold these positions and cause mayhem in the community, because the community will remain and they will pass on. And if they live a peaceful life, if you try to present yourself to the people to be selected as a youth leader, and the people say we don't want you, clearly move aside and go about your other businesses, because I don't think that that is the only thing you could do. So we must have to be able to ensure peace in communities by trying not to get into activities that will bring about unrest in our communities. Our communities must be safe for the aged ones, for the children, and for those who are very vulnerable within the community, because oftentimes when this crisis happens, the youth will run away.
Members of Alakaya Council of Chiefs, Elders, CDC, youth and other stakeholders in Obiakpo local government area of River State have condemned the activities of some people they described as unscrupulous elements in their community. The people particularly mentioned last Sunday's incident, which they alleged almost collapsed the peace of the community, but for the timely intervention of the security agencies. The Alakaya stakeholders reaffirmed that His Royal Highness Eze Daniel Ogbondadodo remains their paramount ruler and the Iwebali Alakaya community. The people in a statement jointly signed by the second in command to Alakaya Community Council of Chiefs, Joseph Amadi, and Chairman Community Development Committee, Samuel Anilichi, discarded and disregarded news making the rounds of a possible new paramount ruler in Alakaya. The statement maintained that information should be verified because of the handiworks of some mischief makers in the community, warning that anybody addressing himself as the paramount ruler of Alakaya is simply an imposter and shall be treated as one. The acting Vice-Chancellor of Ignatius Ajero University of Education, Professor Okechukwu Onochukwu, has revealed that the university is ready to commence the award of Bachelor of Science degree in Entrepreneurship. Professor Onochukwu made the revelation when the second resource verification team from the National Universities Commission paid a courtesy visit and appealed to the team to do a critical assessment to enable a takeoff of the program on a solid foundation. The VC, while noting that the institution will soon join other universities that have commenced a degree program in entrepreneurship, expressed hope that the department will expand to a full-fledged faculty in the future. Professor Onochiko attributed the infrastructural development at the university to the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, and commended him for his recent employment at the university. Earlier, the representative of the chairman of NUC, Rasaki Lamidi, Professor Akande Olushola, described resource verification as a period to evaluate the preparedness of a university to commence a new academic program. He described the exercise as the engine room and a fundamental process that marks the commencement of every academic program in the Nigerian university system, noting that the exercise was not to pull down, but to examine the available resources and report back to the regulatory body so as to guide the university and prepare the ground for accreditation. Today, FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that the university is proposing to establish 6 new departments. And on the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin says Russia's future rests on the soldiers fighting in Ukraine. Putin made the remark during the annual speech to mark Victory Day in Moscow. The military parade, which commemorates the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany, was scaled back this year for security. Putin also used his speech to justify the invasion of Ukraine while accusing Western globalist elites of provoking conflicts. He also said the second victory parade since Russia was launched in its full-scale invasion in Ukraine on February 2022. Also in Pakistan, Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan has been arrested outside the High Court in the capital, Islamabad. Khan was appearing in court on charges of corruption, which he says are politically motivated. A footage shows dozens of paramilitary forces, armored vehicles, detaining Khan after he entered the court compound. They were driving him away. He was ousted as Prime Minister in April last year and has been campaigning for early elections since then. General elections are due to be held later this year. In sports, a Texas man faces up to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to supplying performance-enhancing drugs to Olympic athletes. 43-year-old Eric Lira is the first defendant to be charged under a new U.S. law introduced in the wake of Russia's state-backed Olympic doping scandals. The 2020 law is named after Russian whistleblower Grigory Rodchenkov. The U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said in a federal court that the case is a watershed movement for international sport. Rodchenkov Anti-Doping Act enables U.S. authorities to prosecute individuals involved in doping schemes for the purpose of influencing international sports competitions, including those who have not previously been governed by the sport anti-doping laws. Lira was found to have supplied drugs to Nigerian sprinter Blessing Okagberi, who last year was banned from athletics for 11 years. In entertainment, Nigerian Afrobeat singer David Adeleke, popularly called Davido, has reacted to the victory of his uncle, Governor Ademola Adeleke, at the Supreme Court. The Apex Court today upheld Adeleke's victory in the July 12, 2022 governorship election in Osun State. Reacting to the judgment on his Twitter handle, Davido said they will keep surprising the opposition like a high tension. And to end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The Supreme Court has affirmed Senator Ademola Adeleke as the winner of the Osun State governorship election. Vice President Yemi Oshibajo has commissioned the Atham 3 Fast Power 2040 megawatt turbine in Oyigbo, River State. We heard that youth leaders in Rumikbe community have denounced the purported election of a new leadership in the clan. And on the foreign scene, we told you that police have arrested Pakistan's former Prime Minister outside the High Court in Islamabad. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obini. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Dave Roberts. Good evening and thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. Please listen to this announcement. The Federal Government of Nigeria International Organization for Good Leadership and Agricultural Development Program wishes to inform the public about the 2 weeks agriculture, insurance and marketing refreshers course. The intent application form can be obtained from the IOGLAD Unit, River State Agricultural Development Program, ADP, Rumadamaya, Port Harcourt, from 11th May to 28th May 2023. For more inquiries, call 0803 092 5222. That is 0803 092 5222 or 0815 151 977. That is 0815 915 1977. I'll take it again. 0815 915 1977.
It's a triple experience on this frequency. Talk, news, and sports. Right here, every day on Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I just go climb from 3 alone in this business?
So, and you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria?
What
was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why, man? I will man cake, I know.
Good evening to you, our lovely listeners, and welcome to another edition of Soccer Nation, the best 15 minutes of football you'll get anywhere on radio. And I'm Harry Ogogo here to dish out and give you the latest and trending stories from the world of football for your listening pleasure. So let's get this show on the road. Now we start from the camp of the Golden Eaglets as they touched down in Algiers yesterday to commence preparations for the highly anticipated quarterfinals match against Burkina Faso. Now the Eaglets, fresh off their successful group stage campaign in Constantine, are determined to secure a victory in this crucial encounter. Now, having overcome several obstacles in the final group game where they twice rallied from behind to defeat South Africa with a resounding 3-2 scoreline, the Eaglets are confident as they enter the knockout stage. Now, the forthcoming match against Burkina Faso, scheduled for Thursday at 8 p.m., carries enormous weight as the winner will claim a coveted ticket to the upcoming Under-17 World Cup. Now, Burkina Faso, on the other hand, displayed their mettle by overturning a 1-goal deficit to eliminate defending champions Cameroon with a 2-1 triumph, leaving them eager to face the Nigerian squad in what promises to be a captivating duel. Now, among the quarter-final matchups, Morocco will lock horns with host Algeria, Senegal will square off against South Africa, and Mali will clash with Congo, making for an action-packed tournament stage filled with enthralling encounters. Now, the 4 winners of these clashes will not only advance to the semi-finals of the 2023 CAF Under-17 AFCON, but also book a spot at the FIFA Under-17 World Cup later this year. And from there, it's time to talk about Onome Ebi, Super Falcons keeper, as she is set to break the former American captain Christine Pierce's record as the oldest player ever to feature at the Women's World Cup after she turned 40 on Monday. Now, Ebi is the first African footballer to play in 5 World Cup tournaments starting from 2003 down to 2019, and she's about to add more to her list of honors. Now, the biggest women's football competition begins on July 20th and will be jointly hosted by Australia and New Zealand. Now, the Falcons are paired in Group B alongside Olympic champions Canada, co-host Australia, and the Republic of Ireland, and we hope to do better than the last edition when they were knocked out of the competition by France in the round of 16. Now, for Ebi, it's going to be a record-equaling tournament if she makes coach around the Wardroom squad, as she's on the verge of becoming the oldest player to appear at the World Cup. Now, Pierce, who featured for United States against Japan, coming on as an 86-minute substitute at the 2015 Women's World Cup at 40 years and 11 days. However, if Falcons captain Ebi is selected for the trip to Australia and New Zealand and features in their opening game against Canada on July 21st, she will be 40 years and 73 days, thus surpassing Pierce's 8-year record. And from there, we head over to England as it's time to talk about the man Declan Rice, as West Ham are believed to West Ham will allow him to leave this summer if they receive an offer worth £120 million from a Champions League club. Now, West Ham will also accept £100 million plus a player for the midfielder, with the Hammers already receiving enquiries about him. Now, his most likely destination at the moment is Arsenal, while Chelsea, Manchester United and Liverpool have also grown interested in the England international. Now, Rice will have 1 year left on his contract this summer, but West Ham have the option of extending it by another year after he rejected the offer of a new £200,000 a week contract 18 months ago. Now, West Ham will only sell if the money is right, and all proceeds from any potential sale will go towards strengthening the squad in the summer. Now, out of respect for Rice and in recognition of his performances during his 6 seasons in the first team, West Ham have promised that they will not stand in his way and dreams of playing in the Champions League if a suitable offer is made. Now, Rice is believed to be earning about £70,000 a week, and he would be expected to earn at least 3 times as much if he moves this summer. And now it's time to talk about Arsenal midfielder Granit Xhaka, as Bayer Leverkusen remain interested in signing the Swiss international. Now, however, a transfer is thought to be more likely in the summer of 2024 when his current Arsenal deal runs out. Now, according to reports, Bayer can in principle imagine signing the player next summer, and the club still wants an aggressive leader in midfield. Now, Xhaka was previously Arsenal club captain, although that is now Martin Odegaard. He has kept the team in the Europa League this season. Now, the 30-year-old can imagine a Bundesliga return, according to reports, and has told fellow players about the idea. Now, Bayern twice came close to signing Xhaka before
most recently last summer. Now, the Switzerland captain has resurrected his Arsenal career under Mikel Arteta, however, and is now fundamental to the team that is competing for the Premier League title this season. And now we head over to the camp of Jose Mourinho as Paris Saint-Germain have shown tentative early interest in the Roma boss becoming their next manager. Now the French champions will assess their options at the end of the season with current head coach Christophe Galtier out of contract in 2024. Now Mourinho's future at Roma as Roma boss is uncertain heading into the summer, and the Portuguese may consider a change of club. Now, the 60-year-old has a great relationship with PSG sporting director Luis Campos after the pair worked together at the Bernabeu. Now, Mourinho, whose Roma contract expires at the end of next season, guided the Italian side to a first European trophy since 1961 with victory in last season's UEFA Europa Conference League. And former Manchester United manager is aiming for back-to-back European successes with Roma, who take on German side Bayer Leverkusen in the semi-finals of the UEFA Europa League with the first leg tie in Italy on Thursday. Now let's head over to Lionel Messi's camp as his father has angrily denied reports claiming that Paris Saint-Germain star has agreed to transfer to Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia. Now reports released on Tuesday claim that Messi's proposed move to Middle Eastern side Al Hilal is a done deal, with the side thought to be prepared to hand the 7-time Ballon d'Or winner a record-breaking contract. Now, Messi's current contract at PSG is due to expire this summer, and it has been reported that he has already decided against signing an extension, with Saudi Arabia now being muted as the most likely next destination. However, Jorge Messi has taken to his social media to rubbish claims that his son has an agreement in place with Al Hilal, writing, "There's absolutely nothing with any club for next year. The decision will never be made before Lionel Messi ends the league with PSG. Once the season is over, it will be time to analyze and see what is there, and then make a decision. There are always rumors. Many use the name of Lionel to gain notoriety, but there's only one truth, and we can assure that there's nothing with anyone. Neither verbal nor signed nor agreed. There will not be until the end of the season. It seems to me a lack of respect. There are those who consciously and deliberately deceive without providing any proof of their claims and wanting to turn any malicious rumors into news, directed by someone in favor of their own interests. They would have to explain why they don't contrast the information. They don't want the truth to ruin their news." And from there, we head over to Stamford Bridge as Chelsea are reportedly floating the idea of a potential swap deal with Atletico Madrid that could involve Joao Felix and Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. Now, Spanish fullback Marc Cucurella is another player that the Blues would be willing to include in a transfer package that will allow them to keep the Portugal international Felix at Stamford Bridge beyond the end of his initial loan spell. Now, a second loan agreement has been speculated on for the 23-year-old at a cost of around £16 million, with Chelsea reluctant to meet Atletico's £100 million asking price in any permanent arrangement, as they are still hoping to find a way of bringing that figure down. Now, according to reports, Aubameyang or Cucurella could be used as make-weights in a move for Felix, with Atleti said to be interested in both. Now, talks between the Premier League and La Liga heavyweights remain ongoing heading towards the summer window. And from there, we head over to the camp of Paris Saint-Germain as they want to add French youngsters to reshape the squad this summer. And Crystal Palace, Michael Olise fits the bill. Now, Olise is now on the radar of PSG, according to reports, with the French team looking to replace Lionel Messi and potentially Neymar with younger legs in attack. Now, while Crystal Palace are said to want to hold on to Olise, they reportedly know that they may not that may not be possible and are already scouting potential replacements. Now, the Crystal Palace youngster has been a bright spot during an inconsistent campaign for the Eagles, as he has 2 Premier League goals and 9 assists in 34 Premier League appearances this term, including a spectacular free kick against Manchester United that suggested he could develop into a more prolific goal scorer. And that size of the package, guys. It's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. Join us same time, same station tomorrow for more trending football stories. I'm Henry Ogugu and this was Soccer Nation. On that note, I say stay safe, stay blessed, and have a wonderful evening.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect balance.
an election where some persons emerged as Rumekbe Youth Council. Just imagine, so maybe you are at home with your family, and then an election is carried out on behalf of your family, and someone has now been given the mandate as the head of the family whilst you are still in your house. So you're meant to submit to someone you don't even know. There was no contest, there was no election, and that person has been chosen to be the representative of the family as the family head. That is exactly what happened there. And it's a very, very delicate situation, as it points back to the time where something like this happened before, and it resulted into a communal clash. Now, what does this tell you? It's almost a reoccurrent, it's almost a reoccurrent event when people want to get certain offices by all means because of personal interest. Not because they want to lead, not because they want to change the society, not because they want to contribute. Recurrently, it will turn back to be that one time or the other, it has resulted in a problem, and it will result into a problem again. Just because one person has said, you see this community, I want to lead by all means. Why? Multinationals. You're the one who gets to interface with these multinational companies. You're the one who tells them, this is the cut. This is how we would meander. This is how we'd split the money. I'll tell my boys not to disturb your workers so we can split the profit. And at the end of the day, you're not doing anything significant for the community. All you want to do is, let me not say reap from where you did not sow, because you are from that community, but just, take the blessings or, what comes from the multinational companies that is meant to be shared amongst everyone. All you want to do is greedily take all of them to yourself. Rumekbe is a delicate place to be at this time. Or this event is a delicate event to happen at this time, because it has happened before and it resulted into a crisis. So I want to urge, the leadership of, the youth group in Rumekbe, please, whatever it will take you, make sure this doesn't escalate into crisis. What is it with tussles? We talked about tussles yesterday, especially in River State. I mentioned the Lakaya yesterday. Now Rumekbe is in the news. Oh, I want to be the leader. I want to be the leader. What do you want to do if given that position of leadership? What do you want to do? What is your actual plan? What do you want to achieve? What is the cause of you, fighting tooth and nail to get into that position? What is the primary motive for you to get there? Maybe you just want to answer the name youth president. Just maybe, one-time youth president. Or maybe there are things, and a benefit that comes with it. But if that is all you want to go there for, maybe you should have a rethink, because it's far from what youth leadership means. Youth leadership means you are taking the problems, you're taking the pains and the issues that the youth go through in that community, and you're taking it out, leading the youth, making it known that you stand for peace, justice, equity, and fairness, taking these youths, showing them what to do by example and leadership, making it obvious that you can be a Rumekbe youth and still be a contribution to the society. But no, what you want to do is, just answer youth president. Let me tell you something, or, as Fine-Face Dunamani puts it, I'll quote him. He says, the leadership tussles in communities, especially in oil-producing communities of the Niger Delta, are often caused by multinationals operating in the area. I don't know if this is intentional. I don't know if this is intentional, but do you agree that the leadership tussles in communities, especially in the oil-producing communities in the Niger Delta, it's often caused by oil multinationals operating in the area? Now, according to Dunamani, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obemi Ndukwe, he said that the reason for the crisis is because of financial benefits attached to the position. And it is often exploited by the oil multinationals for their divide and rule tactics. This is serious. So the more divided they are, according to Fine Face Dunamani, the more divided they are, these multinationals can extract from that community. But I don't think so. If I am a multinational company and I'm coming to a community, what I want to do there is business. I just want to do my business and go in peace. It's not about colonization or dominance. According to what I think or how I perceive it, it's not about colonization and dominance. But according to Dunamane, he says it's a divide and conquer technique. Where you separate them and then you rule them. So he was reacting to this misunderstanding, like I said, the youth leaders of Rumekpe community in Emoha local government area, and saying, look, these multinationals are the cause of the problems, especially the leadership tussles in communities where they are host to oil producing where they are host to multinationals. These oil producing companies, they're host to multinationals. The leadership tussles there, it's oftentimes caused by the multinationals themselves. Take a listen to what he said.
What has to do with community youth leadership, especially in the Niger Delta where oil is the mainstay, has the hands of even the multinational oil companies involved, because they try to pick the youth they can work with in the community, and it is part of their divide and rule tactics. There are communities in the Niger Delta that have been destroyed as a result of youth leadership. Rumekpe community is a key community where the process of selecting youth leader in 2005 led to the destruction of the community. And I'm one of those who worked in Rumekpe to try to restore peace in Rumekpe, and Rumekpe has never remained the same. So what makes this very possible is the petrodollar, because the moment you see youth leadership in these communities where they're exploiting oil or they have oil related issue, you see that so much money involved, so many interests are involved, because they know that who becomes a youth leader becomes millionaire overnight. It is an issue and a key problem that we need to see how we can tackle.
Dunamani, who is the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, however, called on the youth to put their personal interest aside and take the interest of their community and the people first.
What the youth should remember is that there was the community before them and there will be the community after them. And they can see that before they even came on board, other people were holding that position. But today, most of them have been swallowed by the ground as a result of the crisis they got themselves involved in. They shouldn't be driven by the fights to hold these positions and cause mayhem in the community, because the community will remain and they will pass on. And if they live a peaceful life, if you try to present yourself to the people to be selected as a youth leader and the people say we don't want to, clearly move aside and go about your other businesses, because I don't think that is the only thing you could do. So we must have to be able to ensure peace in communities by trying not to get into activities that will bring about unrest in our communities. Our communities must be safe for the aged ones, for the children, and for those who are very vulnerable within the community, because oftentimes when this crisis happens, the youth will run away.
So like I said, do you agree with Fine Face Dunamani that, the oil multinationals are the ones who in some way contribute to the problems, the leadership tussles in the community? Because by the time the youth are divided, it's easy for them to rule. They called it the rule tactics. It's easy for them to exploit more and more in that community without people taking notice or cognizance of what the oil multinational company is doing. Phone calls are already coming in, but don't worry, would get to take the phone calls and messages, and would give you time for you to air your views on that before we move to the main conversation for today. I'll just touch one more story, and then we'll move to the main one. I'm really excited about this particular one. All right, so this particular story, we had the man, the main subject for this particular story. We had him over, I think twice or thrice last year. I think even once this year. And the matter has still, gained so much traction on most blogs and social media handles, and of course the media, which involves a man called Solomon Taminotoye of Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic in River State, and the school itself, which is Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic in River State, where the management of Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic has allegedly failed to produce the CCTV footage of the incident involving one of their lecturers, Solomon Taminotoye, on the alleged harassment and damage to his property before the Commissioner of Police Monitoring Unit. Now, the CP Monitoring Unit had taken over the case of stealing and malicious damage against a non-staff and some staff of Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic from Port Harcourt Area Command, a case reported by a lecturer in the institution. Now, when the parties arrived at the CP Monitoring Unit for the commencement of full investigation, the CP Monitoring Unit asked for the CCTV footage to aid them for the investigation. And the management of Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic could not provide the CCTV footage. Is that possible? This happened on so date. Please go to your CCTV camera, extract the CCTV footage of what happened. And the school could not provide. Today, FM's correspondent, who is following the matter, reports that the officer in charge of the investigation, after the school failed to produce the CCTV footage, expressed concern that the attitude of the school's management has delayed the investigation into the matter. Now, the officer insisted that the CCTV will aid the investigation of the matter and tasked the school's management to ensure that they produce the CCTV footage on the next adjourned date, just as they revealed that they were going to report back to the commander of the unit. The embattled lecturer with Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic, after allegedly being attacked by a non-staff and some staff of the institution during a December gift sharing day, reported this issue to the police, and then the police stalled this issue to some extent, but thank God for the timely intervention of the CP Monitoring Unit that has taken over this case. This case has been lingering for, I think, a year now, if not more, and we're getting to unravel more things. If this man is saying he was treated badly by non-academic staff in Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic, he was robbed of his valuables, he was beaten, he said a lot of things, and he says, look, there is a CCTV footage of whatever transpired on that day. It was recorded. The panel of investigation, there is a recording there. Please, school, provide it so, everyone can see that I'm not lying against you. And the school is saying, we don't have it anymore. Are you smelling what I'm smelling? Well, let's hope that on the next adjourned date, we'll get to see this particular matter being resolved. Now, this man has been on this issue for a long time. According to him, he has not been paid his salaries for the months he was suspended. Apparently, he was accused by one of the female students there that he sexually molested her. And then, up until now, no evidence has been shown. Up until now, the report of the panel investigation hasn't been given. So what is happening? We want to know. Captain Ilichi Amadi Polytechnic, what is happening? Let us know. Let us know. Okay, so it's already 7:31. We'll move to the main conversation for today. I told you I'm really excited about this one. and we'll get to see how people in that part of town react to this. I know a lot of people have called in from Oyigbo axis and have been telling me, Dave, we need this to be resolved. We need this to be resolved. And God has answered your prayers. Maybe not through the state government, but God has answered your prayers. The vice president was in town today. I don't know if he's still in town. The president of Professor Yemi Oshibajo, who has unveiled the AFAM 3 fast power 240 megawatt turbine in Oyigbo local government area of River State. In his address, Oshibajo said in 2020, electricity subsidies reached 584 billion naira, but service-based tariffs have led to a doubling of collection in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira in 2020 to 80 billion naira in the first quarter of 2023. Professor Oshibajo also said that the Nigerian electricity supply industry will be able to pay for itself, adding that President Muhammadu Buhari's administration created programs for off-grid electrification. Take a listen to him.
The Regulatory Commission has executed all its biannual review processes without fail. Now, this is a major difference from the past. In 2019, subsidies reached a peak of 584 billion naira in an environment that became so burdensome for the Nigerian government's fiscal position. The introduction of the service-based tariff, the Payment Discipline Initiative for the sector, which was jointly organized by NERC and the CBN, and the introduction of the National Mass Metering Program have led to a doubling of market collections in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira a month in 2020 to a record 80 billion per month in the first quarter of 2023.
What does this mean for Rivers people? I'm trying to get to the report where I saw Mr. Tony Lumelu also being part of this. Okay, I'm looking for that report so we can share. Apparently, I know that the Transcorp conglomerate may have or is dealing with this particular launch of the megawatt turbine, the fast power 240 megawatt turbine in Oyigbo local government area of River State. How does this affect Oyigbo people? Oyigbo people would like to hear from you. How do you feel about this tonight? I know a particular person, Oyigbo town crier, who has always called and mentioned this particular issue, that this place has been excommunicated for a very long time from the power projects in the country for some reason. But the coming of Professor Yemi Oshibajo to unveil the AFAM 3 fast power 240 megawatt turbine in Oyigbo local government area, what does this mean for Oyigbo people? Are we seeing the total revamping of the power sector there? That means more electricity for consumers, more power supply, steady power supply. We're also seeing, the businesses in that environment thriving because of this new, incentive by, Professor Yem, by the federal government. Okay, so let's get straight to the calls. The phone lines are buzzing already. 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951, or send text messages or WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. Hello and good evening. You're welcome.
Hello, Dave. Good evening.
Tijana, good evening to you.
Dave, good evening. How is the work?
Work is good.
Dave, since the government have abandoned us, so you people have also abandoned the people.
No, we haven't.
Dave, you people have abandoned me and my people. The government of River State have abandoned the people of Elibolo.
the people of Ropankolote and the Lose. I can speak to you now, Dave. You need to come and see what the people are passing through. That heavy rainfall, and I speak to you now in my place now. Dave, the people are locating out of the community, out of the area now. And Dave, this is what we have been talking, shouting on radio every day. And you promised me of coming to you to see with your eye.
I promise we'll send our reporters, and that is what we are doing.
Dave, you kept me waiting.
Mr. Tijana, we took down the report and we sent it across to reporters. They go there on the field to make sure that they capture everything. So we are working on that, okay? Be rest assured.
But are people not supposed to come? I take you around where the challenge is.
That's what we're saying, that they would come there, okay?
Yeah, Dave, but do we have local government chairman at all?
That's the same question I'm asking, because that's the same local government. Dave, that's the center of the local government itself.
Yes, Dave, please, whatever you do for the people, do, so that go, because the masses is, when something like this happens, is somebody too that will fight for the masses. And while we have you there, you are fighting for the masses. Dave, just that my challenge I have now, I don't have all this Android phone to snap and leave it to you. Dave, look at what our local government chairman have kept us in this condition. Look at just to get a swan bookie. Dave, is it too much for a local government? Dave, if to get a swan bookie is too much for the local government chairman, Dave of Obiapo, in that matter, Obiapo local government chairman, that ordinary swan bookie, that to assist his people that voted for him. Dave, I want to assure him, let him, without tackling this issue of this fraud, let him not ever think of coming out for second tenure. Because me, I will fight with my last blood. Because the people have continued to lose property that worth millions of naira. Imagine where I can speak to you now, people are burning water from their rooms. Just a rain, just 1 hour. Dave, do you know that our canal can contain this water very, very well? And it's because of lack of cleaning of this canal is the problem we are having. And now, I remember during Amechi, the local government chairman then is the one in charge of this canal. Every February, March, he will see two swan boogie, one from Elo, one from Rumokoro, directing down to Elos. But then, since this new administration came in years a week, they have not seen such things in my place. I want to call on River State Governor to immediately intervene in this problem we are passing through. We are not asking of money. We are not asking of any employment. Dave, and I say to you, throughout 8 years of Yeso Wike, nobody from Elibolo was appointed even as LC to him. Nobody was appointed even as I say to you now, even in a load. We don't even have somebody, a cleaner, that was appointed by Yeso Wike administration. But we all voted for him. Dave, what we are asking from the governor is just a minor something. Get a swan booking for the people to clean the canal. Well, I'm also calling on our brother, Osi Dokusa. He is our mentor. So far as was serving his consign, he's our leader. He is the one to solve this problem, to reach out to the governor. He has the number of the governor. And when we have such person like this in our community, Dave, are we supposed to be passing through this kind of challenge? No, let me also call on the House of Assembly member and call on all the arms of River State to come to the aid of the people of Elibolo, Ropankolote, and the Los. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I assure you that we are on our, everything we are doing to possibly get that issue tackled. We would make sure we do it. Even if it means getting straight to the local government council to meet with the local government chairman, we're on it. I assure you. I've been there. Actually, I have been there. I've seen what you have said. I have experienced it. So, Tijana, I understand what you are saying. Personal experience. I have been there. And you know the funny thing, that is the same place that I think it's the second largest local government in Nigeria, which is Obiakpo, in terms of revenue generation. That is the place, the heart of the heart of the local government itself. You know, we have the council office there, and just beside the council office, this is where this issue is going on a daily basis. Goods worth millions of naira are being lost just because of negligence. What will it take to dredge that canal? I would also point fingers to the slaughter market people there who throw in their debris into that place, into that particular place. Every day you go there, you see that place heaped and heaped and heaped. Now, this is the effect. This is the effect. If the market men and women think that that is the only place they can dispose their refuse, I mean, what would the government do? Even if they dredge it, these people would come there again and refill it. I'm not saying, Tijana doesn't have any reason to be angry, because it's the job of the local government to keep that environment clean. But well, let's keep talking about it. We'll get to the bottom of this, I assure you. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Good evening to you.
Good evening. Amadi calling from Port Harcourt.
Amadi from Port Harcourt. All right, go ahead.
Yes. Olu Romebo, precisely.
Okay.
Mr. Dave.
Yeah.
I don't know how I will to you guys about Olu issues, about the flood ravaging our area. You can see, in fact, if you have someone that lives in Olu, call the person, verify from the person how Olu, this West Road is now, as I'm talking to you. The area, the houses close to Olu Junction have all been ravaged with water, as I'm talking to you. We are inside the water now. Inside our houses, we are inside the water at Olu Rumibo, Port Harcourt. And we understand, and we heard there are most of the elders, most of the chiefs from Olu community. They gave them this job to do a work, to do a good road, or to do a canal in Olu Axis. But these chiefs and the elders and the councillor representing Obiabo Ward 12 is also from Olu, but never done anything in his own community. There was never a good road or whatever. But what we heard that governor said, governor did not say. Chief said, chief did not say. As I'm talking to you now, sir, come to Olu, come and see what is happening. We are dying. You are dying. You should help us. You should help us.
All right.
Bull is gone. Bull is gone.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And this is the same place that took the lives of many just a few years ago. Still the same flood issues. Still the same. I remember when it was so bad that if you're driving through, maybe you are in public transit and you're driving through, you would have to drop and then walk through the flood itself. And one day I almost fell inside there. It almost took me, back then in one time like that. It's a dangerous situation. And then over this place, the other side of the road, stores, houses, all gone. People's investment gone. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Kukigam, you're welcome.
You are blessed.
Thank you so much. Yes.
You know that rain has started coming.
I know.
Try to visit Port Harcourt. If you visit Port Harcourt after this rain that dropped today, see all our drainage floor. Our governor did not, because I know he's going out in less than 20 days or 20 days now. He's going out as a governor. He wants to carry the whole body and it's a successor, the man that's succeeding. Government are lost. By this time, they are putting to the scene the drainage around. They open the creeks, open the drainage, open the waterways in River State. Take it for free. Last year flood that all people suffered, the attention was running around, people were making a head and here and there. This one will be worse. because there's nothing. They are entering to June. This is May 9th. They are entering to June by next month, and that is June and July is half of the year, not gone. How is people of Rashi region? How of we just said that Port Harcourt is blocked, will block. Then what the government is doing to make sure to mitigate this effect that is coming in River State? Nothing is done. My able governor is visiting about looking for what he gets from our center in politics. Can't keep begins to assume of the day. Whatever I did, get for staff, get minister, get anything in Abuja. What of your state? They can't say, you know, you're living at home here, you can't love what you get in Abuja. I don't like it. Please, Governor, we can please help us and make sure before this is going to office, set a team, don't allow the police to be here and say, the man will succeed you, the man will succeed you, please. So I'm begging Governor, we say, please, do something for this sport because Ranking is dangerous place. This area that is coming in June, July, August. Say, I'm begging you again to have, Governor, we can have 20 days to leave office. My 3-people market, Governor promised 200 million naira. I said it 5 days ago now. The man, Governor, can have 20 days leave office. He has not to see that promise. They are giving Sokoto, give Kanu, give Abia, give Benue, give Akwa Ibom, give Bayelsa. What of his own state? He made a promise. The government has kept his promise all this while. That all this he has said he will do all of them. What of this one? Say, I want to beg you again. Whether the government has paid this money to somebody paid this money, it is the press that will find dig to find out what happened to my business market. Government will so many million years now. Say, please, I want to beg today from again. I beg you today to the 9th of May. So that is my station I love. Please, Annie, again, my youth, there's other people should do investigation. But what is the problem? That government made a promise. January 2016, 7 years, he made a promise. And they have not been fulfilled. What is the problem? Is there anything that have you paid somebody collected the money at 8 or in somebody's hand? It is not people that can find out. Please, I still begging you for your attention today. Do this for those people. If you do that for as the government office, please, I beg you, Dave. Go and find out whether this money the government has paid this money in somebody's pocket or he has not paid it for. Let us know, Dave. It's the only people that can do it for us. So please help Rivers people. So some people let us know why this one has not been paid for 6 years and plus. Thanks for good day.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. 95.1fm. 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510951 or send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. 95. Yes, good evening.
I'm
Igwe Sunday, powerful. You're welcome.
Yes, man. From Rumuji town.
All right. Okay.
Yes. Nice work.
Work is good.
What of Faustina?
Faustina is wonderful. She's on the morning shift.
Morning shift. Okay, morning shift. Okay. My area talk today is about our Rumuji market today because today was a market day.
Okay.
See what happened today. You know this week. Because I've been shouting up and on to tell that they should come and help us in Rumuji market because they have surveyed the place and go around the area to relocate the market. The vacant land is just free. Nobody is maybe saying that he wants to buy land for us to build the market. The land is already there. But they promising us that they will do. The state governor or maybe the chairman of MWL, they promise us we are not seeing their break light in now. Nobody to come and help us so that we can relocate for that road. Because the East-West road is a very tough area. Look at how the way trailer, big truck is passing there. If anyone fail break, it will clear many human beings in the market. See what I'm shouting over and over. Nothing we have done. Even one truck is spoiling that East-West road there in the Rumuji market. If I'm telling you that I come and witness what's happening, you opposite to a police station there. Police is pursuing them. Sarin is coming on the way, blowing. Nobody. But yeah. But when something will happen, they would not know that is what they can see. But they say that the devil have planned, I don't know, that's it. But that is what they are telling that they should come and relocate the market. They have not done anything. That's my first area talk.
Okay.
Second one about airport to that of Binketa, already they have already started. That place they have covered for water. Nobody have even looked into it to come and even to grade that place so that they can channel that water can go one side so that people that live around that place will come and pass their way. So it pass there.
Because no way a person who lives, a person who cannot enter his residence again, can follow another person's interest. When you are following another person's interest, somebody will embarrass you. Say, why are you following my domot? Why are you following the track of it? So instead of them to make the main road that the person to go to is their residence, that place is blocked. Water have blocked that place. They don't want to look into that thing. Now, very soon they will leave the office. We voted them. They entered the position. Not anything that I've done in that way. That's my own tone. The third one about the light, electricity. Electricity in Rumuji. This is over 2 years now. Getting 2 years. No light in Rumuji. We get personalities in this local government. Nobody wants to assist us to give us light. So that any person can be managed to sell pure water, even do bad rain, so that they cannot be putting hand in bad things. But if they put hands for bad things, they will say that they will try to do some bad things in the community. Our community don't want to answer bad name. Our community is a peaceful community. Look at how the way they are suffering us. They don't want to give us light. During December time, we did blackout. The New Year, we get blackout.
Okay.
Nobody will give us light.
All right.
Thank you. This is why I want to arrest my case.
Thank you.
So tell them for the state governor or the local government.
All right. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. I lost a call. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951. Or send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. What is your eyewitness report from your community? 95.1 FM. Good evening. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening.
Please turn down the volume of your listening device.
Okay, good evening.
All right, you're welcome.
Yes. Comrade Anderson calling from Bulu.
Comrade Anderson from Okpolo.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
I want to give you eyewitness in my houses in Polo. The water there is very alarming, sir. I don't know how you can be able to hail our own matter to the government of the state. Chief Barrister to come to our aid to assist us in our road, in our environment. The water today is very alarming, sir. Please, sir. Thank you.
All right.
The state government to come and assist us, sir. Please. We are dying. Just like I said, talking to you now, we are inside the water. We are inside the water. Our houses are submerged with water now. As I'm talking to you, our stores. We are close to the East-West Road. Our stores have been submerged with water. Our clothes and all the rest. Please, we are begging the state government to come to our aid. Because we see that the chiefs and elders of the community, the councillor, they are not doing anything to assist or to help the masses in the Bolorimibo. Please, help us to hail our own listening to the state government.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This issue has been recurrent for the past few days. The floods at Rumigbo, floods at Nkolo. The government is taking note. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello there. Good evening. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Good evening. You're welcome.
And this is Elder from Oyibo.
Elder from Oyibo. Oyibo has been in the news today.
My brother, you are not far from the truth, but the truth remains that whatever the Vice President commissioned today or whatever, is just to boost the power supply in outside this country. You know, AFAM is feeding so many places within the West African country. AFAM supply power to most distance, so that is why some of them were having issue. Now that this has been commissioned, it's just to boost the distance. Do you know that the only people that are enjoying this AFAM power station in the whole of Oyibo local government, as large as Oyibo is, the only people that are enjoying it is AFAM, the main local government headquarters, comprised of AFAM, Miniwan, Izoma, Obama. are the people that are enjoying 247 power supply. Apart from them, other people are just, for example, people living in Oyibo Bank, we that are feeding from this timber substation. As I'm talking to you now, there's no light. So we are not. I get to understand that it is when the supply. I think to is it Port Harcourt via Eleleon. The Eleleon will now supply to us after maybe they absorb the one they will now supply. I mean, the way the whole thing goes baffles me. The people that are getting direct supply from that AFAM is the same AFAM local government. All those area, just they sum up with just within, and those are, the villages. So the population there are not much. It cannot be compared with the population in Uiboban. So that is it. So the major people that are enjoying this today is outside this country, and perhaps outside the state too. These are the people that are for we. Whatever the commission today, I can tell you that it doesn't concern us. We don't enjoy anything. That's just a fact. It's just to boost AFAM because, for example, now AFAM is always having constant power supply. And you know what baffles me? The personnel that work that place, I honestly speaking, I heard them. Anytime there is a problem, a kind of outage, it is difficult for you to see AFAM to spend solid 8 hours without restoring the power, no matter the height of destruction or the height of repair. Even if it happens on Sunday, they must fix them. They doesn't keep. There is no way they stay solid 24 hours without light in AFAM. It's not possible. But in other parts of Oyibo, immediately there's a downpour and there's a little breeze, my brother, in the next 2-3 days, sometimes 1 week you don't see light. Sometimes I began to wonder, what are the personnel here, the PSC and so on, what are they doing? Dave, it's a long story. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank God you revealed what exactly is going on in Oyibo. Even with this commissioning, there is no light today. Wonderful. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, my brother.
You're welcome. What's your name?
My name is Prince Andy, and I'm calling from Rundele community.
Prince Andy from Rundele community. Go ahead.
Yes, let me join my voice with that of the speakers before me to appeal to the local government chairman of Emowa local government and all the leaders of various political parties, businessmen, and even philanthropists that they should please sit down on a round table and think of how to restore light back to the local government. The local government has been without light for close to 2 years, if not more than. I think this light of a thing is not beyond their powers. The local government chairman can spearhead the meeting, call these personalities to a round table, and see if they can at least start something. Just go and look for what the issue is first. I'm sure they have made this move. He, particularly the local government chairman Chidiloy, had made this move within November, October last year. Let him call a meeting again. Even there are some young boys who are willing to put their one naira, in as much as at the end of the day the light will be restored. It's not, if he thinks the bill, the amount that NEPA is telling him is far beyond him, let him call some persons, even some civil servants, even ordinary people are willing to support just to see that the NEPA is being restored back to the local government. How can a whole local government of 14 was not have light? It's unheard of. It's not proper. What could be the cause that is beyond everybody in a local government? In a local government where we have personality like Chief Awute, where the chief of staff is from too, Emeka Woke. We have the APC State Party Chairman Emeka Beke, and so many of them. And you mean the life issue is beyond them because this person stays in Chiarue and the chairman cannot summon them for a meeting, which I know they are his friends. Forget the party of a thing. It's improper. This whole thing is taking too far. I mean, let him call us for a meeting. Let him call a meeting of the local government. Stakeholders. We need light. Crime and criminality is back to the local government. And it's not telling good on us. It's not telling well on us at all. Crime and criminality, seriously, you hear that here, they rob here, they don't rob here, and all the rest. I even pity people of the local government. I pity them in the local government where we hardly have companies We hardly have factory. We have nothing. We have past series local government chairman that could not even set up pure water factory. The chairman should put outside the box so how you can engage people within the local government to start doing something, no matter how little it is. It will reduce some of this crime. It will reduce of the money you use in security votes. That is it. And you need to set up one or two things. You see, when you employ 30, 20, 50%, that means you have engaged people. In terms of people who can engage people in his factory, the poultry and all the rest. Come and see almost 100 and something person that was employed there. And you can do that as a local government and pure water factory, block industry, what have you, within your limits. You can do that. I mean, it will also help in reducing crime. MOI is on the news again for the bad reason, and it's not good for us. How can we not have ordinary life in 21st century? My brother, is painful. Right. Please, I encourage him to do something. Please. Lord, please, I know you are hearing me. You normally listen to this program. Please do something. Do something. It's looking very embarrassing. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince Adi. Thank you so much. Okay, I lost the call. You send text messages and WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yes.
You're welcome. Good evening to you.
Thank you. Please let me remain anonymous.
All right.
Yes, Dave, my brother. I still do not know the witch that is fighting against the light in our community.
What community precisely?
Atali community.
Atali.
Yes. We were told that they were working or they have been working on the transformer. And the painful part of it is that the transformer will be okay. But just for the selfish interest of few individuals, the youth, who will go there and begin to tamper with this transformer. Before you know it, they will say this one has burned, the other one has burned. And that will now be a free way to go to tell people that they want to buy cable, they want to buy oil, they want to buy this. They begin to tax people. Even after doing this, you will not see, that thing will not last for like 2 days. Okay, light, they will just flash like the front. Before you know it, when you say, oh, let you charge your phone, let you get up and charge your phone, I am telling you, before you pick your charger, the light is off. And that is that for that day. Yes, okay, we were just giving bill yesterday. Bill of 33,000 naira. I look at myself, I say, oh my brother, if I refuse to pay this now, if I refuse to pay this, will heaven fall? The light one is not seen. And we continue to pay bill, continue to bill. This is painful, honestly. If anybody is enjoying it, I'm not comfortable with it, honestly speaking. And this is driving people away from such community where you think that, yes, because of the presence of light, no matter how remote a place is, yes, light will begin to attract people, yes. The reverse is the case. Honestly, you cannot all those things are things of the past. Ironing your clothes. I tell you, ironing your clothes. To pump water, we always look for fuel, put in generator, then pump water. Then what are we now paying for? Why are we paying for this light when we are not seeing it? You use your generator to pump water. You take your already washed clothes to laundry, to iron it for you.
Lost him there. Atali, what is going on with the electricity situation there? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Dave.
You're welcome, Pastor.
Simeonov in Delhi.
Oh, Simeonov in Delhi. You're welcome.
Yeah, good evening, good evening, my brother.
You're welcome. How have you been?
Fine. Delhi is okay. My brother, I serve the God of the 11th hour.
Wow.
When others say it is late, I say it's not yet late. And because my God is the God of the 11th hour, I know it's not yet late for the people. The governor will surely remember us. Even though 1 week or 2 weeks, I don't care about that. What I know is that the 11th hour God I serve will touch the heart of Governor Wike to come to Ndele and commission Abandele Road. This I know he will do before he leaves. I trust my God and I trust the governor. The able governor, the deacon and one of the Ikwere, I know he will not live in Ndele like that now. He will not. He will not. He will surely come and answer us. As for light, that one, bye-bye. Bye-bye to for light.
Yeah, you've given up on that one.
for nearly a year and a half now, we have been in the dark. And we already acclimatized to it, Dave. But for the roads, I know the governor will come. He's going to flag it up for our next able governor to take it up from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simeon from Ndele. As for the light, gone forever. That's a very bad, story concerning Ndele. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, Dave, good evening.
You're welcome. Good evening to you. What's your name?
Yes, I am God's Time calling from Ichie.
God's Time from Ichie.
Thank you very much. How is work?
Work is good.
Yes, Dave, do you know that sometimes last year, the Commissioner of Education in Rivers State, you people interviewed him. He was telling us that this time around they are going to share bags for the children in the primary school. Can you remember that?
Yes, I can.
So what happened to that program then? Do you know that today I was opportune to go to one of the nearest primary school in my community? I asked them about this thing. They said no, that nobody gave them book, nobody gave them bag. So somebody can just come up as a Commission of Education. Maybe they issue this bag of the book for one of the primary school in Port Harcourt there. They will conclude that they have kept everybody books and bag. And those things is not good for the state. Jonathan, as a radio presenter, go to any nearby primary school and ask them about this. It's totally wrong. It's bad. As a government, we just come up and tell us that we have spent the billions of naira on social program. At the end of the day, we'll get nothing. My dear brother, is bad. Secondly, today I listened to some people that work in a government house, September. I think they are River Six workers. The people were shouting that they look at the September, the graphics have taken over, and they don't. Some of them does not have a free. Some of them does not have the facilities in their offices. And if the government that was shouting that they are their best, Jonathan, they have done all for River State. And people are still shouting. People are still saying that a secretary that is close to government house. Look at government house. Look at the secretary. Grasses have taken over. My dear brother, is it good? These things are not good. As far as I'm concerned, my dear brother, since the beginning of this government, I scored a 0 in education. I scored a 0 in everything. Somebody just come out and began to put a bridge there and there. Is it what makes you to be the number one governor? No. Look at what people are complaining. Jonathan, so myself, God's time, I tell you, I don't like the policy of our governor. Jonathan, so that is number two.
The policies on what kind of policies?
The policies, as soon as they just do a little bridge, they will begin to lament, begin to tell people that this is the best. No. There is something that people are clamoring for.
Most people clamored for those bridges also.
No, my dear brother. Okay, is it the one that we were having at the Rumokro there? Do you know that I was in Rumokro, which they ran for? In fact, I wasted more than 3 hours at Rumokro Junction for me to cross. There is no place.
vehicle was jam-packed. There's no road. Jonathan, where he put the bridge is not where he's supposed to put it. Jonathan.
But if he had put it in a different place, maybe that would have still been one of the pluses to the project he did.
But as it starts now, that is a wrong idea now.
Maybe
hello?
Maybe just your personal opinion, because some other people would say no, that those places actually serve the purpose for where he built it. He built the bridge, rather.
my brother, I would understand this now, because we that do business that use the road safety will tell you more about the road.
Okay.
You understand? There's another program that he just taught. The first one that on shelves. These companies, how the community and all the regs. My dear brother, mostly Shell is the problem that we have in River State.
Hello? We lost you there. The network disconnected you. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. Good evening. What's your name, please?
Okay. This is Oshimini.
Oshimini. You're welcome.
My eyewitness. They're talking about that is flyover or Rumokoro. Anyway, there is a mistake here. There's an error. That's Rumokoro. You know, when you are coming from Obirikore going to Rumokoro, you know, some people were likely to turn, not to reach the roundabout. But there's no something like that. That is why the hold up, they continue there. That is the worst flyover or overhead bridge next to Mikedi. There is no turning first before the roundabout. Assuming you can decide now not just to come back to Obirikore. You have to go to roundabout. Are you seeing it? That is error. That is why the hold up continue happening there.
So what if there was a turning before the bridge itself? Wouldn't it still cost the hold up? Because people would likely turn before the bridge, and then people would still want to go to the bridge.
That's what I'm saying now. If maybe on Sunday you jam the hold up, you can be able to turn before that roundabout. Understand? Yeah, that particular thing. It is in this now. What do you call it? Is it this artillery on? Is there now? Understand?
Okay.
Yes, it is. And another thing, the major, my eyewitness, why I call this night, in room of Morale, where the transformer we are using, over 1 month now, we have not seen light. Why there's another transformer at the basket hall, and another one, Omaro. All those ones, is working, but this particular own in that primary school is not working for over 1 month now, because of they don't want to look into it, because of the council of chiefs here, they are not using that particular transformer. Had it been that this thing affected them, they could even 1 week they could have put it in order. Or Honda for Jesus will tell about this thing. He will tell you about this.
All right.
This particular transformer, over 1 month now, we don't have light. We are burning fuel steady to pump water. Everything, charging phone, you must buy fuel every day and every day. The council of chiefs here is not helping. It's not helping matters, because that the one is inside the community is working perfectly. They are using it. They don't care. Mostly the people that the strangers, mostly they are the people that are using this particular transformer.
But the one that inside the community, the council of chiefs, they are enjoying it. No comma, nothing. But this particular one, they don't want anytime that problem have that transformer have issue, they will abandon it. Because none of the single council of chiefs is using that transformer.
Okay.
That is why they abandon it.
All right. Point noted, would look into that particular case. 95.1 FM, lost the call there. Call back as quick as you can, 0817 0000951 or 0810-9510951. It rained today. What is the traffic situation at your end? Are you stuck in traffic because of the rains? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name?
My name is Chris.
Chris, where are you calling from?
From Town Isis.
Town. Go ahead, Chris from Town.
I want to report to you. I was what I saw at CS Borikri, secondary school over there. Last time, I'm not pleased with that.
What did you see? What did you see?
Okay, do you remember that their registration there, they will ask you 10,000, screening from 7,000. After everything, the most surprised part of it is how government, because they are not trust with education, my dear. Do you remember that last time they renovated that school last time? Even that next term, this past term now. And subjected the whole students to be in the school once in a week. See, I want...
Hello? Okay, lost you there also. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Dave Rubber.
Hello, Mr. Sam. You're welcome. Good evening to you.
Yeah, a blessed evening to you and a good, cooling weather. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Dave Robert, you see, the area report I have is a very terrible and dangerous and so worrisome and surprising that we are suffering in our nation, I don't know, but most especially in this part of the nation. And we are taking it so kindly or for granted. Mr. Dave Robo, I don't know. I want to say the standard organization, whether it's son, whether it's man, what are their names, I don't know now. Those people, they are not working, they are not doing anything to help the nation. Because Mr. Dave Robo, yesterday, I just drank a malt. I don't want to call that particular malt. I think that one should be the most expensive malt among the malts. And I went for it. Mr. Dave Robo, when I put it in my mouth, it was tasteless. It was as if I was drinking, whether it is water, whether it is... I don't understand. You see some of those drinks now. When you look at it, the quality, there is one particular one I used to buy those days. Used to be very thick like milk. When you turn it upside down, you have to shake it very proper before you see it diluting inside. But now when you turn it upside down, the bottom of it will be very plain as if they have rinsed it with water. I don't know. But when you look at some of the materials in the market, this iron rod, what have you, all those things they are selling in the market is a big robot. They are inferior, adulterated, and they are not good for human consumption. And the worst part of it is that the robot, they will now increase the price. When they were not selling those things costly, those things were of good quality and of good quantity. But now they will reduce the quantity, reduce the quality, and they will increase the price. Just go and see some of those bits. Now, that you used to buy 5 naira a small biscuit. Now, if you buy the one of 20 naira or 50 naira, the day rubber, it will be very small. You can't compare with the one we used to buy 5 naira those days. What is happening in the nation? And you see, the other day, about 2 months ago, I had the some water director or chairman here in the state was saying we should be seeing something and saying something. Now I ask, why are they collecting salary? If they themselves are not seeing something and not saying something, and they expect us to be doing something and saying something, and why they are collecting salary every month, they are not telling us something about their salary, then they are now putting us to do their work. I don't know. You don't go in the market, and it is very painful that even when you see something and say something to them, they will use it to go and make it themselves. Then they will not go there and do the proper scrutiny and make sure that people are punished for their crime.
Okay.
So, where are we going in this nation? You see, sickness, excuse me, sorry, this is a very critical issue, Mr. Dave.
I understand. Yes, I understand. But because of time, yes, I understand.
Okay, let me round up. So, Mr. Divo, you see, people are falling ill of different kind of sickness, not knowing the doctors, so they have diagnosed, they don't know what to diagnose again. They can't even come up with any solution or what is the name of some sickness. They'll just be giving drugs in the sense that they don't know what to do anymore. So this may be some of the reasons why all these things are happening. We may not know. Everybody is in danger here. Everybody is in danger. Everything they are selling is adulterated, is zero, and not up to standard, and they say standard of organization or man. So, Mr. Robert, thank you for this platform. Please, you people should need to be on the neck of these people who are in charge of this responsibility. If they are not doing their work, let us be announcing them and be making it, alarming it.
Okay.
We have to do with all of us in our head. Thank you, Mr. Dave.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, welcome. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Imama.
Imama from Mba. Okay, yes.
Yes. You see, please, the Commission of Education in Rivers State, being professional, please should go to UB director and call the director of UB for questioning. You should stop compiling that list. You should stop compiling that illegal list. You want to publish the list of teachers. You should stop compiling that illegal list. Those who are applied, give them message to come for interview. Don't give them message to come for interview. Not if you see a brother who travels to Lagos, who has not applied. Yeah, putting his name for teaching aspect. How can somebody who studies American engineering, we can teach economics? It's highly unfair because of man no man. It's highly unfortunate. Please, the director UB should call for questioning. Even though here, the director is located here should. Please, Commission of Education, send a monetary to the director is located here for questioning. He has compiled his own list. He has his own candidate. Whether who has applied has not received any test. The people told you that they want the exam. Which exam? If the exam is illegal, why the state government is not aware? Please, the board director of should be called for questioning. Even the UB director should be called for questioning. That list should be cancelled. Those who are applied, message should be given to them. Message should be given to them immediately. Then they can go, they say so that they can come and write the exam. Then after the exam, you see a score. If you have married the score or not, the man no man. How can somebody who has not applied? You because of you're in a position that you start putting your name on that list. It's kind of unfortunate. Those who are applied should receive text message based on the application which they will make, because they need to study the education. They want to teach. How can this someone who's mechanical engineering, not this economics? It's highly unfair. The people has applied. Give them a message. Please, that list should be cancelled. The director of Kenya here, please, Commission of Education, go to Kenya. Call the director in questioning. Call the director of UB for questioning. They are operating illegal list, compiling list, taking 50,000 naira, 70,000 naira to compile list. It's kind of unfortunate. Please, I'm calling the Rivers State government. Should intervene on this issue. Please, they should intervene on this issue and cancel this list. The list is illegal and cannot be operated. It's highly illegal. People who have applied have not received any message. They should receive message. That list should be cancelled. Please, Professor, do wake up and slumbering. You are not a professor. Are you a professor? Or I don't know what kind of professor you are. Please wake up and slumbering. The responsible responsibility. Decide to do this as a prof, as a Commission of Education. Please go out and monitor your agencies. What are doing is wrong. Go to Kenya tomorrow morning. I'm checking what I'm telling you. Go to board and check what I'm telling you. Those directors should be removed from office immediately. Should be removed. We don't need any nepotism office. Those should be removed from office. Replace another one, please. So the employment will be done in accordance. Please, I see the money, Mama.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Imaman. Wow. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name?
I am Mr. Mike.
Mr. Mike. Okay, Mr. Mike, can you be more audible and maybe bring your phone closer to your mouth so everyone can hear you?
So I'm coming on behalf of. Are you with me?
Yes, I am. You're calling on behalf of?
Ubeka. I'm a citizen of Ubeka.
Okay.
What makes me to call is there is so many atrocities that happen in that community. Nobody reports to radio. Those bad boys went there and killed every day. Nobody reports to radio. Nobody reports to government. But today, that will call itself Ezemula or the Pramnam Lula of the Lagos community. If those boys are went to his house, if he's going there, if those boys are went to his house and put fire on his house, he now went to radio amount. That is what they have destroyed. They have changed it. Many people don't do or food. This man was saying what is happening at Ubesha, and he does not even care to go to radio or go to local government or go to Pramnam Lula or the ASS in council or the ASUD in council. All the atrocities happening. There is no day that people are not killing as today. There is no day, no single day. And these boys are not penetrating. Even they went to one of them went to where soldier was guided to NLN. And marched the NLN defense. Soldiers. 2 soldiers, marched 2 soldiers. And unfortunately, they killed that boy. And this man, he doesn't have time to come out to the radio and report. If these boys have gone after him, in that case, the report to it. We don't regard what he's saying. We don't need his own comment. We don't want his comment. Let that community be like that. Let him know the rule and regulation about the community. If you don't have the power, the content, the respect to rule this community, never ever come out to go to see anybody.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. 95.1 FM. Okay, I'll take messages in the next couple of minutes, so send them to the number 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, this.
You're welcome.
I didn't finish up.
Okay.
From Ruma Morale. Like, please, I'm very angry. Tell them, call the Council of Chiefs, the people that is in charge of light. They should go and put that transformer in order. Because the ones they are using is in order. They just abandoned this one over a month now. Call them, please. Let them come and rectify this thing default. After now, they never will bring bill to pay. Please, just call them in order. Call the people that are in charge in the room of morale. They should come and put that transformer in order.
Okay, noted. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Mr. Zion from Port Harcourt.
Mr. Zion, you're welcome.
Those who have ears should listen tonight. We came across an incident last week and tried to truly investigate what's going on. But the guy involved could not and is not willing to say everything that happened. And here it is. I don't know if you have come across some radio stations that do hookup programs. I'm looking for a boyfriend. I'm this and that. My number is so and so. I need a girlfriend. This and that. My number is so and so. And this guy heard his number and somebody called him. Out of the conversation, what do you do? Oh, I am a Tyler. And they called him, come, we have a job for you. We have a job for you. Let's be honest, as a job man, you'll be so excited, right?
Yes, you will.
You'll be so excited. You've gotten a contract. And he went. Guess what? It was a kidnap syndicate.
Wow.
Kidnap syndicate. Where he found himself was a thick forest. When he came back, this was an explanation from the third person. And I told him, can you, if I give you a privilege on radio, will you talk? He was kind of scared. So, as a citizen of Nigeria, I said, let me use that as a privilege on your program, because this might be the first and the last place I will say this. A lot of people have lost missing persons. Nobody to even report that they are missing. Because a lot of people in this Port Harcourt, they are living alone. Their parents are not living with them. And a lot of them are calling into several radio stations in the name of hookup, looking for boyfriend or girlfriend. And they are being lured to their dead end. But this particular guy survived it. I said, let me share this testimony to those who have ear. If you like, listen. By the grace of God, for 23 years, I've been calling on radio stations every day for the love of Nigeria. For the love of Nigeria. Nothing more. If it is to travel by the grace of God, I was one person that have gotten all the privileges to have traveled out of this country. But that is not what I felt. It's not my conviction until we get it right. And these are the problems. Of recent, we've had situations of missing persons. They have not come back to tell us if they have found them. Or did you hear if they have found any of them?
Not exactly, no.
I want to beg us, those who are in the habit of calling on radio station looking for law, please be cautioned. Be very careful. If at all you want to go visit these people that collect your number on radio or you collected their number, please tell somebody. Thank God most of us are using Android phones. There is a setting you will go to and it will expose your location. People can track wherever you are. Once they dial your number, they will now know where you are. Too many lost people. We are only talking about the reported cases. If I wasn't the one reporting this matter, would you have heard?
No, I wouldn't have heard.
Imagine the unreported cases. They went, they never came back. They went, the ones that managed to come back, because of what they saw, they could not speak. We should be very careful.
All right, Mrs. Iron.
The last time I was talking about the Asia region, I choose not to mention it because people thought, oh, you are saying this. But those who have ears, be very careful. Mrs. Iron.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Iron. This is a very critical issue that has been raised tonight. I'm glad it wasn't through any platform on Today95.1 FM. If you get to listen to any radio station and you air your number for people to call and interact with you, please, I beg you, please be cautious. If there is any reason your number needs to be aired and then people get to call, please be very cautious. The best you can do, if you need to meet with them, is to go somewhere neutral, which of course would be to your own advantage. For example, if the person has to come and meet you in your house, tell them no, let's meet somewhere close to my house. And then when you go there, when you get there, you may tell the person, come by 12 p.m. And then you go there by 10 a.m. and you're looking and observing, staying in a strategic corner to see if that person is actually who or what they claim they are. Please don't throw yourself into a pit. These things are just funny. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
It's Robert.
You're welcome. Good evening to you.
Yes, this is AB from Rumunduru.
AB from Rumunduru.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Work.
Work is great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there is two things I want to talk about. The first one is the model secondary school at GRA by Poro Crop.
Okay.
I don't know why the last exam that the children took there, they asked them to bring the copy of, they have them to fill the form. And now they ask them to come with 1,000 naira to correct the exam, the result. So I don't know. The Commissioner for Education is saying that there is free education. They are working. They are doing this. They are doing this. But the teacher there, they say no. That nothing like that is happening. How can they say the last result that they got, that they should bring 1,000 naira to collect the result? What for? So I want to use this opportunity to tell the Commissioner for Education to do the needful. Anywhere they need to come in the school, they should do it.
All right.
Yes. That is the first one. Second one, in Lumundro here, for 1 year now, close to 1 year, yeah, transformer spoiled. And they tax us to pay money. Some of us pay 2,000. Some of us pay 1,500. Up till from October till now, nothing has happened. If you ask them, they say they are on it, they are on it, they are on it. We are in total blackout, close to 1 year. So we need the help. We need help. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're welcome.
I am Mr. Vincent from Eliozo.
Mr. Vincent from Eliozo. Go ahead.
I want to contribute something about this Okoro flyover and the hold up there.
Okay.
You know that there is something that can be done about that flyover so that hold up can go.
What can be done?
Coming from Eliozo to that flyover, you're supposed to make a U-turn before the roundabout. That fencing that they made around it can still be removed. That one of those slabs can still be removed so that a partition can be created so that somebody can make a U-turn there. It will cost a lot of money. So with people who are coming from the Uniport area, they can make a U-turn and go back. It will cost a lot of money. So this is what I think could be done about that Okoro flyover.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I think I would get to the text message portal now. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Let's start with this. This one says, good evening, presenter. Please help me talk to Okmas Nigeria Limited that the rain is here again and they should please attend to the remaining part of the road in Mbugidi, Omagwa. Also, may God bless Today FM for passing our messages to the relevant authorities. Thanks, Wodo Godwin, aka Bawa Mbugidi. Thank you very much. This one says, Oga Dave, do you know that without getting called groups, one can host, without getting called groups, one can't host any occasion in Ekpeye land. Good living from Ahoda. Thanks. Is it that bad? So without settling one called group to come and protect your occasion, you can't host any activity in Ekpe. Wow. This one says, Bros, ask the governor and Honorable Chidi Lloyd what Rumekbe clan has done that they continue to hire teachers to teach the peoples in primary schools. No health center, no good road, no good market structure, no electricity, while we are the ones who are the life wire of their treasury. This is coming from AZ White. AZ White, thank you very much. This says, good evening, Dave. Ekpe land is bleeding. Insecurity is a major issue in Ekpe land. No day passes without someone being killed by cultists. Let the government, state, and federal, let the state, federal, and local governments do something about this ugly trend. This one says, good evening, Dave. I am Frank. I work with Thai local government. I have worked with Thai local government since 2013 and I have been owed 4 months salary till date. Please, I want to call the chairman, Thai local government, to pay my outstanding salary. Wow. Good evening, Dave. When will I call you to tell you that the road and light we never had since creation of Ikodo and the Lokuma community in Ahoda West has been done? We want to call your station as others call to thank your station and the government. I am asking, when will this happen? Dave, we are suffering. Please tell NDDC local government, tell NDDC and the local government and the state to help us. I am Ada. Ada, it will happen. Okay? One day you would call and share your testimony. Dave, my brother. Good evening, Dave. There was heavy rainfall here in Aba today, but didn't experience any flood. Thanks. I am Chibuzo from Aba. Chibuzo. Kekwanu, all the way in Aba. Thank you so much for tuning in. Back to the phone lines. Okay, 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951 or send a text message to the number 0701-933-9962. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Dave.
You're welcome.
Dawanya got power from Akuka DT.
Dawanya Gospel. Thank you for joining. Go ahead.
Yes. My area talk is about this pension and gratuity, which we heard that governor had been paying 1 billion for 1 month. But many people are interviewed from 2015, 16, 17, 18. Nobody has told me that he has got the pension arrears or the gratuity. Where is that 1 billion? Where is it going to? If there is going to somebody, please help us to inform me or tell him to increase it to 3 billion to 5 billion. Most people who are beneficiaries of this one, 10%, 20% are dying every month. Won't they enjoy what they worked for now that they are living? And about 50% of them are incapacitated. They are not working, they are not moving. Why not try? It is their benefit, the outcome of their hard labor. Please, tell them. The pensioners and this and they are crying foul. Now, about 14 days or thereabouts, governor will be bowing out and saying bye-bye. Who will tell the new coming governor? I know he's a civil servant, whether he will do something more positive. I know Governor Wike tried to float it, but it is not appreciable. He didn't do it to the extent that many people will be happy. Not monthly, he's saying monthly, I'm aware. Saying, but this one, that is why we are there. Please tell me.
Okay. Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name? Where's your... You don't have ginger this night, so have you not eaten? Yesterday you had energy. This night you're... Is it because of the rain?
I have energy, but the rain was too much on me.
Okay, I need you to bring your phone closer to your mouth so everyone can hear
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
My brother from HA, from Akukabe, they call let me greet him. Nobody should stress themselves. The incoming governor, Sir Amupu, Iminala Fubara, is going to treat the civil servant very well. They should relax. Rivers people are happy for Siminala Fubara. They should relax. Once he took over office, there'll be absolute peace. Those from Aoda West, Aoda East, Emoha, the man is going to form a formidable team that's going to bring absolute peace to Rivers State. He's a good administrator. And we want to join him to say we are waiting for him. We can no longer wait. He's a learned man, well exposed civil servant. We believe he's going to move the votes to each permanent site. Thank you and God bless you.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving us hope. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Rob.
You're welcome. What's your name, sir?
Yes, good evening. Yes, I remain from the Children Papa, the youth president for Pakistan.
Oh, okay. Welcome. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. I want to emphasize on the same thing that I used to do because of that our road that the governor gave to us, because it has been a laudable project for us, the people of Akwa, and that is the only project we achieved in his tenure. So by my observation, that road is where that road, my community is in that road. Among the 5 communities, I hail from one of the communities there. I used to take a trip to my community every day, then come back to the male headquarters as a youth president where I reside. The job on ground now, the way I experience and the way I'm trying to see the work done, is not improving. Now the work is below standard. I can just assure you that road was mapped mapped for the people of Emo, Ogmokok, Iyak, Aegon, and they look Esidogudu waterside. That is where we terminate. That is at the waterfront. But surprisingly, the road is the construction work is going on. But the company have taken this lead to the waterside. Neither they have worked up to a low community, just with the process of their filling sands and all that. Some places they pour the stone base and all that thing. But then the project would have been completed before this other time that was even approved for. That is the link road to Egbolo. But of my greatest office now, they have stopped that side, not working. There is no progressive work there. They have now diverted from Emona to Egbolo. Which the architectural job of that the project was to start from Emo and end in the Sijokudu. But it is a very big surprise to me. I don't know who have instructed them to divert, to leave the road construction now, which is terminating at the waterside, to turn back to go to Jeddah halfway. The people of this community, now rainy season just by the corner, they will be suffering. And the way I see this little one they have done, some places now, the trucks have already there is damages along the road. The road is not of a standard work. I don't know the kind of construction work they are doing there. So I want to, as I'm speaking now, they are hearing me. Even those people that are doing the job, they work as they are hearing me. They should improve the standard of their job. They should not do the job in less than 5 months. This road will become something that is a thing of the past. The state government spends money to flag up this road for the people of Papua. The only achievement that we have achieved. And that is also our taxpayers' money meant for Papua Odual. So I don't want to digress further. Let me just have my way today.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. And we're taking note of all this. Let me get back to the text message portal. And this is still coming from Ahoda East. It says, Bros, Ahoda East to Abua local government road is getting worse for drivers. Trucks are falling on the road and causing accidents with cars and motorcycles. I beg the NDPRA company, FEMA and NDDC to come and help these 2 LGAs in fixing the road before this rainy season comes. Thank you very much. This one says, Dave, it's that bad in Ekpea land. We need serious help in Ekpea. Says his name is Odili. Is that bad that you have to beg cult groups to come and protect you when you're having your occasion? Wow. This one says, Mr. Dave, tell the director of UBE board to reject any list coming from educational sector in all the 23 local government areas in River State because they are doing man no man. Today I wrote mock exam and tomorrow I will write another one. I have spent a lot on internet registration. Please, director, let this be given to 2 persons who merit this job. Lady T. Thank you very much, Lady T. This one says, Dave, the 10,000 employment opportunity is being shared per ward, 10 persons. I took note of this message yesterday. I don't know if it's another person who is sending this, but our reporters are on it already. We have 8 minutes to the top of the hour before we terminate area talk and move to opinion poll. So I want to hear your calls, 0817-0000-951 or 0810-9510-951. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
You're welcome. Good evening to you.
Yes, I want to congratulate all that have said and all that people have commended about River State. But in all, at the tenors of our governor, we have done nothing for Degema local government. My name is Good News Emmanuel from Usokun community.
Okay, Mr. Good News, can you turn down the volume of your listening device, please?
I am saying that in Degema local government in River State, we don't know what we have done to the governor. We benefited nothing and nothing is there.
Wow. So what is the local government chairman doing about it?
We don't know about, they know what they are doing, they know what they are ruling.
All right. That is included into the list. Dear Governor Nyesom Wike, for, according to this caller, throughout this administration, nothing has been done in Degema. We have 20 more days. If there's anything that can be done, it is possible, and we believe that you are able to deliver. So please, Degema people are asking for something in Degema. 95.1 FM. Good evening and welcome. Hello. Anyone home? Anyone here?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, what's your name, please? I can't hear you. What's your name?
My name is Progress. Progress from Ahoda.
Progress from Ahoda. Go on, Progress from Ahoda.
Yes, I want to contribute concerning my area about the flood.
Okay.
We're doing ready season, and it's not as rain is about to start. We'll not be able to pass our road. So, and now, even when we are staying in chair, using heavy truck to put on our road, it's not as I'm talking, we take over my community road from the home down to the farm. We cannot have every truck.
I think the network is bad in your access, but thank you for calling. You can call back again so we can hear you properly. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Please, I've said this before. At Tonkawelenti, along Neka and between Rumukrishi, that is tank, there is a set of people now robbing people. Since last 3 months, I've said it before. The DP of Neka, including that at Atalia, the Lembu police station. Please, the commissioner of police should do something. It's either to change them or give us a new DP within those houses. There are group robbing people with bike and keke. One chance. If you're making call, it's either they take your phone or once you're trekking along that road, along that bridge, that tank bridge, they will rob you. Please, the DPO, the men on ground are not there to take 100 naira from keke drivers. They are there to secure life and property. Please.
Eneka, what part of Eneka again?
Tank. That flyover as you're coming down. Then if you move towards Igrita around that, what do you call it, checking point, as if you pass the checking point, moving like you're going to Igrita market. Please.
Okay.
Their work is to secure us, not to collect 100 naira.
Okay.
Those men use bike and keke. Please. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much for the update. If you're living around that axis, be very careful. Tank and Neka. And he mentioned another part, I think Igrita axis also. Please be very careful when you are around that area, especially at night or daytime. Hold your bag to yourself. Don't showcase yourself like you have all the money in the world, because there are people robbing on bikes in that location. And then the security agencies, stop collecting money. Do the job. If you do the job, we will appreciate you ourselves. You don't need to tell us to give you. Would thank you with money, of course. So please help us. 95.1fm. Good evening to you.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Dave.
Good evening to you, sir. What's your name?
My name is Patrick, calling from Port Harcourt.
Patrick from Port Harcourt. Go ahead, Mr. Patrick.
All right. Before now, I've been hearing people talking about Governor Wike did not do the flyovers well, whether he built bridge or whatever. But I think he's not the problem. The problem about these bridges built in Port Harcourt is the company that built it. With these flyovers they built, I now discover that, before now anyway, I actually used to think that Julius Berger is one of the best companies in the world even. But with these bridges they built, and I know that they didn't even know anything about construction.
No, you can't say that on air, because, I mean, in what capacity are you validating whether they are good or not?
Because, okay, sir, they are supposed to at least advise the governor on a better way to build this in order to cut all these hold-ups like that of Promokoro. At least, if you look at the flyover at Oyemi, Obirikwere, and that of my one, just take a look at those flyovers, and you hardly see hold-ups there. So can they do something that is better instead of this one-way bridge that is now costing more hold-ups? That's why I'm saying that.
Well, that's your point, but you can't just rule out the fact. I mean, these people have been doing construction for a very long time, so probably it was a unanimous decision to go with the option of not having any turn-in. Both the governor and the construction company itself. All right, I'll take messages, and then we will say goodbyes on the show. This one says, my name is Imaman from Mba. Please, illegal list used by UBE director should be stopped by the Commissioner of Education. This matter is getting really serious. This one says, Dave, GG or GSS Emeloko, my former school in Odua local government, has been abandoned for a very long time. The school buildings are now dens for foxes, rodents, bats, and other wild animals. I also sent the photos to your WhatsApp portal, okay? My name is Chief Arugula Egbogidi from Adada, Odua. Thank you very much, sir. This says, Dave, 10,000 employment opportunity is being shared per ward, 10 persons. Sam from Bigelele. Wow. All right, Chichi, I'll tell you that later on. Okay, so this is where we say, okay, I've not taken some messages here. This one says, Dave, good evening. I am God's Power from Oyigo. AFAM is having constant light. The gas turbine that was commissioned today, I don't think is for everyone in Oyibo. It's only AFAM. Since they restored the light in Oyibo, most streets have fixed their light by themselves. Like my street, The light has not been fixed. They are still collecting money from people. The transformer has been bought back, but because after they stole the transformer, the Amon cable, they kept it somewhere for safety. The light now is constant like before. Well, congratulations to you. That's good. This one says, Dave, good evening. My area report is about the neglected government secondary school, MLO Gov, my former school. Okay. And I am seeing the pictures here. Wow. This looks like, I'm seeing the buildings. I'm seeing the roof. It's already caved in. Wow. And it's a story building. Just imagine what can be done. I want to ask, what of the Alumni Association, Chief Arugula? What about the Alumni Association? Is it possible they come together and do something about this? This looks like a good building that can still be worked on. Apparently it hasn't been finished, so it can be worked on. It can be worked on. All right. So this is where I end the show. All we have to do now is just take a pause and move to opinion poll, where I will be talking about something critical in Nigeria. And I'll need you to call in and share your thoughts on it also. Yesterday we had an amazing conversation, and I trust you're going to be part of it today also. So I'll go on a short break and come back on the flip side at the top of the hour for opinion poll. Thank you so much for joining me on Area Talk tonight. My name is Dave Robert. You can follow me on social media. On Facebook, search for David Melford Robert. David Melford Robert on Facebook. On Instagram, David Melford Robert. And on Twitter, David_Melford. Okay, do have yourself a wonderful evening. Join me on the flip side on Opinion Poll. Stay tuned. It's still Today 95.1 FM.
Is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. This.
You're about to listen to Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm a petroleum mentioned? Do you think I used to climb from tree alone in the village?
So, and you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria?
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Hello. I'm actually looking for a place where I can do very good jingles. And
call this number.
What about a place where, like a comfortable place where I can record and produce my programs?
Call this number.
Sorry. This one is actually very important to me. I'm also looking for a good radio station where I can place my adverts. This one is actually very important to me.
This number.
This number.
Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
0818 389 2850. 0818 389 2850.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them way. All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Back there. Hold on,
Their cars are in bad shape. Very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I go shoot you now.
shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to carry animal, now you take put for road to carry human being. You never even wind the motor when rain dey fall. You no get conscience at all. Take, you be number 15, you be number 5. More than not forget my number.
Let's allow them to do their job.
Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
I mean, it's great if it's already in the curriculum.
My dad is happy.
Hey, stop slipping with that dial. Be faithful.
Remember, you can send your thoughts to 070-1933-9962.
Be faithful to 95.1 Today FM.
Welcome back to the second half of this very wonderful stretch of talk-related conversations that we've been having from 7 p.m. up until now. The dialogue has been wonderful. I talk, you are there, you respond to me. We talk about, changing things in the society, changing things in Nigeria, changing things in River State. And that's why we're always here to serve you as the voice of the people. We need to hear your thoughts on very important issues. And I will always be that person, that man who would bring this problems here and there for us to talk about every other day. Welcome to Opinion Poll. If this is your very first time, thank you so much for joining in tonight. My name is Dave Robert. Usually on the show, we address a particular subject and we get to hear thoughts from different people as regards, the importance of addressing that issue. So when I open up the phone lines, you call in and then you share your thoughts with me concerning the problem that we will be talking about. Okay? And it's aimed towards changing or making Nigeria a better place. So let's get straight to it. Yesterday, I shared the conversation on why people drop out of school and why we had a lot of dropouts in the Nigerian educational system. And we had brilliant suggestions and ideas. And I want the same brilliant suggestions and ideas for this very conversation tonight. Economist, I need to hear you. If you are an economist, I need to hear from you tonight. Now, a particular man who is famous in Nigeria, one of the revered legal practitioners in Nigeria. His name is Femi Falana. He's also a human rights lawyer. He has condemned what he described as the dollarization of the Nigerian economy, adding that the country has no business selling crude oil in dollars. You remember that song? 1 billion dollars. The country has no business with dealing with dollars. Falana said he has led a campaign against dollarization of the economy to the leadership of the Central Bank of Nigeria, who has promised to address the situation but has been unable to do so. The senior advocate of Nigeria, who was a guest on a television program, also questioned the Nigerian government amid the quest by the BRIC countries and others to introduce an international currency to challenge the dollar. He condemned the Central Bank of Nigeria for the advice they took from the IMF and the World Bank, as these bodies believe that the naira is overvalued. Falana also lamented that house rent This is where it affects you now. House rent and school fees are now being paid in dollars in some parts of the country. Okay, so you're saying, Dave, I mean, well, we have been living like this and it doesn't really affect me. Let me tell you how it affects you. You know, at a certain time, I think in 2020, it became a trend for people to brag in the fact that they stayed at home and they made money even if without going to work. They stayed at home and they made money without working physically. And how did they make this money? Online. And how did they make this money online? Working for foreign clients. And guess what? They were paid in foreign currencies. So we saw a very sharp hike in the increase or the demand for people who would rather value foreign currency jobs than the ones they had in the country. Obviously. I mean, if you're working for a particular foreign firm, let's say you're working for a content creating firm or a publication firm, and all you have to do is give them 500 words per hour and they pay you $100. Do you know how much that does for you? So let's say you work for 3 hours a day, so you get paid $100 per hour for the day. That's $300. Do the multiplication yourself. 300 times 750. Is it 750? I really don't know. It's been a while that I exchanged the currency. Now, times it by the number of days you work in a week and a month. And you see that people are living large by earning in hard currency, especially the dollar, the American dollar, the US dollar. What is dollarization? For people who may not know and you're wondering, what is dollarization and what exactly does dollarization have to do with me? Now, dollarization is the term for when the US dollar is used in addition or instead of the domestic currency of another country. It's an example of currency substitution. Dollarization usually happens when a country's own currency loses its usefulness as the medium of exchange due to hyperinflation or instability. So in a nutshell, by the time we start looking at a particular currency and saying, I feel it's best if I earn in this currency than earning in Naira, and then you place more value on the dollar as against the currency you use in that country. For me, I will not lie to you. I will be very, very honest. I charge in dollars, so if you don't know, now you know. Now you know. Because the disparity is much. The disparity is much. The same Femi Falana, I don't want to throw him under the bus. He has a son. His son's name is Fouts. You know, the singer, human rights advocate, and stuff. The singer. Now, there is something called online streams, okay, for musicians right now. So what they do is they record their songs, they put it online, and people go online to buy the songs or listen to the songs online. And guess what? The online space is not restricted to only people in Nigeria. It's a very wide space. It's the internet, international network. A lot of people are getting together. People from Asia, people from America, people from South America, people from Africa. A lot of people. So these people come on this, musicians' profile online and buy their songs. Now they pay in dollars. This is where most of the Nigerian artists are making their money from streaming. So you have YouTube streams, you have Apple's Play Store streams, you have Boom Play streams, you have a lot of the streaming platforms. They make their money from there. Just imagine, I'm talking about the pros and cons to this statement by Femi Falana that dollarization should end in the country. Just imagine that these people are not paid in this foreign currency. Just imagine that they are paid only in Naira. How do you think the Nigerian superstars will get so big that they, on the same playing field, can rub shoulders with this international artists and celebrities across the world? How do you think they would recoup from the investment they made during the production phases and the promotion phases of their projects, their musical projects? For people who write articles right now online, they are earning as much as $1,000 per hour. This is big money. $1,000 is about 750,000 naira in 1 hour. You can do that for 3 hours and you make millions in a day. What are you saying? Dollarization should end? And these people should stop making this money? But yet again, dollarization is crippling the economy, whether you like it or not. Because as it stands now, we have successfully substituted the dollar for the naira. In fact, when you go to church, you're not praying for blessings in naira anymore. You're praying for, God, give me just $1 billion. When I hear people praying that kind of prayer, I say, you're a very, very, you are good. You guys should have a talk. You're praying for $1 billion. It should fall from heaven. Do you want to cripple? Do you want to scatter things? $1 billion. You know what it means? You'll be able to buy communities. That's why we're having community tussle here and there. You would buy 10 communities, put them together and be the king. In fact, you can create your own state and be the governor. It's value. It's obvious that the value of the dollar to naira is some. I think I should give. Okay, well, the market is fluctuating. So, if you're into forex, you probably want to confirm. I don't want to go with the Google stats. So we don't get to confuse ourselves. But if you're into forex, foreign exchange, so by Google stats, it's 460 naira for a dollar. I guess in the black market it's totally different. Let me check the black market as per today. It's okay, 743 or 740 naira to a dollar. So that's the disparity, So think about it. Someone told me that even down to escorts in Lagos, charging dollars per time, per hour. They charge you for staying with you for an hour. $100, $200, depending on how, their services are. I'm talking about escorts. If you don't know what escorts are, it's not the police escort I'm talking about, it's another one. So if you don't know it, forget about it. But this thing is value for the younger generation, especially people who are attuned to, the internet and online platforms that bring in revenue. But do you also agree that we are gradually phasing out the naira from our system? People would probably call you and tell you, if you're not earning in hard currency, my brother, you're not earning at all. It's as good as you not working. What are you saying? The minimum wage is 30,000 naira. Some states are still struggling to pay. And it's assumed that if you're making 30,000 naira a month, that means you're making 1,000 naira a day. For all the job, stress, insult, abuses, you trek to the office, rain, sun, everything. You're making just 1,000 naira a day. Now take that 1,000 naira to the market. You cannot afford the average rubber of curry you used to buy before. You cannot afford the average bag of rice you used to buy before. I mean, what's the cost of rice right now? People who go to the market, I'm just that guy who would give money and not know what the prices are. If you can sort it out for me. The price of rice right now in the market. Let's see, for someone who is earning 30,000 naira. Let's see, for someone who is earning 30,000 naira. Oh my God! Why is my tab giving me this issue? Okay. So I'm seeing different amount here. Okay, some are saying 15,000 naira, some are saying 25,000 naira. That's for local rice. Some are saying 24,000 naira. I need to know 35,000. Okay, let's go with 35,000 naira. 30,000 naira to 35,000 for a 50 kg bag of rice. This one is in Abuja, 30,000 naira, 32,000 naira in Lagos, and Jos, it's 35,000 naira. Just imagine. So if you want to buy a bag of rice for yourself and your family, your salary has gone for it already. And you're saying people should not earn in dollars. How do you think people would cope? How do you think young people would cope? How do you think content creators? Do you know that people like Sabinus, you know the Sabinus you see acting funny on skits? You think he's wasting his time? You think all those videos he puts out, you think it's just free for you to laugh and call him, oh, this funny guy? Let me tell you something. If your Facebook account is monetized, you can earn as much as $25,000 in a month from views. And think about how many people view this guy's videos on a regular basis. Do the math. $25,000. Yeah? So 25,000 times 740. Current black price market, the black price market, for today. Black market price, rather. Do the math yourself and see how much people are earning just from putting out content online. $25,000 in a month. So these guys are earning in millions. Sabino said he put up a post that he's worth 600 million naira with 4 houses and 4 cars. Just from putting out content online, and people go there to stream and watch. So what is the point of fighting against dollarization when the Nigerian economy is not ready to do things that would help people? Everyone loves the naira. Everyone loves it. I mean, who doesn't like naira? But if the naira doesn't have value, what do we do with it? In fact, the new naira notes, where are they? The same one they made us almost turn to beggars for our money. Where is it? Where's the new naira note? Where is it? So, do you agree with Femi Falana that dollarization is a problem in Nigeria? Or are you against, the use of dollars in the country? Do you think we should build our local currency? We should build the value for the naira? Or are you like me, who is $1 billion? I will be there. Naira, dollar. I stay with the dollar. I know how it feels. Okay, so let me get to hear from you, young, old, rich, middle class. You're still struggling. God, I beg. that condition, that kind of class, to feel free, call me. Let's talk about this. What do you think about dollarization in the country? Are you for or against? Proposing, opposing side. Let's debate about this. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name? Afi Tonka. Let's get to hear you.
I agree with the legal practitioner, Femi Falana. God bless you, Femi Falana.
Okay.
Let me first of all ambash the CBN president or governor, sorry to say. That man has crippled the economy of Nigeria. That man has caused Nigerian women and traders to high poverty. Ask me how. During that crisis, some persons whom I know, like my own bigati, changed 1 billion naira to 100,000.
She changed 1 million naira to what?
600,000.
Oh my God! That she lost 400,000 in the process.
That woman out of business. See, I don't want to use some words, but please, we are begging God. I want to beg God to scrap this set of people who don't have ideas. I'm not saying they're not educated, but they lack the ideas. They lack knowledge to proper solution to the economic problem of Nigeria. It's not bad to resign. Die doesn't mean that you will die. It's for now.
My connection there with you it's not too strong, so I couldn't hear you clearly. Call back if you can. 0817-0000951 or 0810-9510951. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
I call back. It's like the network is not
Yes,
strong.
the network was bad. Yes.
Now, the speaker said by 31st of December, this legal tender is no longer valid. That is the old money. What is the way forward? We are looking at in December. People are not here in December. They want to put us to urgent poverty, but God will not allow them. Dollarization. If you go to the market and want to buy, you say dollar don't rise. That's where they sell up crusade.
Everybody, dollar don't rise for everybody.
Dollar don't rise. Please, the economical team of the incoming president, please look at how to build the small-scale businesses through what we have. And selling crude oil in dollar, I don't know if they buy crude oil in naira to strengthen our naira. Is it bad?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's not bad. So why can't you force your parents? Say, look, we can't take dollar. Go to the market. So once you do that, the exchange rate will increase. It's a common sense. The man is telling you based on knowledge. So if I'm a spokesman, a little bit, so you sometimes people talk, you listen to them.
Okay.
Government is not one way team.
All right.
Thank you and God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much, Afitonka. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
You're welcome.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can. What's your name, sir?
Elder Daniel from Iberia Mama.
Elder Daniel from Iberia Mama. You're welcome, sir. Go ahead.
I thank God for Femi Falana for protest to CBN, Governor and the Buhari, the way they are killing our economy. They made dollar to rise, Buhari and the MSC, and want to kill our own naira. You understand what I'm saying? You don't see it. That dollar was nearly overturned naira. January, February, March, if not the grace of Almighty God. If the incoming president will take somebody who knows what is called economy and commerce and put there as the governor of Central Bank, and MFL have to account with him and the Malabim, how they want to kill our naira and the money they borrowed. And both in naira currency, China currency, and American dollar. They have to account for it, seriously.
Okay.
That is what Tinubu will do. I will like it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Elder. But you people are not sounding like, this thing, you're also part of it. Like I said, most people want to earn in dollars now, me inclusive. I would not lie. I like it. I love it. Why? It's more value for what I'm doing. For example, if I'm charging you something and I say, oh, it's $1,000, you should know. As compared to the Nigerian currency. And most people are actually living off doing businesses online, making more money in dollars, foreign currency, than the Naira. 95.1 FM. Good evening. What's your name, please?
Yeah, this is I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Mr. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. When this Nigerian currency started depreciating and even little kid now, the first time somebody sent dollar to me, I went to Prudential to change it. I started, I don't have love again for Nigerian naira. Only one paper. I went to GRA and come back. My pocket is filled with. So to me, Nigerian government, if you don't want to do, a plate of food now in some of the restaurants where we come and food, take 1,000 naira there now.
It's gone, though.
And see how much that will follow you to come back.
You don't even have change anymore.
Okay now. Because me, I know what I'm telling you. Pure water now is now there at 350 naira. No more 10 naira. No more 5 naira. And that is the way the naira is going. That's the way the naira. I do serve public. I know what I'm telling you. You see, if Nigerian government, if they don't know what they are doing, naira, very soon churches now will start receiving dollar.
No, not very soon. There are churches that receive, tithes and offerings in dollars and pounds. Yes.
Okay. See, when I made celebrating this policy, I said it that this man, this Kola, is going to improve our economy. And the problem we are having is most of the psychopaths that they don't even know. But they will explain more than the armies themselves. Why the man will be laughing at them? You see where they will be telling you, the economy will bounce back. Where is the new naira? Today, in a week, you don't access that new naira in your office. You're a public servant. You attend to people every day. You touch money every day, and you don't access that money from week to week. It's not even 200 naira. So tell me what is really going on? Is it politics or what? You want to use naira to play politics? You are killing your naira. You are killing your economy. I'm telling you, where I used to eat, a plate of food there is 1,001 something. If you take extra, sorry, it's your name. People I am telling you now, people that don't know what you are talking about will now tell you they are doing well. Doing well where? I congratulate them for keeping the naira currency, keeping naira this. All it's not going to work. Because most of the lawyers, allegedly, they are receiving in pounds and the dollar. The one they alleged last time, if not pounds and dollar, be found in wardrobe. So who is winning who?
All right.
How are they paying you?
All right. Thank you very much. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951. According to the human rights lawyer, stop the glorification of dollars in the country. Stop the dollarization syndrome. But is that possible? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, David. Good evening.
Good evening to you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to be anonymous here.
Okay.
David, actually, Falana is correct. We have been saying this long ago, but I think it's impossible.
It's impossible.
It's very impossible.
We can't do that. He's not the first that has clamored for that. We've been having calls long ago, and we should stop using the dollar. The Chinese yuan is even cheaper. And if you check, most of the things we use here in Nigeria are of China. So we can trade in the China currency.
But we have been borrowing from them now. They have been helping us with loans, soft loans.
Yeah. But go and check China's conversion to dollar or to naira. It's far cheaper. Do you understand? So if we can move to yen, it will help our economy grow. But they will not do it. See, let me tell you, I'm an FX trader. Let me tell you something, Dave. I'm advising everybody who cares to listen now. Can you recall 2019? How much the dollar was before we had the president come into office? But we're even predicting then that it will get up to $1,000. God helped us. And we are still staggering within 700. Remember 2015? When we met it at 200, and soon as they throw in President Buhari, it shot up to about 600 after that period. And later dropped and came back to 400.
So are you trying to say that there is like a trajectory for when presidents come in, the dollar just goes up?
Dave, what pushes the FX market is the policy of the government and activities of the government. I bet you, if you have money now, buy the dollar and hold it. By the time they swear in the new president, if this dollar doesn't get to above 1,000 naira, next time I call, don't pick my call.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. I think I would heed to your instruction. Maybe. The dollarization of the economy. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria has been controlled by the dollar. Mr. Femi Falana is saying houses, people pay rent, people buy things, and it's almost like Nigerians now love it, okay? I don't charge in naira anymore, I charge in dollars. But is it good for the economy? 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello, good evening. Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, this is Abe King.
Abe King. Nice having you.
Yeah, thank you. This topic is very interesting.
Thank you so much.
Yes, because Falana has said what he said. But there is only one solution to this problem is if we go into production. If you like, say stop using dollar. If you even stop using dollars, it's like censoring Nigeria because we don't produce anything.
We don't produce anything. We do not.
So how can we? Yes. So how can we fight the dollar? I don't know if you understand my point. Okay, imagine the crude we have. Natural. I look sometimes if I wake up and remember that I'm a Nigerian, I want to go back to my sleep. If I'm serious, do you know that? Imagine we have crude. We have crude, not that let's assume we don't have crude in this country, and we are like this. Nigeria will just collapse and everybody will just die off. We cannot refine our crude. Now, we waited for Dangote, who is a capitalist, who thrives in monopoly, to build his own refinery. Now, as they are talking about for him to compete at completion of the refinery, they are talking about to remove subsidy. Because we are still wasteful. If we remove the subsidy, maybe fuel now might be, they say internationally, 700 naira, no more subsidy. Okay, Dangote will say, I'm selling 500. We say, okay, Dangote is good. This is the way they do. I remember my line, this line I'm telling you with, I bought it 32,000 naira. MTN.
Way back, I know. I understand. In the 2000s, early 2000s, yes.
1 year. There's a business you do that is a long-term, before you recover, it's a long-term,
investment. Yes.
But because they are, to me, I believe that they don't believe in Nigeria. Immediately you invest. You want to, like MMM. You want to pull all your money immediately. That's what they do in this country. And I'm seeing this government is like feudalism. It's not it's feudalism. Because they have destroyed the middle class. There's no longer middle class.
True.
Do you know, I remember in last 5 years, 8 years ago, if you see somebody carrying one tuber of yam, the person will hide it. The person will hide it. You don't like people to know that he or she bought a
only one. Yam. Yes.
But now, if you buy tuber of yam, you will be doing so with it because of yam is how much? Yam.
It's about 2,000, 3,000 now.
I've just seen it. You see, so if we don't go into production, we are just wasting our time. We need to, one, fix our power. Just little thing we do, power, so that those that want to manufacture locally, we manufacture locally, fix our refinery, then connect the roads. It's not even about this road. In railway, is supposed to not build a railway from here to the J. That is useless. We need to connect our railways from north to south to east, everywhere. If you want to buy tomato from Jos, maybe because of rail, you can just, a basket of tomato might be in Jos worth 500. Because of rail transportation, you transport it here, it might not even cost you up to 20 naira. I don't know if you understand. But look at Nigeria. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Happy King. Thank you so much. Dollarization. For or against? Do you think that at this point in time, as you make money online with the dollar, you're getting paid in foreign currency? Do you think you are good with yourself? You can just keep yourself and your family instead of waiting for this inflation to destabilize the system in the country, and you can't afford basic things anymore. As against people like Femi Falana saying dollarization is crippling the economy. Which side are you on? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Please, I want to ask one question. Please. The question is that this new money, where is it?
My brother, I don't even have an idea. I was asking someone today.
Please, so that we don't start suffering again by the end of 31st of December. That's what I want to ask. As from currently, and maybe they should tell us how much have you spent to produce this money. And the only product we have, they should start selling it in naira, so that the new naira will come out. Please, you are already a presenter, and so at least it's a problem we are noticing. They are sending us to abject poverty by the day. Our mothers, they will begin to save this money inside interland, down fishing port. I don't believe they say this money, this women, they cannot use their 100, 200,000, they should go and sell it for 20,000 and lose 80,000. It will not be well, though. Thank you and God bless.
All right, thank you, Afitonka. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello, who's there?
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
My name is Nick.
Your name is?
My name is Nick.
Nick.
Yes.
Welcome, Nick.
I'm calling from Nakoda.
All right.
I think I support that dollarization.
Yes, you support dollarization of the economy, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of the economy, I support it, yes. Because what is happening, since Nigeria is a dumping ground, we are not into production. So I think that is going to be better. And also, I want to ask, and I want to beg, I don't know if there is anyone you can, through you can connect for one to go into that online business.
Okay, you want to learn some online businesses. Okay, what you do is you tune in on Monday from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. We have a tech show and we share some online businesses that you can get into.
Okay, I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. 0817 0000951 or 0810-951-0951 or send a text message to the number 0701-933-9962. 95.1 FM.
Dave, I'll call back just 30 seconds.
Okay.
You know, the problem now is that this dollar we are talking about, you can try it tomorrow. Go to any bank in Port Harcourt. You can't get dollar again. No. You can do two Western, maybe someone sends $3. The physical dollars in cash to get the cash. Go to maybe you send away a lot of means to send money. You go to bank, they will tell you they don't have dollar. I don't know. It's so that we need to just, if we don't produce anything, nobody can come and buy. We need to produce and sell to the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's get back to the phone calls, or should I take messages now? Okay, let's take more phone calls. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951. Are you for or against dollarization? If you make money, I mean, forex traders, I need to hear from you right now. Economists, let's get to hear from you. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Imama, calling from back again.
Imaman, thank you for joining.
Yes, I'm also an economist.
Okay.
You see, I'm in front of the statement. You see, now I'm learning my statement on the show on the CBN governor. You see, are you aware that this new money is not a longer in circulation? Why the deadline has been given? The CBN governor, what is he doing? Why deadline has been given? The new money is not in circulation. The old money is still suppressing the new money. But the deadline has been given. The whole a country that is blessed with unlimited resources, that is very unfortunate that we cannot be able to maximize our potential for the benefit of the masses. Right after stated interest. I don't understand. The CBN government.
Hello? Oh, lost you there. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Dave Robert.
You're welcome, sir. What's your name?
My name is Robin Maja, the farmer.
Robin Maja, the farmer.
Yes.
All right, go ahead. It's a wonderful name. Yes, go ahead.
I'm against.
You are against?
Yes. Let me ask us. Do you know that, Dave Robert, that Nigerians, most Nigerians, or let me withdraw it, some Nigerians claim that our problem, our woes, are brought upon us by our colonial master, the Britain.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the arguments or discussion that is in the public. Then again, some now said that military wrote a constitution that we are using, which I do not agree with that. Because I do understand that the chairman of that panel was a retired justice of Supreme Court, the person of Mickey Toby, if my memory serves me right. Why will we be a country that gain independence after 60 years from such colonial master, the Britain? You can see what our politicians were doing before and during the election. Where they hold and they have their breakfast meeting is UK. They have their lunch UK. Have their dinner UK. Have closed door meetings UK. You ask me, my brother, this is my view. Nigeria is being messed up by our political class. Why will a country have their plans and their budget based and hinged on a foreign currency? Let me tell you, Dave Robert, the last time there's a football club in River State, Dolphins, they call Dolphins or so, when they won the Nigerian Premiership, that was last year or something like that. Do you know that the governor of River State showered them blessings and the money was calculated in dollars? Don't we have Naira? Dave Robert, let me ask you, if I do not meet a local tailor in the neighborhood, to give him a material to make a cloth for me, and I continue to import the Gucci's and whatever you call them from Japan, from Spain, from Italy, how would the local economy thrive? The mentality, if you watch very well, our politicians, what they spend is dollars. They do no longer put in their pocket the Nigerian Naira. They feel it's dirty. They spend in Naira. They calculate in Naira. And somebody will tell me that that is the right policy. Talking about the new money. Why would people talk about new money? When this issue came up, I was one of those who said that MFLA is the governor of Central Bank. And as the governor of Central Bank, he is in charge of monetary policy of Nigeria, just like every other country's Central Bank. But the man was forced to stand still, including the outgoing president. Who are the people who went to court to fight him? The ruling party, APC, L5, Ganduje. These are the allies of the president-elect. And you are telling me that Naira or dollarization is going to stop? It won't stop. I am believing that Nigeria were only acting and living like the biblical story when the people of Israel needed a king. And they refused to accept the one given to them by God. The king. Give them and allow them to get the king. God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, Robin Maja, the farmer. I'll take messages 0701 933 9962. Would you rather earn in dollars or in naira? Be very honest with me. Mr. Femi Falana is saying dollarization is crippling the economy. For other people, they are saying, look, it's this dollarization that I used to build my house. This same dollarization I used to build my family. I used to feed my children. I used to feed myself. So why on earth would I choose to earn less when I can earn more for the same job description? So to me, whether it's foreign currency and it's crippling the economy, I don't care. My country hasn't done so much for me. Let me get to hear your thoughts. 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. I'll take messages right now. This first one says, my name is Imaman from Baiche. I am also an economist and an analyst. In line with the statement of Femi Falana, I am in support of the statement. Okay. This other one says, he has made enough dollars. He should wait for me to make mine too. Dollars, they give hope. He has made his own dollars when he was doing and receiving. No one knew, but now he has made. Let me make mine also. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hey bro, Oxford, good evening.
I'm wonderful. Good evening, Jerry. What's your name?
My name is calling from JRA.
Sorry, I didn't get your name. TG. Okay, TG from Jerry. Go ahead.
In Nigeria, our country, where everything is being messed up. A country whereby they don't obey the traffic warden, but they obey the handicap controlling the traffic. You go to the fuel station, you can't find fuel, but you see the roadside guy selling in jerry can in front of the station. You go to the bank, you can't find money in the bank, but the POS guy who's in front of the bank has money with him. Everything is being messed up. Now we are talking when our own Naira, we've not been able to manage it. Ever since Mefule did what he did, he said redesign of Naira. Up to date, we can't even see the Naira, the new note. The new note, they give us a condition to spend the old ones for, and at a time, you buy something of 100 Naira where you have 1,000, and your change will not be given to you. Imagine the high level of dilemma they made the citizens go through. Leaders who make policy without considering the common people. You make policy that will put almost half of the country into a loss. Sincerely speaking, it is high time those people, they bring them back home. I don't even know how they manage to make those certificates they have with them that using it to mess up things in this country. They bring them back home and tell people that we are ready to do well, we will do better. Bring them back home, and we should go and look for something to do. The thing is becoming something else. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. It's almost the end of the show, so I'll just take a few more calls and messages. The statement by Mr. Femi Falana that dollarization should be stopped as it cripples the Nigerian economy. And I'm of the opinion, which of course is the shared perspective of so many other people, that the dollar has been the saving grace to some of us. You know, you make money in dollar and then you're enjoying yourself. You don't need to worry. You don't need to fret. You don't need to be disturbed if inflation catches up with every other part of the world. But as far as you're making money, you're earning in hard currency, you're good. You're safe. You can take care of yourself. You can take care of your family. You can afford the basic things in life, like food, like water, like shelter. And you know, when people say don't let the dollar be something that we stop in the country, maybe it might not sit too well with some people. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Boss. Good evening.
Good evening to you. What's your name?
Yeah, Reginald calling from Sokoto.
Reginald from Chokocho. Go ahead.
Yes. Somehow I will agree with Salama. Will agree with you because of the present condition that we have find ourselves now in Nigeria. The reason is that in as much as it is very clear now that our politicians to run their own personal economy, if it is possible that we stop the idea of dollar completely, if they use our local naira, if there is any law that will ban Nigerians from using the dollar within our Nigerian space, if politicians be using our own naira here, so in as much as and if that is done, we also grow our own local economy, grow our own local naira here, our own local economy. So like one of the callers said, issue of production is key, is very, very important. We cannot run any economy successfully when we still depend on everything in importation. If we are buying, we are exporting with the dollar. We are importing with dollar. I think that will not help us, except that we revise our economy. These things that will give us money, and then we make our money in naira, and then if we are exporting, then we can be thinking of the issue of dollar.
Okay.
So for me, it would be a good idea if we stop the issue of dollarization for now, so that our politicians, our leaders will key into whatever thing that will help us grow the economy of this country. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I'll take some few messages now and then would say our bye-byes tonight. This one says dollarization should be criminalized in Nigeria because of its implications and consequences. When we have a well-versed CBN governor, this issue can be addressed through proper fiscal and monetary policies. This is from Sir Festus Dignani, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Dave Robert.
Mr. Sam, good evening to you, sir. You just have 30 seconds.
Yeah, blessed evening to you once more.
All right.
Mr. Dave Robert, you see, for the very first time, this is the time I would say Femi Fanala has spoken very 100% correct. If not, before night has not been so. Please, Mr. Dero, I want to also accuse you people, journalists, too, before making my quick point. Two people will be calling, giving us news, and you will be calling Naira that they pay in Nigeria here in dollars. You will not call it in Naira that we too can understand. You want us to go and be cracking our head in mathematics, dollar that...
Yeah, because that's the exact report we get. That's the exact report.
People find a way. You are giving local news in the nation. When you give the news, try to get the local money from the currency and give us. Don't call up the $1 billion, $1 Mama in the village don't do.
Okay. Okay.
So lastly, you see, this thing has been a criminal way of trying to subdue or subject us to modern slavery. That is what the Western world has been doing by making things to be dollarized or what. So we should come out from all these shackles of modern slavery that these people are systematically enslaving us and telling us that slave trade has ended. It has not ended. So you see, even when the General Muhammad Buhari came on board newly, he wanted to go and do deal with Chinese so that they will be using their currency. These Americans, they came and I had Donald Trump when he came up on air and was saying China is trying to destroy their business and they will not allow it. And they stopped that thing. And dollar continued to rise and we continue to suffer. under modern slave trade. And this is not something good. We Africans should stand on our own, beginning from Nigeria as a giant, to show the way to other African countries, come out from this modern slavery of this dollar thing. And the U.S. should go and do their business.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And this is where we draw the curtains on the show tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. For those of you who sent messages and calls, I really, really appreciate it. But find time to do this again tomorrow from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. right here on Today 95.1 FM. You can follow us on social media on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. It's Today FM 951. And for my personal handle, it's David Melford Roberts. Do enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay tuned. The World News comes up next.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium Soca Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Amaka Felix. For the headlines, member of civil society accuses oil multinationals of sponsoring youth leadership crisis in communities. Coalition of House of Reps members elect of minority parties set up committee to produce consensus candidates. CBN threatens to penalize shipping companies exporting undocumented cargoes. And on the foreign scene, jury commences deliberating in former columnist's civil rape trial against Donald Trump. Details in a bit. Fresh crisis may be brewing in Rumekpe clan in Emoha local government area of River State as the youth leaders of Ovele, Imago and Ekuche communities have denounced the purported inauguration of Rumekpe Youth Council by a group on Sunday, May 7, 2023. Youth Chairman of Ovele, Mbakohia Giles Sunday Ajuru, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe, said the purported election is ill-motivated and was done without the consultation of other communities in Rumekpe clan. Sunday Ajuru, while describing the process as a selection rather than an election, called on oil multinationals operating in Rumekpe to discountenance the Ovunda-led youth leadership.
We are here together, youth of Rumekpe, mostly Mbakohia, to refute a purported Rumekpe Youth Council election that was done on Sunday morning and was aired on Monday. The election is ill-motivated, or it's not the election, it's election. And one section of the community cannot sit at their comfort zone and select themselves and want to come and lord it over to the other section of the community. And that is why we refute it in totality. We want all the multinationals that operate in the Rumekpe community to take, because this thing, they have a motive. So Imogu, Ovele, Ekuche, to be precise, we are out of it, and it shall not be burden on us. They should have a rethink of their mind and know where we are coming from, and not to take us back to Egypt, because our wilderness experience is still fresh in our memory. We have crossed rivers, we have crossed Red Seas and Jordan, and Rumekpe is in the Canaan land now. If they don't have any work to do, they should look for something else to do.
Sunday Ajuru also called on the councillor representing Ward 8 in Emoha, the Commissioner of Youth Affairs in River State, the military operating in Rumekwe, and other relevant authorities to call the group to order.
I want to call on councillor representing Rumekwe community and call them to order, the local government chairman, Dr. Chidiloy, to call them to order, the DSS Emoha and DSS River State, the Commissioner of Youth Affairs to call them to order, all relevant security agencies, even the army that is operating in Rumekwe to call this group to order. As what they did is not binding on Umvakoya, they should not come and parade themselves in our community as we do not recognize them. Umvakoya has a youth body, Ovule has a youth body, Imogo has a youth body, Ekute has a youth body, and the deep bodies are here to record their grievance, to say that they are not part of whatever that was done on a diver. As we discuss ourselves, it's supposed to be done that the whole clan is supposed to be involved and supposed to be carried along. Every person should go and build his own home youth. That home, Chanti they say, begins at home. It cannot be in Port Harcourt. Then we call them offshore. They're offshore youth. It cannot be in Port Harcourt and be doing youth in Port Harcourt. You want to lord yourself over the people that are saying in the community.
On their part, the youth leader of Imogo community, Uche Wodo, Ekute community, Charles Igwe, and the Emovis commander of Rumekwe, Harrison Wokoma, said an electo should be set up to elect the new youth leadership of Rumekwe to avert another crisis in the community.
It is very, very not great that somebody can just come from somewhere and form his own youth somewhere, and we don't love it like that. Let us set an electo committee as normal election, so that anyone that God will allow to stay, you stay.
There was no election done in Rumekwe. You know, as a leader in my community, if there is anything such as election, I think I'll be aware. My chairman will be aware. The entire community will be aware. So I'm only advising the youth of Rumekwe to come together, and so we resolve whatever been the cause.
We have made such step before, and this such step we make before is what bring crisis in Rumekwe. Everybody that knows about Rumekwe know that Rumekwe is coming out from crisis. I am saying it as a security man. So I am begging our councillor, our youth chairman, our governor to come and help us and stop this.
A separate group from Rumekwe clan had carried out an election where some persons emerged as Rumekwe Youth Council. Meanwhile, a member of civil society, Five Face, Dumna Mene, says youth leadership tussles in communities, especially in oil-producing communities in the Niger Delta, are often caused by oil multinationals operating in the area. Dumna Mene, in an interview with Today FM's Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe, said the reason for the crisis is because of the financial benefit attached to the position, and it is often exploited by the oil multinationals for their divide-and-rule tactics. He was reacting to a recent misunderstanding between the youth leaders of Rumekwe community in Emoha local government area of River State.
What has to do with community youth leadership, especially in the Niger Delta where oil is the mainstay, has the hands of even the multinational oil companies involved, because they try to pick the youth they can work with in the community, and it is part of their divide and rule tactics. There are communities in the Niger Delta that have been destroyed as a result of youth leadership. Rumekwe community is a key community where the process of selecting youth leader in 2005 led to the destruction of the community. And I'm one of those who worked in Rumekwe to try to restore peace in Rumekwe. And Rumekwe has never remained the same. So what makes this very possible is the petrodollar. Because the moment you see youth leadership in these communities where they are exploiting oil or they have oil-related issue, you see that so much money involved, so many interests are involved, because they know that who becomes a youth leader becomes millionaire overnight. It is an issue and a key problem that we need to see how we can tackle.
Dumna Mene, who is the Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, however, called on the youth to put the interests of their community and their people first.
What the youth should remember is that there was the community before them, and there will be the community after them. And they can see that before they even came on board, other people were holding their position. But today, most of them have been swallowed by the ground as a result of the crisis they got themselves involved in. They shouldn't be driven by the fights to hold these positions and cause mayhem in the community, because the community will remain and they will pass on. And if they live a peaceful life, if you try to present yourself to the people to be selected as a youth leader and the people say we don't want you, clearly move aside and go about your other businesses, because I don't think that is the only thing you could do. So we must have to be able to ensure peace in communities by trying not to get into activities that will bring about unrest in our communities. Our communities must be safe for the aged ones, for the children, and for those who are very vulnerable within the community, because oftentimes when this crisis happens, the youth will run away.
Members of Alakahe Council of Chiefs, Elders, CDC, youths, and all the stakeholders in Ubiapo local government area of River State have condemned the activities of some people they described as unscrupulous elements in their community. The people particularly mentioned last Sunday's incident, which they alleged almost collapsed the peace of the community, but for the timely intervention of the security agencies. The Alakahia stakeholders reaffirmed that His Royal Highness Eze Daniel Ugbonna Dodo remains the paramount ruler and Inyewe Ali Alakahia community. The people in the statement, jointly signed by the second in command, Alakahia Community Council of Chiefs, Joseph Amadi, and Chairman, Community Development Committee, Samuel Anelechi, further enjoined the general public to disregard news making rounds for possible new paramount ruler in Alakahia. The statement maintained that information should be verified because of the handworks of some mischief makers in the community, warning that anybody addressing himself as a paramount ruler of Alakahia is simply an imposter and should be treated as one. Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo has unveiled the AFAM 3 Fast Power 240 megawatt turbine in Oyigbo local government area of River State. In his address, Osinbajo said in 2020, electricity subsidies reached 584 billion naira, but service-based tariffs have led to a doubling of collection in the Nigeria electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira in 2020 to 80 billion naira in the first quarter of 2023. Professor Osinbajo also said that the Nigeria electricity supply industry will be able to pay for itself, adding that President Muhammadu Buhari's administration created programs for off-grid electrification.
The Regulatory Commission has executed all its biannual review processes without fail. Now, this is a major difference from the past. In 2019, subsidies reached a peak of 584 billion naira in an environment that became so burdensome for the Nigerian government's fiscal position. The introduction of the service-based tariff, the Payment Discipline Initiative for the sector, which was jointly organized by NERC and the CBN, and the introduction of the National Mass Metering Program have led to a doubling of market collections in the Nigerian electricity supply industry from 40 billion naira a month in 2020 to a record 80 billion per month in the first quarter of 2023.
The Supreme Court has set aside the appeal by Adeboyega Oyetola of the All Progressives Congress challenging the election of Ademola Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party as Osun State Governor. The Apex Court, in its judgment, read by Justice Emmanuel Agim, also upheld the appeal court's judgment, which upheld the election of Adeleke as the state governor. The Apex Court held that the appellant failed to adduce enough evidence to prove his allegation of overvoting in the July 16, 2022 governorship election. The judgment is affirmed and adopted by the entire 5 members of the panel. According to all the members of the panel, that the appeal lacks merit. Meanwhile, Governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, has dedicated his victory at the Supreme Court to God and the people of the state. Minutes after the verdict of the Apex Court, Adeleke, who contested under the People's Democratic Party, thanked the people for their support. The PDP also commended the judgment, saying it affirms the PDP's popularity among Nigerians.
Even though there was little distraction, we were focused. You journalists can testify to our 100 days in office. I mean, you have seen it all. You went with me, you worked with me, you saw what we have done. And work is still going, despite the fact of little distraction. Now there's no distraction again. We have all our agenda, our 5-point agenda in the making. You just wait and see, because we can tell you our government is grassroots. Our government is people's government. They ain't seen nothing yet. We have a lot of goodies in stock for our lovely Osun people.
In the meantime, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged residents of Osun State to team up with Governor Ademola Adeleke to build up the state. In a statement by the presidential spokesman Femi Adesina, the president recognized today's judgment of the Supreme Court on the July 16, 2022 governorship election in Osun State, as well as the important role of the judiciary in deepening rule of law and democracy. The Presidential Election Petition Court has ordered the All Progressives Congress and its presidential candidate Bola Tinubu to file their responses to all pending applications in the case instituted by the Allied People's Movement. The Independent National Electoral Commission had declared Tinubu winner of the 25 February presidential election, but the APM, among other opposition political parties, with their presidential candidate, is urging the court to nullify Tinubu's victory on account of his non-qualification as a candidate of the APC. At a pre-hearing session of the court today, after taking submissions from lawyers to parties in the APM's petition, a 5-member panel of the court led by Haruna Samani ordered all parties to file their responses to all pending applications before the next hearing date. Samani adjourned the petition until Thursday for continuation of the pre-hearing session. This is the world news on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back and thanks for staying tuned. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has urged senators-elect and members-elect of the 10th National Assembly to engage in discourse that must be unimpeachable. He made the call during the induction of the first batch of new members of the House today in Abuja. While congratulating the members on their election victories, Gbajabiamila called on them to justify the offices held by the quality of endeavors in that office. He further said that the 2023 general elections were the most hard-fought and competitive ever since the return to democratic rule in 1999. Declaring the induction open, Senate President Ahmad Lawan said that at the onset, the 9th Senate was mindful of the damaging effects of persistent conflict with the executive and the resultant impact on the legislative activities. A coalition of members-elect of the minority parties have set up a committee to produce consensus candidates for the positions of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives from their ranks. The members-elect, drawn from the 7 minority parties, in a statement said they would use their numerical strength to produce the presiding officers of the lower house. The parties are the People's Democratic Party, Labour Party, New Nigeria People's Party, All Progressives Grand Alliance, Social Democratic Party, African Democratic Congress, and the Young Progressive Party. The 10th National Assembly will be inaugurated in June. The Central Bank of Nigeria has threatened to penalize shipping companies exporting undocumented cargoes from the country. The CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele said this today while speaking at the RT200 Non-Oil Export Summit 2023 in Abuja. Governor Emefiele said the development of the non-oil export sector is crucial given that it holds vast potential for generating a significant amount of foreign exchange earnings. He said the CBN regularly monitors and appeals to exporters to document their exports and repatriate proceeds so they can be utilized optimally for the benefit of the country's economy.
Export proceeds that helps our economy. We're able to generate export proceeds that wins us away from depending on Central Bank of Nigeria as our source of foreign exchange to meet our imports. It is a dream, and I pray that it comes true very soon. I want to assure you that the bank is committed to strengthening and expanding foreign exchange supply into the market. Naturally, you are all important in this clarion call of expanding the supply of foreign exchange inflows into our economy. For exporters flying the flag of Nigeria in the international market, the Bankers Committee and the CBN stands ready to partner with you to achieve your goals. You can benefit from the many financial programs introduced by the CBN through your bank.
Moving on to the foreign scene, a United Nations agency says the number of people displaced inside Sudan by fighting between rival military factions has more than doubled in the past week to around 700,000. The increase in displacements has raised fears of an escalation in violence despite ceasefire talks being held in Saudi Arabia. Airstrikes and ground battles are continuing in the capital, Khartoum. Entire neighborhoods have become empty as residents flee their homes. Khartoum had a population of 5.4 million, but the once peaceful city has been devastated by the conflict that broke out on 15th April. More than 600 people have now been killed and 5,000 wounded in the conflict. Elsewhere, a jury has begun deliberating in a former columnist's civil rape trial against Donald Trump. E. Jean Carroll is suing the ex-U.S. president, alleging he raped her in a Manhattan departmental store nearly 30 years ago. She is seeking an unspecified amount in damages. The 2-week trial in New York federal court has featured tense exchanges with lawyers and controversial remarks about women's bodies. Trump did not appear in court to testify and has consistently denied the accusation. In sport, Wolves have been charged by the Football Association for failing to control fans at a match disrupted by homophobic chants. 3 arrests were made for alleged homophobic chanting when Wolves beat Chelsea at Molineux last month. Supporters were told over the PA system during the game that discriminatory behavior and chants were not tolerated. Both clubs later condemned the chants and Wolves are now facing a sanction. The FA said Wolves had breached the FA Rule E21 twice during the fixture. Rule E21 states that a club must ensure that spectators and or a club's supporters conduct themselves in an orderly fashion and not use words or otherwise behave in a way that is improper, offensive, abusive, indecent or insulting with either expressing or implied reference to sexual orientation. The club has until Monday 15 May to respond. In entertainment, Nigerian singer David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has announced a new series on global streaming giant Netflix. The documentary series, according to Davido, focuses on his life. The singer made the announcement in a recent interview with Esquire Middle East. He said the series will premiere on Netflix this December and is titled David. Trending news, here is a summary of the major stories. A member of civil society has accused oil multinationals of sponsoring youth leadership crisis in oil-producing communities. A coalition of House of Reps members-elect of minority parties have set up a committee to produce consensus candidates. You heard that the CBN has threatened to penalize shipping companies exporting undocumented cargoes. And on the foreign scene, we told you that a jury has commenced deliberating in former columnist's civil rape trial against Donald Trump. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Amaka Felix. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You're about to listen to
Get ready. It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in this video?
So, you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was your favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time. Conspiracy.
Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM Bataka, the voice of the people, and it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I am Amaka Felix. In the headline, Malawi court orders schools to allow students dreadlocks. Israel strikes Gaza, killing 13 people, including 4 children. 60 people die in ethnic clashes in northeastern Indian state of Manipur. Police arrest Pakistan's former Prime Minister outside High Court in Islamabad. Now the news in detail. Malawi, a high court in Malawi has directed the Ministry of Education to allow students with dreadlocks to be enrolled in public schools in the country. The court further ordered the ministry to issue a circular by June 30, announcing the removal of restrictions barring Rastafarian learners from attending public schools. The court ruled on a petition filed on behalf of 2 Rastafarians who were denied admission to public schools in 2010 and 2016 for growing dreadlocks. The learners, through human rights organizations, obtained an injunction and thereafter filed a suit seeking to have Rastafari children allowed access to schools without prejudice. A United Nations agency says the number of people displaced inside Sudan by fighting between rival military factions has more than doubled in the past week to around 700,000. The increase in displacements has raised fears of an escalation in violence despite ceasefire talks being held in Saudi Arabia. Airstrikes and ground battles are continuing in the capital, Khartoum. Entire neighborhoods have become empty as residents flee their homes. Khartoum had a population of 5.5 million, but the once peaceful city has been devastated by the conflict that broke out on 15 April. More than 600 people have now been killed and 5,000 wounded in the conflict. People affected by the floods and landslides in the Democratic Republic of Congo are still in dire need of humanitarian assistance, a program specialist from aid group Chorus says. Authorities announced that the death toll had reached more than 400 and that number is expected to increase, Jean Anze said. Floods and landslides hit 2 villages in eastern Congo last week, and since then, people have been digging through the mud with their hands in a desperate search for missing relatives. And they added that authorities need to set up psychological centers where people can openly talk about their grief. Shalom Mining has applied to explore for oil and gas in Mana Pools, which has been designated as a World Heritage Site by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, according to a notice in the Zimbabwean Government Gazette. Mana Pools lies on the southern bank of the Zambezi River that serves as the border between Zimbabwe and Zambia. The river braids across a floodplain, attracting wildlife and serving as a site of a number of luxury lodges that charge $1,000 a night. The Mining Affairs Board said in a notice that Shalom has applied for an exploration license over an area of 130,000 hectares, and any objections will need to be lodged by May 19. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan has been arrested outside the High Court in the capital, Islamabad. Khan was appearing in court on charges of corruption, which he says are politically motivated. Footage showed dozens of paramilitary forces in armored vehicles detaining Khan after he entered the court compound, then driving him away. He was ousted as Prime Minister in April last year and has been campaigning for early elections since then. General elections are due to be held later this year. Ukrainian officials say air defenses downed 15 Russian cruise missiles, which were launched overnight against the capital, Kiev. Ukraine's military said it destroyed 23 of 25 cruise missiles launched across the country. No casualties were reported from the attack, according to Serhiy Pepko, a senior Kiev military official. The new missile attacks came hours before Russia was due to celebrate Victory Day. The May 9 holiday commemorates the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany during World War II. Russian President Vladimir Putin has compared the Ukraine war, which he falsely defines as a battle against a new Nazi regime, to Adolf Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union. The Metropolitan Police has expressed regret over the arrests of 6 anti-monarchy protesters on Coronation Day. Republic Chief Executive Graham Smith, who was among the group, said he has now received a personal apology from police officers. He said he did not accept the apology and would take legal action after no charges were brought against him. The Met also confirmed it had used a controversial new law to detain the group. Smith said a chief inspector and 2 other officers visited his home yesterday evening to issue the apology. A controversial new law under which 6 anti-monarchy protesters were arrested on Coronation Day has been criticized as too crude and too broad. Conservative Member of Parliament David Davis has called for the law to be scrutinized by the Home Affairs Select Committee. Ex-Greater Manchester Police Chief Peter Fahy said poor police officers were left to interpret the law passed only a few days before the coronation. But Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said the law was the right thing to do. A Texas man faces up to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to supplying performance-enhancing drugs to Olympic athletes. 43-year-old Eric Lira is the first defendant to be charged under a new U.S. law introduced in the wake of Russia's state-backed Olympic doping scandals. The 2020 law is named after Russian whistleblower Grigory Rodchenkov. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said in a federal court that the case was a watershed moment for international sport. The Rodchenkov Anti-Doping Act enables U.S. authorities to prosecute individuals involved in doping schemes for the purpose of influencing international sports competitions, including those who have not previously been governed by sport anti-doping laws. Lira was found to have supplied drugs to Nigerian sprinter Blessing Okagbare, who last year was banned from athletics for 11 years. The United States today has announced a new $1.2 billion security assistance package for Ukraine to boost the country's air defenses and provide it with additional artillery ammunition. The Defense Department said in a statement that the package underscores the continued U.S. commitment to Ukraine by committing critical near-term capabilities such as air defense systems and munitions, while also building the capacity of Ukraine's armed forces to defend its territory and deter Russian aggression over the long term. The assistance comes in the form of Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative funds, which pay for the procurement of equipment from the defense industry or partners rather than providing equipment from existing U.S. stocks. It also includes ammunition for counter-drone systems, 155mm artillery rounds, and commercial satellite imagery services. The United States has spearheaded the push for international support for Ukraine, quickly forging an international coalition to back Kiev after Russia invaded in February 2020, to and coordinating aid from dozens of countries. China has expelled Canada's consul in Shanghai in retaliation for Ottawa sending home a Chinese diplomat accused of trying to intimidate a Canadian member of parliament. Yesterday, Canada declared China's diplomat Zhao Wei persona non grata and ordered her to leave the country. In response, China today ordered the removal of Jennifer Lalonde, Canada's diplomat, in its Shanghai consulate. Both diplomats have 5 days to exit the countries. The censures mark a significant deterioration in relations between Ottawa and Beijing following reports of alleged Chinese political interference in Canada. Canada had accused China of targeting its opposition lawmaker Michael Chong and his relatives in Hong Kong after Chong accused China of human rights abuses. Israel has carried out a series of strikes on Gaza, killing at least 13 people, including 3 members of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad movement, with Palestinian authorities saying women and 4 children were among the dead. Reports from Gaza said the Ministry of Health declared today that at least 20 others were injured in the pre-dawn strikes, in which more than 40 Israeli warplanes carried out attacks for nearly 2 hours starting today. Witnesses said an explosion hit the top floor of an apartment building in Gaza City and the house in the southern city of Rafah. Hamas chief Ismail Haniyeh said in a statement that assassinating the leadership in a treacherous operation will not bring security to the occupier, but instead greater resistance. The Gaza-based group's spokesman Hazim Qasim warned that Israel bears responsibility for the repercussions of this escalation. 60 people have been killed in ethnic clashes in the northeastern Indian state of Manipur, with mobs attacking homes, vehicles, churches and temples. And Biren Singh, the chief minister of Manipur, said in a media conference that more than 200 people were injured and tens of thousands displaced in the clashes. The violence began last week after indigenous communities held a rally to protest against demands by the main ethnic group in the state for tribal status. Members of the Meitei community, who account for 53% of the state's population, have been demanding inclusion under the scheduled tribe category for years, which will give them access to forest lands and guarantee them a proportion of government jobs and places in educational institutions. The communities already recognized as scheduled tribes, especially Kukis who live in the hill districts, worry that they may lose control over their ancestral forest land if the Meitei's demand is accepted. That story from India concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Odinakachi Celestin of the News Department. But before we go, here is a summary of the stories that made the headlines. We told you that Malawi court has ordered schools to allow students dreadlocks. You heard that Israel has striked Gaza, killing about 13 people, including 4 children. We also told you that 60 people have died in ethnic clashes in northeastern Indian state of Manipur. And finally, police arrested Pakistan's former Prime Minister outside High Court in Islamabad. Till same time tomorrow, to have a lovely evening. Thank you for listening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. This is Hassan Aruni in London with Focus on Africa. Sudan talks in Saudi Arabia. We hear the main objectives of the mediators.
Our immediate concerns now is that is to bring the violence to an end and to make sure that there's safe passage for anyone who's trying to leave Sudan.
News of another brazen church abduction in the north of Nigeria. A good number escape, and a court victory for school children with dreadlocks in Malawi.
And in sport, with me, Victoria Hume, an American therapist who supplied performance-enhancing drugs to Nigerian band sprinter Blessing Okagbare, is facing prison.
Stay with us and focus. We start with the latest BBC World News.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. President Putin has again sought to blame the West for the war in Ukraine at a Victory Day speech in Moscow, marking the defeat of Nazi Germany. He chose not to refer to Russia's invasion of Ukraine last year, but rather portrayed his country as the victim of a war he said had been unleashed against it. The parade was considerably slimmed down amid security concerns following several sabotage attacks Moscow has blamed on Ukraine. For the second year in a row, there was no fly-past. Belinda Herring is an analyst at an American think tank, the Atlantic Council.
It's hard to say how Russians feel, but we know as more and more body bags come back, the war is less popular. One thing that I found really interesting, though, this year was that there was no immortal regiment. And this is when families of people who lost soldiers during World War II hold their picture. And this year, authorities were concerned that families would come out with pictures of Russian soldiers who were killed in Ukraine. And that would be an opportunity for real discontent and to show the regime that they didn't like it. But they are very, very concerned about public opinion, and they turned it off immediately.
Protests have erupted in several Pakistani cities after the former Prime Minister Imran Khan was arrested in connection with a corruption case. Police used water cannon and tear gas against Mr. Khan's supporters in Lahore and Karachi. Here's Ambarasan Etarajan.
Dramatic video footage showed dozens of Pakistani paramilitary troops whisking away Imran Khan from the court complex in Islamabad. The government said Mr. Khan was arrested after he failed to appear before the anti-corruption watchdog despite warning notices. Reports say supporters of Mr. Khan are holding protests outside protected military compounds in a few cities. Videos on social media appear to show crowds breaking into the military corps commander's house in Lahore city. With protests intensifying, Pakistan tonight is sitting on the edge.
Funerals have been taking place in Gaza after at least 13 people were killed, including women and children, in Israeli airstrikes that targeted senior members of Islamic Jihad. Palestinian officials say that 3 members of the militant group were killed, as well as their family members and a doctor. Islamic Jihad has sworn revenge, while Hamas, which controls Gaza, said Israel would pay for its aggression. There's been a further landslide caused by heavy rainfall in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. 6 people are confirmed dead, and more than 100 workers are feared trapped inside a mine which collapsed near the town of Rabaya in North Kivu province. Floods and mudslides that hit 2 villages on the shores of Lake Kivu last week are known to have killed at least 400 people. Thousands more are reported missing. World News from the BBC. The charity Doctors Without Borders says it's treated 674 victims of sexual violence over 2 weeks in the camps around the city of Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But the real number of victims is likely much higher. Here's Mayani Jones.
These latest figures from MSF are startling. In the last 2 weeks of April, the charity treated on average 48 new victims of sexual violence per day. The majority of the assaults are recent, with victims seeking treatment within 72 hours of being attacked. Most of them were assaulted while searching for firewood around camps for the displaced near Goma on the eastern border with Rwanda. The charity says the real number of victims is likely much higher, as it can only count those that seek its services. More than half of those that have come forward report being attacked by armed men.
The conviction of an American sports doctor for supplying performance-enhancing drugs to Olympic athletes has been hailed as a watershed moment for international sport. Eric Lira faces up to 10 years in prison. He's the first defendant to be charged under a new US law introduced in the wake of Russia's state-backed Olympic doping scandals. Alex Capstick has more.
The United States anti-doping chief Travis Tygart hailed this case as a landmark moment. Proof, he said, that with the FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympics heading there, the US was committed to providing athletes with a clean and level playing field. But the law is controversial. It can give the American authorities jurisdiction over individuals and groups in other countries.
Wildlife authorities in central India say a female cheetah that was relocated from Africa has died at the Kuno National Park. It's the third big cat to be killed there since March. The park said the female was found injured on Tuesday morning but died at noon despite treatment by veterinarians. That's the latest BBC News.
This is Hassan Aruni with Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Coming up, new church abductions in the north of Nigeria. But first, the fighting in Sudan between the National Army and the well-armed and experienced Rapid Support Forces, which has caused such distress, death and destruction in just over 3 weeks. The latest attempt to get the two sides to agree to a ceasefire is taking place in Saudi Arabia. The initiative began on the 6th of May, but there's been little to no information forthcoming. Meanwhile, the two sides have continued to fight it out on the ground. I approached the Saudi Arabia embassy spokesman in Washington, Fahad Nazar, to see if he could offer some clarity. He began by telling me what he hoped the talks could achieve.
We've invited relevant parties from both sides to try and see if there's a way forward. Obviously, our immediate concerns now is to bring the violence to an end and to make sure that there's safe passage for anyone who's trying to leave Sudan. Most of the people we evacuated are, in fact, foreign nationals. They haven't been all Saudis. At the same time, we want to make sure that the humanitarian assistance that is obviously badly needed gets to the people who need it most as quickly as possible.
Is there a time frame in terms of how long the talks should hold?
Our main concern is to make sure that the violence comes to an end so that people who need to leave, the humanitarian aid gets in. Hopefully these talks kind of pave the way for a more substantive conversation, dealing and addressing with some of the underlying issues that brought us to this crisis in the first place.
What can you tell me about the parameters of these talks?
As far as Saudi Arabia is concerned, and, I should add here that we believe that the way forward in Sudan is very similar to the way forward in Syria or Yemen. We are supportive of an inclusive political dialogue that includes as many segments of, in this case, Sudan as possible, and puts the interest of the people of Sudan above all else. And and this is what we're hoping is taking place now with these talks, that they represent a confidence-building measure to get to a negotiation that delves into some of the issues that kind of began this crisis.
In the meantime, the fighting continues in Sudan, and there are some commentators from within the country who are saying these two men at the helm of the two forces seem determined to fight to the end.
Right, so Saudi Arabia obviously does not choose leaders of other countries. What we have done, and we've done this for years, is we are often uniquely positioned to play the role of honest broker. We have successfully brokered mediations between countries in the past, also offered to broker and mediate between Ukraine and Russia, but we've also had success brokering agreements and mediating between factions within countries. This goes back to 1990 when we helped resolve and bring an end to the Lebanese civil war. So we're hoping that our efforts right now in Sudan will bear fruit, but it might take a little bit of time.
But where the two sides seem intransigent and they don't seem willing to compromise, what kind of pressure can Saudi Arabia bring to bear on them for them to comply and deliver peace for the people?
The crisis in Sudan, much like any crisis anywhere else, does need a collective effort. So we are working very closely with some of our regional and international partners, including the United States. So the talks in Jeddah were actually co-sponsored with the United States. I think that anytime you have people seeking refuge across borders, a crisis obviously immediately takes on an international dimension. So we believe that there's certainly a role for the international community, for the United Nations to play here. And, this is what we feel is the way forward. It has to be a collective effort.
And that was the Saudi Arabia embassy spokesman in Washington, Fahad Nazar. Meanwhile, the fighting on the ground in Sudan continues to take a toll on people living there and to create a refugee crisis. For instance, the UN's refugee agency, the UNHCR, says more than 40,000 people have fled into neighboring South Sudan. Our Africa correspondent, Catherine Biaruhanga, has been to a place called Reng on South Sudan's border with Sudan.
Convoys of donkey-drawn carts carrying people and the last of their belongings cross the border between Sudan and South Sudan. This is the furthest officials will let me go towards Sudan. I'm in the no man's land. I can actually see the flag of Sudan at the border post about 800 meters away from where I am. Every now and again, families make the trek across this no man's land. Here they're met by officials from the UN who take down some of their details. They appear to be tired and in shock. This has been a long and dangerous journey to get here. A conflict now in its third week has left a trail of human suffering. Christina Peters is one of the new arrivals. She is limping and in pain. An explosive device hit her home in Sudan's capital, Khartoum.
I have shrapnel in my leg, 4 injuries here in my back and 3 here in my arm. I went to hospital and we found the army there. The doctor said I should be taken for surgery, but the army refused. The doctor just gave me antibiotics and put dressings on me.
Most of the people crossing into South Sudan are South Sudanese nationals. Many, like Matoring, had fled north because of the war in their own country, but have now been forced to return.
I came here from Sudan to here because if you are human being, but if you see this is a death, you should have to run. To run where? To run where you don't know. Will you go to survive or will you go to die?
Thousands of returnees are staying at this temporary camp in the South Sudanese border town of Renk. They have made shelters out of pieces of clothing and sticks. Some of the people living in this transit center have managed to find a spot in the buildings here. But this was a university campus that had to be abandoned because of South Sudan's recent civil war. Today there are cobwebs all over the ceiling, but some of the mothers and young children have laid out mats and blankets, and that's where they're sleeping. Baby Sunday cries and twists her body as her height and weight are being measured. Her mother, Maria Nyamang, soon finds out she's malnourished. Maria says she's unable to breastfeed Sunday, and without any money, she can't buy her formula milk. She doesn't know where help will come from.
When I reached the transit center, they didn't give me anything, just water. And today morning, they give us a small amount of food. It is not enough. Even now, I'm hungry. I'm worried about my children.
The World Food Programme is providing basic meals to the new arrivals, but it was already supporting millions of people in South Sudan, and it has had to take food from them to help those newly displaced.
And that was the BBC's Africa correspondent, Catherine Biaruhanga in Reng, South Sudan. You're listening to Focus on Africa on the BBC World Service. It's coming up to 15:15 GMT. My name is Hassan Aruni, and here with a roundup of other stories making news in Africa, Daniel Dazi.
Thanks, Hassan. At least 6 people have been killed following a landslide at a mine in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. The incident occurred at the Bisunzu mine in Rubaya, North Kivu province. More than 100 diggers are feared trapped in the mine, which collapsed following heavy rainfall. The BBC's Jewel Kiriungi reports from Nairobi.
The disaster at the Coltan mine comes as the country is mourning the deaths of more than 400 people killed in floods and landslides in Kalehe region in South Kivu province. Regional authorities say that some 5,500 people are still missing. The floods have also left thousands more homeless and caused significant damage to infrastructure. Medical facilities in the province are overwhelmed, and there are concerns of an epidemic caused by water contamination.
A court document filed by police investigating Kenya's cult deaths says autopsies showed some organs were missing from bodies exhumed from shallow graves. But Chief Government Pathologist Johansen Odor said organ harvesting was ruled out following autopsies on 112 bodies in his final report on Friday. Dorcas Wanjira has more.
Kenyan police have marked 20 more grave sites to exhume bodies of followers of a cult believed to be buried in shallow graves in Shakahola Forest near the coastal town of Malindi in Kilifi County. A police affidavit alleges that some bodies exhumed from Shakahola have missing organs. Government pathologists have maintained that all of the 112 bodies examined had their organs intact. Kenya's security minister says it's one of the theories that authorities are investigating.
A teenage boy died on Monday after he and his friend were reportedly playing with a gun that was accidentally discharged in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province. Local media said the 14-year-old was declared dead on the scene by medics, but his friend showed no signs of injury. Police are investigating the circumstances of the shooting.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. And we turn now to Victoire Eyum for the sports headlines.
Thank you, Hassan. This has been held as a watershed moment for international sport. An American therapist faces up to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to supplying performance-enhancing drugs to Olympic athletes, including banned sprinter Blessing Okakbare. The Nigerian Olympic medalist was expelled from the Tokyo Olympics and later banned from athletics for 10 years after testing positive for human growth hormone. Eric Lira, who provided her the prohibited drugs, is the first defendant convicted under a new law in the U.S., which was introduced to tackle international doping conspiracies. In football, not less than 21 goals were scored yesterday, a record with 3 top-flight matches. Nigerian Taiwo Ewoni scored twice for Nottingham Forest, who beat Southampton 4-3 and are now out of the relegation zone. Abdoulaye Doucouré also scored twice for Everton as they beat Brighton 5-1. And in tennis, Egyptian Maya Sherif lost in 3 sets against Anna Blinkova in her first round at the Italian Open in Rome. That's all the sport for now.
Thank you very much indeed, Victoire. We go next to Nigeria, where church authorities say several more people from a group of 40 who were abducted during worship on Sunday have escaped from captivity. The attack took place at a church in the northern Kaduna state. 15 others escaped from the attackers earlier. Over the last 2 years, there have been frequent mass kidnappings by criminal gangs, including some linked to Islamist militants. Reverend John Joseph Hayab is the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, based in Kaduna. He told us what he knew about those abducted.
So far, 20 people are still with the bandits, because when the bandit came in on that Sunday morning, they took away over 40 people, women, children, men, youths, and others. Cleared everybody that was in church at the time they arrived. So after going with them, they now release, or the other one, did they escape, or they release them, but 22 have so far come back, but 20 are still with the bandits. So what we're just waiting for them is to tell us what is the reason for taking them away, what do they want from us. Since we don't know them, we don't know why they took our people away and during the service.
And what form did this attack take? Did they rush into the church with guns blazing? What exactly did these bandits or these kidnappers do?
According to eyewitness, we were told that they came and surrounded the church. But the issue of insecurity and gunmen attacking places of worship is not completely new with us. So you can easily identify that these are gunmen. You can easily identify that these people mean business with their guns and they are asking everybody to move out of church. And so the people simply obeyed. No resistance because they have no weapon. No, the only thing they had with them was their Bibles they went to church with. So there was no resistance and they just followed them and they marched them into the bush.
And picking up on what you said, this is not new to you. I assume then that it would be safe to say an attack like this kind of brazen kidnapping of worshippers, is common, but it did not come as a surprise.
It came as a surprise now because for about 6 months we thought we have overcome this. The security men in our country keeps telling us that they neutralized these bandits. So we were hopeful that at least we've overcome these bandit issues, not knowing that we will still go back to it at the moment. And it is sad that instead of overcoming bandits are still having a field day. Within a space of 4 weeks, this attack is number 5 in Kaduna State, but not in church. This one happened because it was in church that these people were picked. Yeah, there was another one that they picked the pastor and a few others, but not during service. This one was during church worship service.
I'm wondering, is it time for religious institutions like the church, for example, to be taking matters into their own hands in terms of looking after themselves, hiring private security perhaps to guard places of worship?
We have always advocated for that because self-defense is naturally okay. Self-defense is constitutionally also right. So there's nothing wrong for you to defend yourself. But we have a problem here. Most time when our young people go to hold either dagger or then guns to defend, once there is any crisis and security people come around, they will just pack all these young people and then they will parade them on the television and say they have arrested gun runners. So people are not even afraid to defend themselves. Unfortunately, this same security who will come and arrest these innocent boys whose only effort is to protect their community, protect their place of worship, protect their homes, are not there to chase away the criminals or the evil people who are terrorizing them. So this is where the whole thing is that, yes, we want to protect ourselves. Yes, we can protect ourselves. But if you do it, security will come after you. They are turning their face away from where the real evil is happening, but they are coming after you for defending yourself. And we have another challenge. The challenge is that this sophisticated weapon that these gunmen come to our churches or come to our homes with to kill or take people away, you don't even have the resources to have that weapon. So the question is that where do they get it? Are we in a war situation that we have another group of military that have certain weapons like this? But these are just mere bandits that have sophisticated weapons. When they start shooting their weapons, you know that you will have to throw off your gun and run away for your life.
I was not suggesting in any way that churches should now have their own vigilantes, but I was wondering perhaps hiring local security firms, for example, to protect.
If you are suggesting that, that is a good one, but don't forget that it's about resources. The churches in the village that have not been able to farm in the last 2 years, they don't even have food to eat. They've not been able to send their children to school. They've not been able to pay bills. They have health challenges and cannot even afford medical bills. Where will they have money to hire a security organization? And they don't have such money. So that is where the problem is. You don't have money to hire, and you cannot also do it yourself.
Is this all having an effect on worshippers, driving people away from the church, maybe even the mosque?
Within the area where this unfortunate incident happened last Sunday, we have more than 30 churches that have shut down in the last 2 years. We thought things are becoming calm and people are regrouping, but they have come back again. The Nigerian Baptist Convention have 35 conferences, and Kaduna is one of them. The Kaduna Baptist Conference have shut down over 110 churches in the last 3 years. Due to insecurity. This is the situation. The Anglicans are having the same problem. The Equa Church, the Evangelical Church Winning All, is having the same problem. The Catholic Church have lost, within a space of 1 year, 5 priests of the Catholic Church in Kaduna were killed by gunmen. The criminals or the bandits are very smart.
The Reverend John Joseph Hayab, who's chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Kaduna. Now, wearing dreadlocks to school is a controversy that keeps popping up in Africa and other parts of the world. The excuse is often the same, that said schools have appearance policies which do not allow the hairstyle. And very often parents and pupils Usually, Rastafarians go to court to ensure that children with dreadlocks have the right to go to schools of their choice with their hair worn the way they choose. Malawi is the latest country where the courts have delivered a verdict in favor of children with dreadlocks. Members of the Rastafarian community there have welcomed the decision. Isaias Mkanda Wire is a Rastafarian elder of the Nyabingi order in Lilongwe. He's been speaking with the BBC's Peter Jaguar.
Well, as you may notice, most of us Rastafarians have long hair. We sport what I call dreadlocks, and as part of our religious expression. And that did not go very well with authorities in Malawi. As such, most of our children would not be allowed to attend public schools on the pretext that they don't look nice, they are dirty, or they are not very hygienic. And because of that, most of our children, like most of my brethren and sisters, have their children not going to school. And then because I'm a little bit fortunate, I send my children to a Christian school, which is a private school. I have to pay a lot of money to get my children to school. It's a little bit different from the rest of the Rastafarian children, rather Rastafarian parents who cannot afford to get their children to school. So they either have to let their children stay without going to school.
Right. Why are dreadlocks so important to Rastafarians? What is it about the hair that makes it very important that you do not want to cut your hair and get your children to go to school?
Well, for Rastafarians, we don't choose to have hair. It's the Creator that gives us hair. So hair is a natural endowment that one has. But if you ask that, I find that a little bit unfair, because then you will have to ask a Catholic, why is the rosary, for example, or why is the Pope so important to your religion? You ask a Muslim, why is the hijab very important to your religion? You can't start to ask things like that. But for us, yes, we are Africans. We think hair belongs to our head, just like any other person. We've seen so many people with their hair, and they are led to do the things that they want to do. But as a cultural expressions, we think cutting off hair is a symbol of slavery or is a symbol of colonization. We must not conform to the colonialist attitude that when you shave your hair, you look like a British and you look better. Now, that is very much colonialist mentality. All the olden days where the people that owned slaves would shave your hair to identify one slave from the other. I think we have to break that tradition. So, as far as we're concerned, it is an invocation of our natural and African spirit to show that we can grow hair, and that is our right to do that. It is a cultural expression. We must be allowed to express ourselves in that way. For us, it is important. Just like our life is important. Our hair is given to us by our mighty Creator. And just that. Now, it is a religious expression. We think we are mandated by our Creator to grow dreadlocks. And as such, we think people need to respect that. And it is the lack of respect for that kind of expression that actually culminated into this struggle between the Rastafari community and the government.
The courts have now ruled that children from members of the Rastafarian community, children with long hair, dreadlocks, must now be allowed in government schools. How does that make you feel?
Yes, it makes us feel very good. We knew this is going to be the end of the long struggle, but the actual battle now begins. We've had lots of Rastafari children, or now their parents, that were not allowed to go to school, meaning their lives were actually messed up, economically, in terms of education, in terms of economic opportunities. What will happen to people like that?
And his name is Isaias Nkanda Wire of the Rastafarian Nyabingi order in Malawi. And he was speaking to journalist Peter Jaguar. And that is where we end this edition of Focus on Africa. My name is Hassan Aruni. Please join me again at 17 hours GMT. We'll have more items for you, including an interview with Sierra Leone's main opposition election flag bearer, and that's Dr. Samura Kamara. And that will be at 1700 GMT. Thanks for listening to the BBC.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
Red is passion. Pink is for unconditional love. Blue is for loyalty. While black is secretive and mysterious.
Baby, tonight,
let's talk about love. The passion, the bliss, the betrayal, and everything in between. On Lovey-Dovey. Mondays to Thursdays from 11 p.m. beneath the night sky with D. Amaka Felix on Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio. 95.1 FM.
I want to believe that you missed me and that you really, really, really want us to begin tonight's episode of Lovey Dovey. Right? Okay, so you know that this is your favorite space, your favorite place for everything that has to do with love. I mean, that is one essential what? Now, what do I even call love? But okay, it's one essential element that we need to survive, because if you don't want to be in love, you have to be in love one way or the other, because this space is all about love. All right. Okay, you know that as your favorite baby girl, I give you hotness. I always serve you delish. I am in the business of serving you delish. So every day, okay, Monday to Thursdays, basically. Okay, anytime from 11 p.m. you should be tuned to Today 95.1 FM, because you'll be listening to me. You will be listening to me. It's lovey-dovey people, and it is with so much joy, love, and everything pleasant that I welcome you to tonight's episode. So tonight is going to be filled with lots and lots of I wanted to say buzzwords, but let me just say goodness. Because happening for the first time in a really long time, incredibly long time, in the history of Lovey Dovey, I'm going to be having people on my show. I'm so proud of myself right now. Okay, so I'm having guests on my show. Incredible people, beautiful people. You need to see them. As a matter of fact, I think you should go to YouTube. Yeah, because you need to see my medical people in the house. So I pride myself in serving you delish, serving you everything beautiful. And my guests are not left out. Okay, so tonight's episode is going to be sweet, it's going to be enlightening, it's going to be educating, and we're going to be talking about something that, while most people do not pay attention to, they, maybe just do it because they want to do it. And then sometimes some people do not do it because they fear that it's dangerous. Well, are you right? Are you wrong? You find out in a couple of minutes. So I'll introduce our topic later on. Okay, well, in a couple of seconds. And of course, my amazing guest. My body is just doing me Tanana. All right, but stay with me right here on this dial, because I'm serving you delish, and you know that I am the Amaka Felix. So you don't want to touch that dial. You want to stay right here, because it's Today 95.1 FM. Okay, so on tonight's episode of La Vida, we're going to be talking about period sex. Period sex. That is sex that happens when the female is on her, monthly cycle thing. You know that thing that happens to women now? Every month, where they get to have mood swings, lots of appetite, or for some people, I don't know, they have more appetite. It happens different ways for different women, and then they have all those plenty things. Sometimes people advise that you avoid a woman when she's on her period. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the mood swings that comes with it. But we're going to be talking about period sex extensively. Let's look at what we can learn. Should we be having period sex? Should we not be having period sex? Well, that's why I have the amazing people I have in the house tonight. And we are each going to, they are basically going to be giving you their 2 cents, because I don't think I'm not sure I know about that. But, maybe I do. Maybe I do not. But I've got experts in the house, okay? That's why I brought experts. So let's look at, let's hear from the horse's mouth. Let's get to hear from them. Let them tell us about period sex, whether or not we should be having period sex. I don't know. And you listening to me, listening to us, if you have had period sex before, when I open the phone lines, you get to share your experience with us, actually. You get to tell us what it was like for you, okay? Did you enjoy the process? Did you not enjoy the process? I'd love to hear from you, basically. So, on this note, it is time for me to introduce my guests. I told you they are amazing, so awesome. I don't want to share them with you, but I have to, because I love you guys. So, okay, so I have like the first gentleman I have here. Can you look at me, gentleman?
I'm actually looking at you.
Okay, please go ahead. His name is Dr. Giovanni. How are you?
Very fine, thank you.
Okay, so you are dressed for the weather. I like that you are dressed for the weather.
Yeah, earlier today it was hot.
Yeah, actually.
But now it's cold and I have to blend in,
Very, very necessary. Yeah. And I also have Nurse Nelson.
Yeah.
Hi.
I'm fine, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, really nice to be on Lovey Dovey today. It's just
of course it is. Thank you. Welcome. And I have one very fine nurse. But nurses can be fine, Sha.
Yeah, she's indeed pretty.
Her name is Beauty. Welcome, Nurse Beauty.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you.
To be part of this presentation.
Yeah. Okay, we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
And I'm sure that those who are listening and are happy to be listening to you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so, people, everybody, So my guests, okay, I have these medical people with me in the house today, and like I said, we're going to be talking about period sex. Do you think it's harmful? Do you think it's harmless? Are there advantages or disadvantages of having period sex? We're going to be looking at all of that tonight. So I implore you to, listen, take notes if you must, and then just try to learn, because we need knowledge at the end of the day. So I'm going to be asking my nurses and my doctor, what do you think about period sex? Let's look at it from the, health perspective, because at the end of the day, it's sex. And if we're going to be having sex, we should be having it the healthy way, right?
Right.
So let's look at how we can maintain a healthy lifestyle when it comes to sex. So let's find out if having period sex is healthy or not. All right. So if you're just tuning in, you're welcome to tonight's episode of Lovey Dovey. And on the show tonight, we're going to be talking about period sex. Is it harmful or is it harmless? Okay. So on that note, I'm going to be leaving the floor for the people who know the bits and the pieces, who know the details, who are going to be giving us details on the show tonight. Yeah. So who are we going to begin with?
I think I would start.
Okay, Nurse Nelson, tell us about period sex. Is it harmful or harmless? What's your take on period sex, Nurse Nelson?
I think we need to let the listeners know what period is first, so they understand the subject matter. So, period in layman terms is like the shedding of the uterine lining of the woman's female reproductive system. And so, in itself, period sex, as with most things, there are pros and cons. And so I think the same applies to period sex as well. There are pros and cons. And I would like to start with the pros. Let's start with the good first.
Okay.
So the pros, one of them, of which I would not hold all the knowledge, so I will share mine, then my colleagues will also say something. So one of them is the fact that sex during period or during menstruation offers relief from cramps.
It does?
It does indeed. I think this information is beneficial to the ladies mostly, because I've seen most people who go through cramps and they're like, I can't stand up, I can't walk, I can't do that, and it's so gruesome and all that. So it offers relief from sex, and they could ask, why is this? The thing is, orgasm helps relieve menstrual cramps. Orgasm, take note of that. I said orgasm because there are lots of people having sex without orgasm. So orgasm is it. So menstrual cramps, they occur as a result of the uterus contracting to release this lining that has been shed now. So when you have an orgasm, the muscles of the uterus also contract and then forcefully release the lining that is shedding. This release could bring relief from this period cramps. It also triggers the release of a chemical hormone or natural painkiller called endorphins. And endorphins are released when you're engaging in sexual activity. I like to say good sexual activity, because I believe that there are certain forms of sexual activity that are really not good. So definitely this could help. And also sex in itself helps as a form of diversional therapy. So imagine you're going through pain and then something pleasurable comes in, and acts as a diversion. So that's what I think. So for me, this is one of the pros. I think I will let other people say one or two things about what they think about the period.
Yeah. So Dr. Giovanni?
Well, thank you, Nelson, for sharing. Well, there is this notion that when the lady is on her menses, she is untouchable. She is considered unclean.
Yeah.
Eyes of the gods.
Yes, exactly. But then, if you have no problem with it as a guy, and the lady has no problem with it as well, you can actually do it if you want to. If you want to, you can.
A matter of choice.
Yes, exactly. There must be an agreement between the both of you if you really want to do it. Now, one of the benefits I think sex on your menses affords is the fact that there are ladies who get this urge, this increased urge while on their menses. Yeah, really.
So is that true?
Yes. And I met a couple of them, and I even asked some, and they said, they have this feeling, they have this urge while they're on their messes. But then, it's a taboo. So most times they just feel, let me just show people way you get.
Okay, because people say it's
yes.
and then they don't want to.
And then the guys have this notion, that it's messy at this point. So we cannot even do that at this point. But then it helps.
Okay.
It helps,
so who does it help more? The lady?
Yeah, the lady, obviously. Because when she gets...
Is there any health benefit for the guy?
Well,
I think the females are the ones who are going through it,
and then they get the satisfaction. That's just
okay. There's the satisfaction. Okay, is it the satisfaction that comes from knowing that they are giving pleasure to a woman, when she needs it? Like at that time, so if they're going to have sex with a woman when she's on her period, they will be relieving her of period cramps.
Yeah,
is that where the satisfaction is coming from?
I think the fact that when I come to you and say I want to, and then I want to, and then you say okay, I'm on my period, but then we can also do it.
Yes.
Oh, that.
The satisfaction that comes from not postponing my
I have to wait to get 3 days, 5 days after.
Yeah.
I have to,
And then 3 days, 5 days after ovulation setting, right?
Not immediately.
Okay, not immediately.
Yeah.
How long does it take?
But there are certain women with those with 22-day cycle though, it's setting immediately.
Okay.
So that's the small chance. And I wanted to let us, go on with the show before I say this, but I think this is another myth that I think we need to debunk. Most people feel like you can never get pregnant once you're in a period. But science has proven that you can actually. Yes, there's a chance. For people who have that 22-day cycle, their ovulation begins immediately after the period. So imagine somebody who maybe had sex, like, say, on the 4th day of your cycle, and sperm can last up to 5 days. And then ovulation starts
immediately after.
Yes, so the chance that it will still get the egg will still get fertilized.
It's very,
you can actually.
Okay, so when we have unplanned pregnancies and things like that, it's possible that situation happens.
Yes,
exactly.
Possible.
Exactly.
Very possible.
Okay, so Nurse Beauty, what do you think about period sex?
All right.
This is a woman right now.
From the female perspective. Let's not be like it's an agenda. We're not agenda here.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Yes, I have a lot to say about this because
actually
it's just a woman thing. Yeah, the first thing I have to say is that it has more of advantage concerning the women because a woman you just have to do with a woman thing. Okay, so it helps us the women to have shorter periods. What do I mean? When you attain orgasm or when you have this orgasm during sex, the muscle contracts. So when the muscle contracts, it sheds off blood from the uterine wall, uterine lining, so to say, and that helps you as a woman to have a shorter period. Come to think of it, those females that have 10 days menstruation periods, 7 days, so to say, 5 days. Then when you have this orgasm, we have orgasm like 2-3 times during sex, as the case may be. There are some people that don't even have orgasm at all during their sex periods and all that. So when you have these orgasms like 2 times during a sexual activity, you realize that there are lots of blood that are shed at once, and that reduces you having a longer period. So that's one of the good advantage of sex during period.
Yeah,
keyword.
Okay, yes.
Orgasm.
Yeah,
orgasm.
Okay, so are you saying without that sexual satisfaction, you cannot. It's not possible for the period days to reduce.
Yes.
So the satisfaction is necessary. So it's not just about having sex during your period.
It's not just about having sex.
It's having satisfaction.
Sex.
Finding satisfaction.
Yes.
So when you find satisfaction, then the possibility is
if
you're supposed to have 5 days period, you could have 4 or 3
days. Yes.
Okay.
There is another pro. Another pro there is the fact that blood, of which period basically it's about, acts as a natural lubricant. Certain people, when they want to have sex, they get like artificial lubricants like KY jelly and all that. To like, ease the entrance and all that. but blood in itself is viscous and as such. So when the woman is on a period, that ease is there, and so you can like.
Okay, so
yeah.
So it's easy to penetrate, and then you are well on your way to satisfaction.
Yes, exactly. That is it.
Okay, so it's not as harmful as people think it is, but then there's the fear of infection. Especially for the guy.
Yeah,
that's
true.
That's
the
disadvantage.
Exactly.
That is the con.
That's the con. That's the con, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it can actually lead to infection.
Yes.
For the men or for the female?
For the men, mostly.
Okay, mostly the men.
Yes, the men. Most in this sense of sex during menstruation.
Okay.
Yes. Because if most especially hepatitis B.
Yes. HIV.
Yes. All the sexually
the viral infections, STIs, malaria diseases and all that.
Because if it's in the blood, the female, and the male comes in contact, and then at that period of menstruation, there's it's like a pool of
blood.
Yes,
right.
especially
Body fluids.
Exactly. If the guy is not on CD, there's this high risk of
getting infected.
Exactly.
That's
okay.
right.
But then nothing happens to the female. It's just all advantageous for women.
I think it's a 50-50 chance thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, the same way we see when you have a cut, you can contract HIV and all. I think it's just the same thing.
Okay.
This is blood coming out of the body. It's not exactly like coming out quickly like that. It stays for a while, and as such, it can travel up.
Actually.
And so, if a male is infected, he can also, So that's why we advise if people must engage
in period sex,
especially if you know. You don't have. I don't want to say you don't have a trusted partner because. Okay, let me not say what I want to say. But
most people don't know they don't have trusted partner now. Until they told us that even your boo might have a boo.
Yes,
we didn't know why.
Right?
We didn't know.
So it's just important that when engaging at all, if you must have sex, if you must have period sex, use a CD.
Very important.
Very, very important.
So you cannot go all.
We are drawing our ears. Please do not.
Now, but people can still achieve sexual satisfaction, right? So during that period,
yes,
right,
yes,
and then the whole without being scared of infection. That is, if let's say it's going to happen between two people who trust each other.
Okay.
But let's assume that they are married. Okay, let's bring it down to marriage now. So it's a marriage. Let's assume that there's some sort of faithfulness, like both partners are committed and there are no outsiders coming in to do things to each other, to the couple. Anyone to the couple. So and then they engage in so in period sex, so they are relatively safe. If they are both healthy people, right?
Yes.
They're relatively safe. It's relatively safe.
Yes, relatively safe.
Okay. Now let's talk about period sex in relation to conception. If a couple is trying to conceive, do you think having period sex can influence that?
Menstruation period. I do not believe it's the best time to be trying for a child.
Yes,
because as we said, it's that the ovum that had not been fertilized, that is living. And as such, if you're trying to now send in sperm to go and fertilize, well, there's really nothing there at that time.
Okay.
It's only, that's why I said it's just that special location for those who have
shorter
cycles, 22 days cycle. Those are the people who
could conceive during that.
So the chance is very low.
Okay. So we'd advise rather to stick with ovulation periods rather than the menstruation period.
Okay. So would you say that period sex can be painful for both the men and the women? Do you think it would be painful? Would it be like the normal,
No, not painful. Okay, you can go.
Because obviously from what Nurse Nelson said, it helps. The endorphins released. It helps
natural painkillers.
Yes.
They're better than paracetamol.
Yes. So for pains, I doubt, and for the guy, I don't think we don't feel any pain at all. We don't.
Okay, you ladies are here. You can agree with me that the cramping you feel is not exactly
we don't
your
feel
vagina.
Okay.
You get it's not exactly your vagina. It comes
abdomen.
from exactly.
Okay.
It comes from way up. So you penetrate. I don't see it. I really.
as being painful.
Yes.
Okay, all right. This has been insightful. Well, if you're listening, would like to know what you think about period sex, having period sex, and of course, if you have ever had period sex before, when you call in, I need for you to tell us your experience. Okay, you share with us what you did, what you had to do, how it was for you, basically, and then please, can we focus on the health aspect, because I know that some of you are probably going to tell me that traditionally it is not good.
Religiously. This is I think it's somewhere in the Bible that said something about the woman being untouchable.
Yeah, exactly, I said that.
But we have been talking about the health perspective.
So let's look at it more from the direction of the health, please. But then you can also tell me whether or not your spirit is going to allow you to have period sex. If you think it's something you can do as a man, and then as a woman, do you think you can have period sex? Do you think you can let a man touch you when you are on your period? So I have this colleague of mine who says her whole life scatters when she's on her period. She's exaggerating really, but you know how she goes, she has terrible mood swings. She has really terrible mood swings. So she just goes from one crying moment to the other crying moment. She's more like a cry baby when she's on her period. She's just, really off. And then sometimes it even affects her job. There was this time when we were together, and then I had to cover it for her because I had to stand in for her because she couldn't work because she was all crying. She was crying all through. And then, people will ask you, what is it? What's your problem? And then you cannot even explain because it's not the first day. Yeah, it's not the first day. So you're not having cramps. And then how do you tell somebody that I'm on my period, but I'm not having cramps, so I'm not in pain. And that's why I'm crying. And then, so it's somebody like that. And then bringing the idea of having sex when she is in that situation. I don't know.
It all boils down to communication. I think you should just
with the partner.
You should be honest, open and honest with your partner. You should tell them how exactly you feel about this. I think it's something you need to communicate with your partner.
Your discomfort, your pleasure. Am I going to be cool with it? Just be open. It's very important.
And then don't just expect your partner to, assume that you're going to be okay with it. Or I don't. Well, and for some people, that's like a turn on for them. Sexually, that's like I've read,
fantasies, weird fantasies. Tell you I fantasize.
Well, that's like a turn on for them. And then there has been this care, of whether it is safe to actually have sex during one's period or not. Well, phone lines are already buzzing. I think it's about time we open the floodgates of heaven.
Let it cause raining.
Okay, so you can call in and send your contributions. You can send your text messages and WhatsApp messages to 0701 9339 962. Okay. So everything you want to tell us that you don't want to say, you can type it. WhatsApp and text messages 0701 9339 962. That is the number to text, okay? And then for calls 0817 00 951 and then 0810 9510 951. Okay, I'll take the numbers again. I know some of you already have these numbers actually, but for those that are going to be our first time callers, 0817 00 951 and then 0810 9510 951. Okay, let's talk to our first caller. Are you ready? Well, the good thing about it is that when you call in, you have the opportunity to ask our medical people questions, okay? If there's something you don't understand, you need clarity, please go ahead to ask. Hello?
Yeah, hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening. What's your name and location, please?
Oh, my name is Obina. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Obina. This is Lavidovi, so talk to me. Talk to us, actually.
This sex during menstruation of a pill, I think, when people look at it from the Christian perspective of it, it's not, people look at it as if it's not hygienic and all the rest of it, but like your colleague in the studio said that if there's mutual understanding between the both parties or communication, one can still enjoy sex during menstruation.
Indeed.
I think so.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Indeed.
very correct.
Okay, so have you tried it before?
Kind of like, but it was not really, I didn't really expect it. I never knew. It was
Unintentional.
Okay, so you just bumped into it. It wasn't planned.
But, there is this might that is so dirty, the blood is dirty, and all that. Yeah, but I came to understand that, when it's only when the woman is not clean, like when she has some infection in her, that is when the blood seems to smell and all the rest of it. But there's nothing wrong there. I read about it, and a woman said it's okay if you think you can do it during that time. So that was my take on that.
All right, thank you.
It's really bad, yeah.
Thank you. I think I like this caller. Yeah, very knowledgeable.
Thank you,
have the
Team Caller.
mind.
And then he went to do research on it.
Exactly.
That's good.
Okay, all right, keep your calls coming in and let us talk. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Good evening.
Yeah.
Name and location, please. All right, welcome.
Yeah. I'm just very excited for this topic. But one thing I observed, because I have a short experience.
You have a what?
Short experience.
Short experience.
Okay.
Having sex with my woman with the infection of the ordinary time. But I discovered that after a while, it was infected. Why is it like that? And why
After a while, what happened? She was infected.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what was the cause? And why is it encouraged to have sex during a period?
Okay, what was the cause of the infection? Do you think the infection started after the sex?
I don't actually know, but I know that after I had the sex with her,
she told you she had infection.
Yeah, no, I.
Oh, you.
Oh, you.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh. Okay.
Not the woman.
Okay.
And I want to say that the infection actually affected her because we are together. Is it like that? So that's why I get encouraged, because I believe that both of you are in the same room, being together, and you have infection. That person will transfer it to her also. One day, sometimes come out. Because if you don't take it up, both of you will have the infection. How will the family or will the both of you do it?
All right. Okay. All right. Listen for answers. Okay.
Okay. If you remember, I talked about how menstruation period, there's so much blood, so much body fluid, and as such, when there's so much of that, the chances that infections can be transferred from one partner to the next is so high. In short, it's as though your village people are there to see men. So you can get it any other time, you can contract, but that period is like really high risk for you to contract. And so, for example, if your wife has a yeast infection and you, as a man, you come to meet her, you would the chance that you would definitely carry is there. It's increased. And that is why I also said when I was talking about it, if you must, consider the use of CD, because it's a high risk period. We're not saying completely you're safe, you can just go ahead. We're saying this is if there is an infection. That's the clause. If there is an infection,
well, how can one know?
Of course, you can know you have an infection.
Yeah, women know usually, right? Yes. Sometimes they don't know what they have, but there are symptoms.
You know from your normal vaginal discharge, it doesn't feel the same way. The smell. You know that. So that's very. Those really small subtle signs are the things to know. So in this case, I feel like probably I was not there definitely, but I feel like probably the wife maybe just maybe had, and he did not know and engaged. And
maybe she didn't even know herself.
She didn't know as well.
Exactly.
So that is it. So it's not like there's a cause or something somewhere. That's just the reason.
All right. Let's talk to this person. Hello. All right, call me again. Call us. We are here to answer all your questions. I don't know why I'm including myself, but
Yes, you answer as well.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Name and location, please.
Okay, my name is Better Man. I'm calling from PH.
Better man?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a better man?
He must be.
Yes, of course. I'm a better man.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
You sound like one.
The benefits.
Sincerely speaking, I enjoy this your program this night. Yes. Some of us believe so much in tradition. But I'm just enjoying your analysis, the way you analyze the whole thing now. But some of us that live in tradition, I feel that once I partake on that, when my woman or my wife, when she's on her period, that have spoiled or have tried to kill the most of the beliefs I have. And so that's my unbelief.
Okay.
So, but I'm happy hearing from you tonight. So I think one of these days I also want to buy.
One of these days.
Okay, but remember to use protection, please.
Exactly.
That's yes, that's it.
No problem.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I would like to say something. It just entered into my spirit. Like, I feel like as we are talking about period sex, I think we didn't consider the fact that oral sex is a form of sex. We are not saying you can engage in oral sex
during the
but
period.
Please,
No,
please, and
you
please. That is
one
out.
at a time.
That is out of it completely.
Okay, no.
Please, it's just penetrative sex we're talking
Just
about.
penetrative sex, no oral. Okay, hello. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Name and location, please.
Amadi calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Amadi. I'm going to need you to talk a little louder.
Okay, Amadi calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead. You're welcome to Lovey-Dovey.
Thank you very much. Meeting your lady or your girlfriend when she is on her message. No. That is mine. No.
So I would like to know why
exactly?
do you feel it?
The thing that is in me, the Gwangwara. The Ogun I serve.
Okay.
The Ogun I serve would not allow me to even see her nakedness or the distinct way danger my own body. So anybody that is with her distinct message, I don't hear the person or talk of maybe meeting her or so. Living my own woman. No.
Okay. So your personal
abomination. It is abomination
for you.
For me, I don't know for some other person.
Just for you.
My own belief. God the Ogun I serve.
Okay.
So, God the Amadio I serve. So that is that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amadi. I'm glad he said that. I'm glad because that's where communication comes in.
Yeah. Since he cannot do it, then his partner should not expect it.
Something we talked about as well. That we are looking at this from the health point of view and medical, and not really the religious lines.
But if at the same time, if your religious beliefs prevents you from it's fine. It's still okay. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening. Name and location, please.
It's Patrick from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Patrick, how are you? Why are you laughing?
The topic is very interesting. Yeah, he likes it.
You people are trying. People are trying. Honestly, there's one thing that remains. I believe it. That people will still do it. 101 class.
Master class.
Yes, so people are trying. But man, this country, man, I have the experience, so no once, not twice.
Okay, share, please.
I'm interested in the
share,
please.
This is why I want to share it. It's just the whole drama that happened the first time. There was a lot of drama that I went through that day. You know, about this, considering the traditional aspect and the health aspect. Oh man, the thing just started like that. My girl comes around, as usual now. She was the one that put me in the mood.
Okay.
Interesting.
Then, at the point of starting the war, she said, yeah, I should hold on. She now opened up to me that she's in that period. Oh my God.
Break those points.
I was like, and this girl find the call. I wanted to run. She said no. With full force, so she grabbed me. I said no now, but this is impossible now. And they said they don't need to do it. I said no. I should hold on. By that time, I was out of the mood, totally. She started explaining. What do you other somebody says it's not good? I say, I don't have to explain it, but all I know is that they say it's not good, this and that, this and that. He said, no, let's play. She said, no. She started explaining things. I said, no, I know how to do it. Before I know, she convinced me. She convinced me.
And she managed to put you in the mood again.
Yeah, she managed to put me in the mood again. And I said, okay, before I go, let me go and check myself. After I get her off, and I'll go there and find out the part. I said, okay, I'll do a check-up. I bring out the part. I started checking. All my mind was the way we used to hear it. I would see blood everywhere. Vessel. I didn't see blood. I said, I'm not seeing anything. There was no blood, and the place was no mess up. He said, who told me that there used to be blood? I said, I poured it too. I now remember back in the school, the way they used to do that. He said, no, there's nothing like that. But finally, I've done it to do it. Then, after, but yes, after I've done it, in my mind, I was still thinking a lot of things. This girl, is it that she wants to cover me? Honestly, I think many things. But the night was full of drama. So I used to remember this particular day. When people brought it up here, I say, it's well. So but there's nothing like the way we used to hear it, honestly. Except for those girls that are dirty, always mess up. So, but it's not advisable though. It's not advisable for man. No, let me know.
It's not advisable to do it without a CD.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what.
At the house for your own belief.
Yeah, and then your personal beliefs. Yeah, your religious beliefs. Yeah, so.
Okay. No, me, I'm not that religious. So I'm open-minded.
All right. Okay. Well done. Was she open-minded?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Patrick.
It goes a lot to show that there are lots of people who believe that menstruation or menstrual period is like one kind of really dirty thing.
Yeah.
They really do not even get to experience. See, what exactly does this to my wife or my girlfriend? How exactly is this thing? They don't want to know.
How does it even work?
They don't want to know how it
but
is.
that period, she's unclean, she's untouchable.
Even the lady.
A blood covenant.
Yes, exactly. I was able to hear that. Even.
That's what the guy was saying, that I don't know what this guy's taking me into.
Yeah, so it's scary. Hello.
Yes, my dear. I called back.
Okay.
Please, there is something I want to say. I mean, generally to some men, anyway. You know, let us take away religious or some kind of traditional attachment to this intercourse during menses and all that.
Yeah.
Do you know that it is humiliating that a woman who is on her period, will want to come close to her man, and the man will say, because you are menstruating,
I agree with you.
Comes into my house. Don't you know? Now, let me tell you, menstruation is more or less like pregnancy, because when a woman is on her flow, the size of her breast increases, and she is a kind of aroused, like she feels horny at that period of that menstruation. Now, the only thing I think should be done by men is this, they say education and knowledge is power. Before I used to think like that it's very bad and all the rest of that. But until I read a book by Derek William Jones, Every Woman, you understand? She stated that any woman who wants to have sexual intercourse during her flow is free to do that. That there is no dirty stuff or anything attached to it. Now, you find out that the best time to do this is maybe on the first day. If it's for some women who normally have a heavy flow, on the first day of the menses, you can avoid it because the flow will be very heavy, and sometimes the cramp will be high or something like that. So the second day.
Okay. You might need to call us again.
I think Obina knows too much. He knows too much.
He is educated.
I mean, he mentioned it when he read Every Woman. I remember when I read that book. When I was still in...
encouragement to read such books, indeed.
I think I was in
secondary school.
Yes. Junior secondary school. I just saw the book in my mom's cupboard. I was interested. I was interested in reading it.
And you went to read it.
I think it was just about the same time I read that book.
Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello. Hi. Good morning. Is it morning? Okay, in about 5 minutes. So good evening.
Good evening. Good evening to the house.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, good evening, Tony.
Yes. This is we used to we have this kind of strange belief about having been menstrual. Yes, apart from the religious belief, the usual aspect of it, then I used to feel it is unclean. It is something that should not be, thought of at all.
What should not be thought of? Period sex?
Yes, which I thought, but I have become educated now.
Okay. Okay. Thanks to my nurses and my doctors. Yeah.
All that. I had an experience sometimes before this time. Everything just came, and I never knew she had it.
Okay, you didn't know she was on her period. Okay.
Before, and she came up. Oh my God! I don't know what to do. As if the ground should. I feel so bad. And I didn't just fizzle out with I knew it because I took my ground and I said no, I cannot do it. But there was a day I did it unknowingly. And even at that way I did it, I was not myself. Because of this perception. But today I've been briefed, I've been in school.
Yeah, enlightened.
What? But you said when because the chance of contracting the hard. Maybe one day I'll give it a try.
Okay, remember to use protection though. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so if you are just tuning in and you want to join the conversation, the number to call is 0817-0000-951 and then 0810-9510-951. All right? We'll keep on taking calls. Talk to us. Tell us what you think about having period sex. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Sorry, I called back again.
Okay.
So that I'll establish the point I want to make. So, like I was saying, there is the only danger in making love during menstruation is this. Number one, it exposes the woman to some kind of STDs or STI.
Yes.
You understand? Secondly, there is high risk of pregnancy. That is why when you want to do it during the menstruation, that is if your partner has yeast infection like you pointed out earlier. If she has something like yeast infection or maybe some kind of staphylococcus or maybe any other vaginal infection as a result of, infection or something like that. So now that is the only time the man is allowed to make use of condoms, you understand, on the woman. Aside that, I don't think there is any. What of women? Some women who carry out fellatio. Fellatio is when the woman is giving head and
self-gratification. Yes.
Yes. Why cunnilingus is when a man is doing the opposite. So that's I don't see anything, but in our society today, Christianity, religion, and traditions, and men will tell you, hey, this one happened, this one no. It's just like, okay, what if you are married to the person? So you, because of your wife is menstruating, you chase her out of your bed. So she shouldn't sleep on the same bed with you because she's menstruating. For crying out loud, this is a kind of like an unfertilized egg.
Yes,
so it's not bad. It's an unfertilized egg, so which dropped on its own because it was not fertilized.
Yes.
So because when you fertilize it, it will not drop. There will be no flow.
Indeed.
As simple as that. That's just it. So I think men, generally should understand this. Because I used to see so many men. They say, "I'm no come my house." They see your flow. No come my house. No come spoil show for me. No, that's bullshit. You allow the person after 2 days. The person can come. By that time, the flow reduces because it's 5 days normal flow. The first day will be heavy. Second day will be heavy. From the third, fourth, and fifth, you have a reduced flow of it. You understand? Which from the fifth day is total dryness. So that is just it, except maybe some women who used to have ovulate before menstruation, and some women ovulate after menstruation also.
Yes.
So that is just I don't see anything wrong with that. So that's my take on that. I think.
Thank you
so much. There's one thing from Obina I love so much he just said, and though he didn't say it exactly as I'm going to say it, but I feel he said it, he inferred it. So during menstruation, it's that time you should draw your woman closer. It's that time she needs you to hold her. It's that time she wants to baby. Some ladies, I know some ladies. It's that time she wants to baby. Don't push her away and act as though she's dirty. And I don't think that's the way you should go. At that time, cuddle her, hold her close. If she wants to lick ice cream, give her ice cream. She wants those sugar things, they increase the pain and cramping. But still, you know what I mean.
Okay. And then, but he made mention of something that we've been trying to correct. That people, he said something about people who are trying to
Yes.
I think we have already stated that.
He said, listen. So.
I think he didn't get it. So I was, Obina, if you're listening. So I said during period, there are just exceptions. Because the egg, as you rightfully say, it has been the unfertilized egg has been released. So as such, there is no egg for the sperm to fertilize. You understand? So the chances of pregnancy is slim. But for special occasions, special people who have a shorter cycle, you understand? People who have 22 days, and people who have the 22, 25 days thereabout cycle, their ovulation starts immediately after the bleeding stops. You understand? Immediately after bleeding, they start ovulating. And so I'm saying if you have sex with this kind of people, for example, maybe on the 4th day or the 5th day, sperm can survive for as long as 5 days. And imagine the ovulation starts, so the egg is produced, and so the sperm can still fertilize. So that's what I said. So I think we should debunk that myth and then get this knowledge in this moment.
Okay. All right. This has been fun, and
amazing.
It's actually been more enlightening than I thought it would be.
It's been amazing. I've been hearing some of our callers lecture us, basically. Like Obina, it's amazing.
All right, keep your calls coming in, keep your messages coming in as well. I'll read our messages soon. You have questions, please do well to ask, okay? Hello?
Yeah, hello, good evening.
Hi, good morning.
Oh, it's good morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Daniel.
Oh, it's been a while. How have you been?
Yeah. I've been around though, but each time I want to listen to you, sleep will just, I'll sleep off.
Today you wrestled sleep.
Well, I love this conversation tonight. Well, I have tried it once. It was good and it was alright, but it causes me a bad luck.
How? Really?
Yeah. No, for real.
Right on, sir.
The first time I tried, although I wanted to help the kid for something very important though, so before 4 or 5 days, I lost my job.
Oh.
Yeah, seriously. Now, when I got another new job too, and I met another job back then too, and I tried it for the second time too, that the same week I lost my job.
Are you serious?
Yeah, for real. So ever since then, even if I want to, even living my currently babe right now, I have to be careful so that something won't happen. And then anytime I do it, throughout that week, there will be bad luck here and there. Even maybe I have something important, maybe like with somebody or money or something that week. The person will start telling me stories. So I don't do it again. But because first, when I do that first, when I lost it, I said okay. But when I tried it the second time, I lost my job. The same way, I said no. This is not ordinary. It's not ordinary. So I stopped it completely because I found that it causes me bad luck. For real. Just for real.
Okay, Mr.
Right.
Daniel.
Right.
Thank you so much for sharing your testimony. As we have said it time and time again, we are talking about the medical aspect. There's you're not a pastor. I'm not a priest. But you're just
It is not a prophetess.
Okay. Wow. This is that was deep.
Yeah, we did.
This is deep.
I don't know. I'll see it as a mindset something.
I don't want to.
Maybe that's that. Hello.
Hello, it's Patrick. I'll call back.
Okay.
Yeah, based on the last caller, this advice is good for some of us to take, but more for the guy these days. I swear. Those so-called Yahoo, they stay out of they stay far from their traditional something. Believe me, all of them we disagree with you. But it's cool, it's cool. So, well done.
Okay. So the fact that people have, different perspectives to these things is, wow. But we're just going to focus on the health aspect. We're just going to forget about every other thing. So people don't get scared. Hello.
Okay. Let's go.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Sorry, your name? Chief?
Yeah.
Chief who, sorry?
Solomon.
Solomon, okay. All right, welcome. Where are you calling from?
During this generation, it's good to keep sleep. Why they have so much investment? Most of our needs during this generation are so keep that much already. So I want to urge them to make sure during this period you have to be careful of living yourself. So,
okay, you want to urge the women to be clean?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of the during this period, they must be they will just think, no, more especially most things that are always busy. So they will just put the part and continue their business. So they should, even during their business, they should be remembering how to use the change part to avoid those. And most of the time, during this period, when having the sex, on the first day, it's not orderly enjoyable. That place will be so free because of the flow.
We talked about it.
Yep.
Yes, at times, more especially because it's so free. So when it is so free, that you enjoy it.
When it is so free, they are going to enjoy it.
That's the lubricant you talked about. You know.
Yes, if it is so free because of the flow, you won't enjoy it. Not enjoy it.
You won't enjoy it.
Enjoy it.
You mean
did you say you won't enjoy it or you will?
You will not enjoy it. When they flow, during that flow, more especially the first day. So because of it's so free, so it's good to keep. You will not enjoy sex when it is dry. Much you enjoy it when it is dry, but when it's during
really,
really,
yes.
Different strokes for different folks.
Yes, indeed.
But that first day, because of the flow, it will be so free. So I don't know.
I wish we could get female callers because I think our females will not agree with this.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are indeed.
Okay. So it's not that it's bad. It's not bad. Except, like as you said, except the man is infected. That is the moment it becomes bad. Otherwise, having sex during the road is not bad. But the only thing that from that first day, and in the first day, you won't enjoy it because of the flu.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm wondering why the females are not calling. Are they sleeping? Wake them up.
Hello.
Let's hear from them.
Hi.
Yes, good evening. I call back in the house.
Okay.
I just want to ask a question. The elbow dogs in the house too. Just bail me out.
All right.
I don't know, because during the menstrual how and affected, so it actually about affecting the erection, the mind, the erection. They have a way of affecting, but I will need to understand that it has a way of affecting the time.
Can I see what I think you said? Does having sex during period affect the man's erection?
Yes, during menstrual.
No, it doesn't. Scientifically, medically, there is no. I think it's the mindset we talk about.
It's psychology.
Psychology. Yeah, your mind has to be in the right place. You know, there are times your mind be so full you can't even get an erection at that time. And so, if you have that belief that this is not something.
Nice.
You know, you will just not be able to maintain or even get one. That's just it.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
You're welcome. Okay. I love how educating this has been.
Yeah,
and I love that people are actually getting to learn.
Yeah.
You know, there are things that you should learn. So the next time you think about period sex, hopefully you will not do that ew face. You will not make that ew face, and then you don't see it as something disgusting, because I mean that's the prevalent myth.
Yeah.
It has to be disgusting. It has to be totally disgusting.
No, this topic is I feel like it's bad for the ladies, because
exactly.
I know lots of ladies who use the I'm on my period as an excuse.
Yes. No more.
Oh, don't worry, stay in your house. And
I'll tell them come forth. I have to be.
That's it.
Okay, so ladies, you might want to call in at this point. I know you're listening,
please,
but you know that we are queens, so we just have a way of being all quiet and letting the men do the talking. Yeah, ladies need to sometimes they need to have this. They need to be moved to actually call in to tell us how they feel.
We're moving you now, ladies.
Yes,
exactly.
At this point. Now we're moving you to call in and tell us what you think about period sex. Would you let a man touch you if you're on your period? Hello?
Yeah, this is Daniel. I called back.
This is who?
Daniel.
Daniel, okay.
I understand, but when I was the spiritual aspect of my experience, okay? But to be sincere with you, it was okay. It was alright.
You enjoyed it?
Yeah, no infection, nothing. Everything was smooth. Okay, the only thing is that after that, I would change my spread and all that. She would just wash it and all that. Another word. Yeah, it was good.
I think that's another thing we'll talk about as we go on about that. You said change bedspread.
Okay. All right.
I think that's one of the problems, the having to stain and all that.
Yeah.
I think I was going to share some tips on having sex during period.
Okay.
You understand? And I've already talked about the first being the fact that you need to be open and honest with your partner. What you like, what she likes. Do you want this? Is this something you're cool with? All those conversations need to be had. Because if for any reason anybody is experiencing discomfort during the process, it will not be enjoyable.
Exactly.
Like somebody said he liked dry sex. I know ladies if they could call, they would tell you no.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually thinking, I was like, who's the girlfriend?
Dude, another thing they should take cognizance of is it's important to remove the pad. Or those who use tampon, remove it before the penetration. Don't before you push it further down, and then that's another medical emergency. It's important if you have a dark color towel, so I don't have to be changing your bedspread every time. This is a tip. I just share you as my guy. Spread a dark color towel on the bed so that any blood leaks, it will catch it and it won't get directly on the bedspread.
Wipes.
And the woman as well, it's important that she wipes herself before and after. There's a reason why. It's for cleanliness as well, as I said. She cleans before and after. Then we've talked about condom use. So it's important to prevent STIs as well as pregnancy too. And then the other small thing that we need to know. If the usual sexual position is uncomfortable because maybe she's cramping and all that, you can adjust.
Yes.
It must not be doggy. It must not be vicious. You can,
change.
Adjust. That is where the communication thing comes in. If she prefers to lie down, please do. If she prefers the spooning, please do. That's my own take, and I feel like these tips would help those people who are interested in having sex during periods to have enjoyable, satisfying sex during period without complaints or anything. That's my take on that. So I think we're still listening to our callers. I need more testimonies. I've had little to please share your testimony.
Please call in and tell us.
I think I just want to add one thing.
Okay.
Yeah. After all this, my colleague said, I think you should just try out having it under a running shower. Yeah. That could make sense too. At least when it's washing off and you're not seeing it stain.
Exactly.
It's not staining where it's visible. The water is washing it and you're doing your thing and having fun. So it could go a long way to make you focus your mind on this sex. Because most persons, if the bed is stained, they have this anxiousness not to focus on the sex. They focus on, if my bed gets stained, what's going to happen? The blood everywhere.
This thing you will
not really enjoy the sex anymore. It removes that enjoyment, that fun out of sex because of the whole anxiousness you have in you. But if you do it in a running tub, man, your mind is off it. Your mind is off the anxiety, of the staining of the bed and everything. You enjoy it that way if it is good by you.
We'll be surprised that if people could practice these tips and all of this, you find out that you could enjoy sex as much as you can every other time.
Yeah, it's
in
no
the
holiday.
month. You know,
No holiday, you get it.
can't have that
Holiday.
holiday period you begin to have because of you say, okay, out of a month, she 5 days. This one now, I'll call the calculate. You know, it's cut out.
But then we should not forget there is this period called ovulation.
Yes, indeed.
So.
So if you're not trying to make a baby, if you're not trying to make a baby, you wanna look the other way.
You want to do the ABCs. It's either you abstain or you be faithful, and then you use your CD.
All right, so keep your calls coming in. For those who have been trying to call, I know you've been calling and then I haven't taken your calls. I'm sorry, I'm going to take your calls. We still have some minutes, okay? So my nurses are here, my doctor is here. Your calls should come in. Hello. Hi.
Is that a lady?
Is that a lady?
Please talk to us.
Okay.
Talk to us, please.
I told you they will come out when they want to come out. What's your name and location, dear? Your name
Please,
is?
can you be audible?
Okay, we heard where you're calling from, but can you talk louder, a little bit louder, so we can hear you?
Actually, I'm a student, and then this one of my, I'm going to gynecology because I don't know anything about fertility because I really want to learn more about it.
Okay.
More about it. So I really want to ask, talk about ovulation after period. How long does it last?
How long does the ovulation after period last?
Yes.
Okay. And what else?
And also, think that the end of what that's my last thing.
The what? Take that again, please.
What?
Your second question. Your second question. Take it again.
Said she makes it up. Yes. Now, what is it? That's my question. And which is latest period for period
Okay, we're going to answer your first question, but we didn't hear the second one. So if you can, please send a text message, okay? All right, so I'll read your message once it comes. 0701 9339962. Well,
Okay, that would be better.
yes, just send in a text message with your question. This is the second one, so we can hear. But the first question.
Okay. The
first question again is how long?
How long does the
ovulation last?
How long does ovulation
Yes,
last?
after that should be after period.
After a period.
Yes. It's not a normal 14 days.
Normal 14 days now.
After
That's
there's the
2
safe
weeks.
period and then the 14 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
after the bleeding, there's the safe period, and then.
So for women who have short cycle.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yes.
For women with short
That's the
cycle,
problem.
that is cut out.
But if you don't have a short cycle,
yeah, just
normal 28 days. So
Yes.
is there a break after your period before your ovulation starts?
Okay.
Yes.
Basically,
28 days.
most people is between 2 to 7 days.
After the period?
No, that's the
From the period.
length.
From the period. Okay.
And on the 14th day, that's the ovulation. For those who have a normal 28 cycle,
28-day cycle.
on the 14th day of that 28-day cycle, that's the ovulation.
Okay.
So 2 days before and 2 days after is considered unsafe.
Unsafe.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So if you're not trying to have a mini you.
Yeah. And then since we know, okay, we have many safe days now, so the period is out. So you can start from day 1 when you see your menses till maybe the 11th day, and then that break till the 16th day, and then continue again like free time.
See, we're giving tips on how to. Giving contraceptive tips for free. Wow.
Okay, all right. So that's how it works. Keep your calls coming in. We're going to take your calls because we're trying to answer questions as well. So if you can't call in because you are too shy to ask the questions, please send it in as a text message. Okay, I'm available on WhatsApp and via normal text messages. So 0701 9339962. Text in. Hello.
Hello, Ami.
Hi. Good morning.
Doctor, you have lectured us this time. Because one of the first things that you have made during this presentation is
What's what?
So many men need to avoid this during.
Okay, so many men avoid sex during ovulation. Okay, because of pregnancy.
Yes, we have learned that there is no risk on it, except the woman is infected.
Okay.
But I would pity the women. If you're a man that have a training, some cocaine will have prices of things. But the man that has a big training, that moment of sex, the blood is too much. The woman will suffer it. Am I correct?
Really?
I mean, if you jump a man that have a very big penis, that's zero. Would you feel it?
Well, let's just find out from the nurses and the doctor if that's how it works. I wouldn't know.
If it's a question, let's take it down and then we'll answer it.
It will make the blood to flow more.
Really? Is that what you think? Okay. All right. Let's hear from the experts.
As we earlier mentioned, what we talked about that would help shorten period lengths is orgasm. Is the orgasm we talked about? Maybe in the course of trusting, the woman experiences orgasm, and then when as a guy you withdraw, and then you see that there is now an increased flow of
blood.
You now feel like it's my big dick that caused it. Oh, it's my big penis that caused it. Forgive me. It's my big penis that caused it. So that's the thing. It's not exactly down to the size of the penis, but more about orgasm, the satisfaction derived from the sex at that time. So that's what I'm saying. So it's not like it's a disadvantage to those with big penis. No, none of that.
Okay. All right. So it doesn't exactly work that way.
Not a penis thing.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I have one message here that says, please, how long does ovulation last?
Okay,
Emmanuel from Oyibo, LG. I think this is a different one from what the female asked.
But that's been answered. It's the same thing you just said.
So ovulation lasts for 14 days.
It's the same thing we've answered.
Right?
Yes.
So 14 days. Why is Emmanuel asking how long does ovulation last? Emmanuel, why are you asking this?
Emmanuel, have you done it again?
Why is he asking how long does ovulation last? All right, so keep your calls and text messages coming in. I want to believe that you are learning as much as you should. I want to believe that this has been enlightening for you, that it is educating, because that's the idea. All right, so if you're just tuning in, we are talking about period sex, and I have with me in the house amazing doctors, a doctor and the nurses who have been sharing with us facts, things that we need to know about having period sex. Is it safe? Is it not safe? So we're talking about all of that. So your questions, your concerns should come in at this point, because I have these people to answer your questions. I have this medical people to answer your questions. Please, can you not come to my DM later on to ask me? Because I probably will not give you an answer.
So
all right.
Emmanuel that asked about how long period
ovulation.
Yeah, please. I think there was a misunderstanding there. Please.
Okay. We said 14th day That's what we meant. But actually, ovulation lasts for a day or two. Okay? Either the 14th day or the 15th day and the 15th day, or the 13th day and the 14th day. So it could be a day, that's 14th day, or two. And we spoke about fertile periods. A fertile period could be like 3 days before the 14th day, or 3 days after the 14th day. That could be the fertile periods we have.
Okay, so how do we count the 14 days? The 14 days, is it counted from the menstruation days?
Yes.
Like
From the
after
first day.
Let's say my period ended on the this is from the first day of my period. To day 14. Even like days after my period, and then so on the 14th day after my period, I'm ovulating on the
either the
13th and the 14th, or 14th and 15th. I'm ovulating.
Yes.
And I believe the ladies, they feel they have these symptoms.
So then if a woman is not sexually active when she's ovulating, is that why she has the, what's it called now? There's there's ovulation cramp.
Yes, exactly.
So when a woman is not sexually active,
does it really matter?
Doesn't really matter if you're sexually active or not.
So if I've spoken to like 1 or 2 women who told me they had ovulation cramps. I didn't even know there was such a thing as ovulation cramps.
Really?
I didn't know there was a name given to the pain that you feel as a woman when you're not sexually active, when you're not having sex on your ovulation day. So I got to hear from 1 or 2 people that there's such a thing.
Okay.
And then so is it that what the abdominal, does it have something to do with the abdomen?
I think it's subjective. That not everybody senses that cramp in ovulation. I've had people who tell you that they don't even know. Some people don't even know that they're ovulating. The only thing that they know is that they get hornier, and so that's the only clear sign that they know. And
there's that sexual urge.
Yes, there's that
libido.
Increase. Yes,
and then the
thickness
thickness increases.
Yeah. The walls,
secretions from the vagina
increases as well.
So they feel
yes.
Those are how they know. Certain people there's no exact dull. Even those that cramping, I feel like the cramping is more of a dull pain. It's not like the cramping from
period.
Yes.
Okay, it's just like females. Some females don't have menstrual pain, and why some do. Some don't have long cycles, why some do. Some have their periods for longer days, while some just have for 2-3 days.
Yes.
So it varies with individual. So I could be having a painful ovulation on my ovulation day, having a strong pain on my ovulation day, why the second person will not have.
Okay.
So it varies with individual. It's the same thing that occurs during your menstruation. I could be having a very painful menstruation that could need a strong analgesic cure.
Yes.
Why some other persons it's just a normal paracetamol could do.
Some go to gyms on the day.
Yes. Some persons they don't even feel pains at all. So it varies with individuals. It's not like everybody must have ovulation pain. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So you've heard that your ovulation as a woman lasts for 2 days. It's either on the 13th or on the 14th. 13th and 14th, or 14th and 15th. Okay, and then you start counting from the first day of your period. And then the cycle. How does somebody calculate the cycle?
Well, it
how
varies.
do I know when my next period is coming?
You have to observe for 2-3 cycles. So it's a usual 28 days.
5 days.
Yes.
So for women who have the short cycle, is the shortest 22 or 21?
Shortest.
There's 22. I know of 22.
No,
22 to 25. Those are the ones we are worried.
21 to 35 days. That's the normal. 21 days to 35 days.
Okay. To 35 days?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. 7 days before 28 and 7 days after 28 is considered normal cycle. But the one most preferable, the 28-day cycle.
Yeah, that's
okay. Most preferable.
Yes.
So the ones,
the gold standard.
The ones who are the shorter cycle, those are the women who are prone to pregnancy.
Exactly.
during
their period. Okay, so when they're not on their period, women who have short cycles, do they stand, do they have that higher risk of getting pregnant when they are not on their?
I think there are other conditions that there are other conditions that come into play. It's more than just your cycle.
Yeah.
Yes. There's the viability of the sperm from the man and some other things. Most times when I don't want us to drift into infertility talk and all, but most times when there is that case of infertility, most times we blame the woman, say it's the woman, whereas it could be the man.
It could be the man.
Yes,
Actually.
50-50 thing.
Yes.
All right. So we still have a couple more minutes, for a few calls and maybe text messages. I'm reading some comments from WhatsApp though, so because we need to know what our WhatsApp audience what they've been saying.
They are not left out.
Okay, so we're going to read comments from our WhatsApp
I think there will be more
audience.
ladies on that WhatsApp. I have a strong belief.
So as soon as I can I can sort through our WhatsApp comments. All right, and then those who have been listening to us via YouTube. Okay, this is going to be a lot. All right. So usually I like to read through the messages first.
Then maybe we can take a call while you read through.
Okay, yeah. So 0817-0000-951. Okay. So let's take a few more calls before we wrap up. Okay. All right, let's begin with this one by a man.
Okay.
All right, Mr. UD texting from Abuja says, "Ew, against the scripture."
I've been waiting for something.
He says, "Ew, against the scriptures, but some people enjoy it though. Blood will be spurting. Some people enjoy it, but can never be me."
Thank you for sharing your opinion.
Yeah.
Like we said, a lot of people have that, the whole class thing going on.
Yes.
Some people, their religious beliefs.
I'll be surprised.
Some people have said, no, never.
Not be me. My grandfather.
When I put this out there on social media, I got a whole lot of, and then I remembered my colleague. My colleague actually came to my DM to tell me, she just went, "Amaka, me that will be crying during my period."
She has seen a remedy.
Let me even look for her comments. I'm almost always crying during my period. And you seriously think I'm going to allow a man touch me?
Communication. If it's something that you don't like, please do not do it, please.
And I said, at the end of the day, it's your choice.
Yeah.
Okay, Phoebe texting from Abbas says, period sex, never tried it before.
You should.
But but it sounds interesting sometimes. So maybe I just might.
Phoebe, are you sure? I suspect you can talk to us.
Okay, praise texting from Worry says, no, never have, but maybe I just might, depending on the man. If my boyfriend says he's okay with it, then maybe I might give it a trial.
Okay. I like that open-mindedness.
Plus, I'm going to have to do a lot of washing, though.
I'm giving you tips now. I've just shared tips.
Yeah,
actually. A dark hot towel to soak in any drop.
Or perhaps like Nurse Beauty said, in the shower.
Shower too,
yes.
Right. So you don't need to work.
Okay, let's take some calls. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to need you to call back, okay?
You probably slept off on the call.
So, let me check for some more messages. Sometimes it's difficult to, select the ones that are actually for the show. Like the ones that are actually for the show. I have to scroll and keep scrolling.
The show indeed has been beautiful. Like, the colors, just amazing. Like, I can remember a few: Daniel, Obina,
Patrick,
the very wise Chief Solomon. It's just really magnificent. Like,
okay, all right. Let's take this one from Charity, texting from Uyo. She says, "Period sex with a question mark? No, never."
That's a no for her.
No, never. And that's it.
From Uyo. Okay.
This is. I
That's
knew
weird.
that.
That's weird.
So
let's
far,
let's not go there.
we had 2 females. I think say they are open-minded about it.
Yeah.
They're willing to give it a trial.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm actually surprised because you know how women can be during that period. You know
Yeah.
how they get. There's all of that happening. Well, what's your period experience like? Do you have? Can you relate with what these women are saying? How they get so? Let's beauty since you ask drama. Do you ask drama when you're in your period?
A lot.
Yeah, I ask drama a lot. I normally have cramps, severe cramps, so to say, and I watch out for diversional therapy, something that can
Take your mind
my
off
mind
it.
off it. Actually, sometimes I listen to music. I have kocha and stuff like that.
And
so
it helps.
it helps. Kocha really helps. too.
Really?
Yeah, it helps.
Contrary, my friend, she told me once she's on a period,
Study
you have
ultrasound.
exactly you have to massage stomach.
Some persons prefer the hot water massage, the hot water bottle water,
Are they
stuff like
massaging?
that.
Is it the massage is it for the abdomen?
Yeah, the abdomen, yeah.
So the whole sometimes people say that you should place a hot towel or hot water on the abdomen, and then some people say you should lie on cold tiles.
Yeah.
Some persons are like that.
So
I
whatever
feel-
works for you.
Yes, I feel most that period
Different
self.
strokes for different
I normally
folks.
feel I normally have high libido
Okay.
that
Oh,
period. Yes,
okay.
it happens for me. Even my ovulation time, menstruation period, they are just the same thing. So it happens that this period you feel this way,
Yeah.
If you're a married person, it's best you communicate with your husband.
Yes.
Oh, this is the way I
Exactly.
feel. If you want baby girl treatment, give it to me the way I want it, and stuff like that. It just it couldn't be sex alone. It couldn't be just sex. Probably you just want a touch, just want someone to feel around you, stuff like that. That's just the way you feel. That's
that
just
time.
yes, at that moment, at that time, that's just the way you feel. It could be on the first day, it could be on the second day. It won't probably be every day. You get. And for me, I feel that way more on the first day.
Okay.
That day I'm having that cramps. That's the way I feel on that day I'm having that cramps. So it's better I just stay away, lie on my bed, hug my pillow, cry, and try to create diversional therapies for myself to help myself. So that's just it.
It's a good thing we have 2 leaders.
I'm actually wondering. Maybe I'll ask. There's beauty over here.
Please do.
Okay, for instance, now, like I know some callers, some ladies they disagree because of the pain during menses, and I was wondering. I'm wondering, do you think in that pain you can actually have sex? Do you think?
Yes, you can, because
for the first day, the cramps is usually for the first day. So,
as I said before, I normally
have throughout the whole 5.
right?
Yeah, there are some people
Because I've seen dramas from the female folks, and I'm wondering, can they will fight?
Some persons can have sex on that day they're having the pains. It depends on the severity of the pain, though.
Okay.
You get. So some persons, their pain is not as severe as some persons' own. So I could be having pain, but at the same time, I'm having high libido. I'm having the urge for sex.
Okay.
You get. So when it comes, when the touching comes and stuff like that, it diverts your attention
Yes,
from the
diversional
pain.
therapy. Yeah. Okay.
And from there, you forget you're even having pain and you start playing. So that's how it is. That's how it goes for some persons. Why some persons, they don't even want to sight any man around them.
Actually.
You get. So the pain just takes over them, and they feel there's nothing can be done about it.
Some people can finish safe
that's
and then
just
hold
it.
off and be like, after they're done. I started again.
Okay, well, for me, I think I usually get irritable.
Okay,
I
let's hear
am
from you.
most irritable.
Yes. Let's hear from you.
Okay, I'm most irritable. So, like most of the women whose messages I've read, I don't see myself ever having period sex.
Okay.
Okay, well, maybe I'm speaking as a single lady.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, who knows?
Okay.
It might be subject to change.
Yes,
I really can't put it together right now. I can't even think about it right now because
You should consider.
Honestly, until, but maybe for a while now, I've always known that it's not particularly dangerous. So, though I've not had my facts to prove that it can be safe, relatively safe.
Okay.
So,
But you the fact. That's why we're here.
Exactly. So, I didn't think it was something that couldn't be done. I just haven't pictured myself doing it, probably because I'm usually irritable during my period. I'm more pleasant during my ovulation.
Everybody, all the females obviously.
So I can be pleasant during my ovulation, but during my period,
don't touch me.
I know. Yes.
Also, I was actually wondering, like, how do they even do this?
Yeah. So when women let their men touch them, the men who actually said they have tried it before, they've done it before, and for Patrick, who even said his girlfriend seduced him, she made him do. I'm like,
she grabbed
okay,
yes, that means she really had libido,
and she came prepared.
I've never had high libido. Well,
so
at
maybe
least
yours is
none that I can't remember ever having high libido when I'm. Oh no! I know I'm usually irritable, and then I look at men, I'm like.
This one was crushing us.
I can actually imagine.
I just have all of that going on. For me doing it's a no, an absolutely no for me. It has been a no for me for a long time. But like I said, the subject to change, okay? Because we learn every day.
Yes.
So
I'll be back for the info from you. I'll be back for the info.
We're about to know if it changed or not.
You're gonna have to wait until I get married.
Okay. I'm here.
So when I invite you to come and eat rice, after that time you can start counting. You're not waiting for.
No problem.
Okay, I think we can take one more message from. Okay, let's take this one from Tamara texting from BY. BY should be by us, right?
Yes.
Okay, so she says, I've never ever considered period sex, but I've never considered period sex, but thinking about it now, I just might.
I trust you, Tamara.
I think
trust you.
And I think that might. That's what I'm waiting for actually.
To be honest, that's the reason for this show, basically, to make you gather this information and then make conscious choices if I want to or I don't want to. Remove that cloud of I what they told us rather than what is fact. That's what we're doing. We're trying to give you guys the facts. So you now look at all the facts and be like, okay, no, my religion says no. Okay, no, my forefather says it will make me lose my job. So no, I won't do that. So something like that. So that's what we are doing, providing you with all of the information, the facts
that you need,
to make conscious.
It's your choice to make.
Yes.
At the end of the day, so you get to decide what you want to do.
Please never forget the communication part, no matter what. If you forget everything we've said today, do not forget the communication part.
Because you actually have to talk about it with your partner.
Yes.
So women, you have to talk to your men about it, okay? Because you might have your high libido thing going on for you, and that's the period where you want your man to touch you. But then because you're on your period, your man doesn't want to touch you because he knows that you're in your period, and then there's that already existing myth that we're not supposed to do this thing wherever. So you might want to have a conversation with your man prior to your period, actually, just in case it comes up, and then you have that high libido going on for you.
I think most relationships in Nigeria, they need this communication. I feel like there's so much communication gap. So much you don't know about your partner, so much you don't know your partner doesn't know about the other. You'll be surprised they come and start telling them stuff. I think I was in a wedding one time and MC Kuro played one game where he was like, what do you think your wife likes and all of that? And to be honest,
they didn't say things.
It was just contradictory. We had this person says this one and the other and you're like,
and this is a marriage. You just got married.
That's the thing. We did that space for communication. I think relationships need it. Since we are doing lovey-dovey, this is lovey-dovey. So if love should grow, I
always advise communication.
If love should grow, communication is important. I need to know what you like so that I can do those things. Not the kind of do those things where I'm like conscious to impress you. Yeah, no, not that. But so that I can consciously decide that I'll make compromises where I can't do those things. I make compromises and decide to do this, and you two do, and we'll meet in the middle. You understand? So there's no clash or something.
You know, some persons see this sex topic as a dirty topic to discuss as husband and wife, stuff like that.
I agree with you.
Everybody have sex.
Funny enough, everybody has.
But you don't like talking about it.
Yes.
Be shy with
my pastor does. So.
He does.
Okay, so it's been
married,
beautiful having this conversation with you. Thank you so much for coming in, doctor and nurses. It's been amazing. We should do this again.
Most definitely, like quickly.
Yeah. And yes, it's Nurses Week. Do we have Doctors Week?
That question you just asked, I thought about it.
Wait, why do we?
So I think need Doctors Day. Yeah.
Doctors Day. Is it international or International Doctors Day? So the Nurses Week is it international or Nigeria? International Nurses Week.
Yes.
Okay, so what do we do during Nurses Week? Do you buy us things to eat?
No, you buy us. You buy us things. We try to commemorate. I think on May 12th. That was when the mother of modern day nursing, Florence Nightingale, was born. You know, so the week kind of like leads up until the May 12th. Yeah. So that's what the week is about. It's like to celebrate nurses, to learn. So they hold seminars sometimes in certain places. Yes, hold seminars to get new knowledge. You know, just keep their brains sharper. You know, keep up with trends.
I've always loved that name.
Yeah. Florence Nightingale. People do not know that Nightingale is actually her surname. They make Nightingale feel like a feminine, but it's not. It's actually not feminine.
Yeah, but that's also the name of a bird, right?
Yes, it is. Yes. Singing Nightingale. Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's conclude the show with final speeches from our medical practitioners. Let's hear from them. Let them, tell us good night in a medical way. All right, so speeches, ending, closing remarks, all this.
We have been giving speeches. So I would just say we should be safe even when it comes to sex. We should be, when we keep talking about healthy living, it applies to sex as well. We should use condom. As I've said, abstain if you can. If you're not married, abstain. It's not easy. I'm not telling you that it's very easy. If you can, abstain. If you cannot, be faithful to one partner. And then if you cannot be faithful, then please by all means use a CD. Use a CD. That's all I would say. And then as for the period sex, communicate. Clean up. Hygiene is important. Both environmental and personal hygiene is important everywhere, both period or not. So it's important that people do that, just so that it can be healthy. So, and we can also maintain good physical and sexual health as well. That's my take.
Thank you, Nurse Nelson. Thank you so much, Nurse Beauty.
Wow, thank you. Okay, I'll say that you should try to live healthy, physically, and we should try to learn to communicate to our partners what we really want as persons. Tell them how you want it, when you want it, or if you don't want it at all.
I like the way you
learn how to communicate. So it's very important. Then finally, we should learn to keep our environment clean. Keep your personal belongings clean. Keep everywhere around your body clean. Not when a man will come to see you or your husband will want to touch you or come around you, you will not find anything enticing. You now want to chase him because of your smell. It's not because I'm on my period, I will now smell over the whole place. My house, from the entrance, everybody will know somebody's on her period. So we should not do that. Learn to keep your body clean and your environment clean when you're on your period. Thank you.
Environment, dispose of your pad properly. God,
right.
God knows what I've seen. It's okay.
Okay, Dr. Giovanni.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to my listeners. What do I have to say? Well, the two nurses in the house have said most of them, but then I'll add this. Well, even though you do not have sex or your menses, even though it's why she's ovulating, endeavor to always check yourself.
Yes.
Like, it's not for it's for those people. As long as you have sex, endeavor to check your status. Very important. Even though you think your partner is faithful, like I love what Amaka said initially, your boo might have a boo. So even though you think he or she is trustworthy, endeavor to have yourself checked. Okay. And then nowadays these STIs, they are treated, even though we cannot completely, at least they can be managed effectively. So there's no shame actually. So have yourself checked. And if negative, thanks be to God. But if positive, endeavor to start up in medication. And it's there are people out there who have these things and they are living healthy.
Yes.
So do not shy away or be destined.
I must share.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So please endeavor to have yourself checked and practice safe sex. And lastly, enjoy your sex.
Life.
Yes, thank you
so much.
Please do not forget to celebrate the North. Please, we're tired of nurses that weekend. Please celebrate the nurses in your life.
They're trying to be good nurses.
Buy them. We are doing so well. I can vouch for us, these modern day nurses who are coming.
Okay.
Oh my God, you should experience.
Maybe because y'all wear scrubs though. I told you scrubs are
see
cute.
how slick we use.
You can see that. I love the fact that
again.
nurses now use scrubs. Like it's we've gone past the era where they wear white, just that white gown. I love the fact that my family nurse, when I saw her pictures with scrubs, I'm like, oh wow, she's been a nurse for a very long time, for years, and this is the first time she's actually enjoying her nursing profession. And I was like, why? She's like, because she gets to wear scrubs now. I'm like, really? She said she actually prefers scrubs to the normal white gown, and all of that. So I was like, okay, well, you have a look good in it though.
6 to 12. So celebrate us.
I know it's the week for the nurses, but then look at me, Yamaka. Don't you think I deserve some at least?
Yes, I think we'll talk about the shawarma when we're off air anyway.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, all right. Nelson has something for you. He's a nurse. He's a nurse. Okay, so it's been beautiful doing this with you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, Port Harcourt. No, okay, not just Port Harcourt. Everywhere you are, anywhere you are listening to us. Those who joined us via YouTube, I must recognize your presence, of course. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for watching us and listening to us. And those who are tuned to this dial, did not forget to always stay tuned to this dial, because we are your premium talk radio. Indeed. I mean, it's Today95.1 FM people. So do not forget, tonight we're going to have another episode of Lovey Dovey. It's Wednesday, right? So Wednesday, another episode of Lovey Dovey will be coming your way. So 11 p.m. tonight. You want to keep it locked with your favorite baby girl. All right. Do not forget to follow me on social media. Twitter, Instagram, at Diamaka Felix, okay? And yes, if you want to follow my nurses and my doctor, you get to do that, just in case you have one or two questions. You want to have a private, what's that medical language?
Consultation.
Consultation.
Yeah.
You want to have a private consultation, yes, you can reach out to them. So via their social media handles. So social media handles, doctor.
Okay. Twitter, O_, okay, it's Obux Bruno, but the O has an underscore after it.
Okay.
So Instagram, the same thing. The same thing. Obux Bruno as well. I think those are my two active social media network.
Okay.
So Twitter Nelson CN. Nelson full stop. Nelson period C period N.
Okay.
So, and then on Instagram, the nurse therapist. So you just
the nurse therapist. Please, we're doing all of that. Instagram, the nurse therapist. Go to Instagram this minute. Let's talk to a nurse. You're looking for a nurse. Let's talk to a nurse. Yes, Nurse Beauty.
All right, on Facebook, Beauty RPN.
Okay.
Beauty RPN in capital letter.
Okay.
Then same thing in Instagram.
Okay, Instagram Beauty RPN.
That's just it.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you have yourselves, a doctor and nurses. So you have, questions you don't want to ask your family doctor. Maybe you are too shy.
You don't want to say my friend. My friend has the.
Yes, exactly.
That's
lie. That's like
asking for a friend.
My friend used to. She had this. He had this. I'm like, are you sure? You get.
How do you know this medical like that?
Can I talk to your friend, please?
Don't worry, talk to me. I know.
And then when you ask the question, like, where's the pain? Like, they can tell. They'll point this particular. I'm like, okay, your friend told you this. Good friend.
Okay. All right, it's been beautiful doing this with you. Thank you so much for listening. Do not forget to keep it locked with me same time later tonight. Okay, your favorite baby girl is going to be back with yet another interesting episode of Lovey Dovey. We're going to be ending the show with a song by Akon entitled "Be With You." So whoever it is that you are being with,
what a song!
Whoever it is you are being with,
and it rained. Oh God, help us!
Okay. Please, if you're single and alone, please just sleep well. We're wishing you a very lovely night's rest. Please sleep well, okay? Because now single, you know, keep it.
Yes, so you're only single.
Have yourself a very good night's rest. Plus, there's going to be no heat. I mean, the weather is cold. It's my favorite weather, like I always say. So you're going to sleep well. Sleep well. Yes, exactly that. Then, if you are married, congratulations.
No more excuses.
We are happy for you.
No more excuses flying everywhere.
Enjoy yourself.
We are happy for you. All right, so have yourselves a good night rest, beautiful people. Enjoy the rest of your day. Akon, be with you.
Can't do is nothing. You're the one I want, and I'ma continue loving. Cause you considered wifey, and I'm
have to worry about nothing. We got the fire, and we burning one hell of a something. They're gonna see us from outer space, light it up, like we're the stars of the human race. When the lights turning down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky, 'cause we got the fire. Yeah, we got the fire. And we're gonna let it burn. We're gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn. We're gonna let it burn. We don't wanna leave. No, we just wanna be right now. Right now. I'm overseas. This everybody's on the floor acting crazy, getting local till the lights out. Music's on. I'm waking up. We start the fire and we start it up. And it's over now. We got the love. There's no sleeping now. No sleeping now. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky, 'cause we got the fire. Yeah, we got the fire. And we're gonna let it burn. We're gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn. We're gonna let it burn. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We can light it up, so they can't put it out. We can light it up, so they can't put it out. We can light it up, so they can't put it out. We can light it up, so they can't put it out. When the lights turn down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky, 'cause we got the fire. Yeah, we got the fire. And we're gonna let it burn.